Hello, and welcome to E3, sort of, something like that. Doing E3 stuff. I should probably unmute this. No, there's no sound right now anyway. There was music playing. It's not now, apparently. So, we're doing stuff. Doing stuff today. As we do every day, but different stuff this time. Okay, well. Gonna have to turn that down a bit.
We're here at the theater at Ace Hotel, and a throng of fans have lined up since last night for an exciting full day of Nintendo competitive.
Okay, so yeah. Do I need to explain this since they're probably going to do it for me?
As we get set for the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019, the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019. 3v3, but we get all the fun started with the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational. Welcome in, I'm Jordan Kent, and joining me fresh out of a couple of warp pipes, my two friends, Vish and Nine. And Vish, as we get set for Super Mario Maker 2...
I'm mostly interested in the Mario Maker part. And then I don't know if they're going to announce anything during Smash, but yeah. During the Splatoon 2 part, I'm going to be working on other things because I didn't finish... there's a lot of stuff I have to do for E3. Didn't finish, like, notes, thumbnails, stuff. I have to work on all that.
Mario games and create your own level. And on top of that, you can play levels from creators all across the world. It's basically whatever you want, Jordan.
The possibilities are limitless. Well, guys, you know, I'm a dad now. I love rules. Let's take a look at the tournament rules here for today for Super Mario.
I'm a dad. I love rules. What? I don't know. Who wrote that?
As quickly as possible. That's a speed run for you. The player with the best overall time will choose a partner to team up with in round 2, because when we get to round 2, co-op teams. Teams of 2 work together to complete a co-op course as quickly as possible. The winning team will compete against each other in the finals. And when we get to the finals, oh, boy, do we turn things over on its head. 2 players compete on 3 mini courses and 1 final course. Each win of the 3 mini courses is worth a 3-second head start on the final course. At the end, the first player to complete the finals course.
What does a mini course mean exactly?
To Invitational champion. And 9, we'll get a chance to meet our 4 competitors here shortly. 4 players that are very well versed in the Mario universe. However, when you get set to play Super Mario Maker 2 for the first time, you've never seen these levels before.
A lot of people were really disappointed that, like, Ross wasn't here, or he wasn't mentioned as being invited or whatever. But who knows? Maybe he'll show up somehow anyway. Probably not, though.
Throw yourself right at it and learn by messing up, or do you instead take a little bit, spend 30 seconds here to save yourself a minute down the line?
We'll talk about that theme of risk versus reward all throughout the competition. And
not everyone's just gonna go right in. Go in hard, never stop.
A Mario from one universe as you handle obstacles and traps that maybe appeared in a different Mario universe. How do these players adapt to all the physics they're going to be handling?
Yeah, I think it really comes down.
Aren't all the physics the same?
If you're well versed,
I think they're all the same.
You're gonna have an easier.
I remember that being the case. I remember people complaining about that in Mario Maker 1, that all of them were based on the new Super Mario Bros. Style.
You're gonna be speedrunning it, so you don't have that much time to adapt and react.
Like the physics were all based on that one.
In these clutch moments.
And these courses are going to be very exciting. They were designed by our good friends at Nintendo Treehouse. We know they have been done with care and love as well too. A lot of emotion put into these courses.
Would you say love or spite?
In the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019.
So what's going through your mind while you're playing?
Well,
Well, trailers, you see. I watched the trailers. I found them quite entertaining.
Why though? Why was that there?
So what's going through your mind while you're playing?
It's complicated.
Oh, 4 terrific speedrunners that have had
Doesn't seem
plenty of
complicated at
experience in
all.
Mario Universe. You see the completionists, Abdallah, the Dragon Feeny, and Yellow Killer B. And 9, we were having some breakfast earlier.
I only know one of those people.
They feel like there's a clear favorite amongst the 4 of them, though.
Yes, they do. 3 of the 4 selected Dragon Feeny as the favorite. The one who did not was Dragon Feeny herself, ever the humble competitor. But that first round is going to be really important because whoever wins that is going to get to choose their partner, and it might be Dragon Feeny.
So now I'm using tilt-controlled shirt.
New features in Super Mario Maker 2 as opposed to Super Mario Maker. What are some things we might possibly see as these players see the courses for their very first time?
Well, the big thing is there's a new game mode. Like, there's a whole new game type with
I wonder if these blindfolds are custom made.
Bowser, you might see Cat Mario. There's all sorts of new contraptions in the fray for this new Mario Maker. Aside from that, you have things like slopes, you have things like parachutes that are just going to add a new little element of surprise, and these players are going to have to deal with that on the fly while getting their best time possible. It's going to be a fun ride.
Well, as you look at Abdallah and the completionists, you'll notice that they've got face masks on. They've got noise-canceling headphones on. Oh, look at that. That's just a holiday card right there. Bestest buddies. It's okay.
It's weird because those noses do not cover their noses at all.
Those work very well. I like that. So they obviously won't get a chance to be a couple of sneaky sneaks.
So it just looks like they have 2 noses. Or a weird growth.
And the Dragon Feeny to take place here. We mentioned those new features and that risk reward as far as how fast you want to go through this 9 versus maybe I dip my toe in the pool rather than take a cannonball because I'm not sure what's coming next.
And it's all about creativity, too, and adapting on the fly, as a couple of you have said.
You'd think they could just put them, like, in a back room somewhere or something where they don't know what's going on. And then just let them know when it's like, oh, it's time to come out now.
You got to change the game plan a little bit.
And Vish, it's one thing when you're back in the comfy confines of your living room or your bedroom playing this game and getting a chance.
Instead, they just have to sit there with blindfolds and headphones on.
Now, we've got a fantastic audience in the crowd getting set to watch this. We've got a lot of people watching this through the stream and everything as well, too. The nerves that might be going through these players real quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big stage like you mentioned, and it's the first time that we're seeing Super Mario Maker 2 in a stage like this. And from talking to the players, they don't have too much experience on a stage like this. So it's
I feel like, was this supposed to be set up already?
A technical game like Mario Maker or Mario.
Because everyone just seems like they're just waiting.
Very, very crucial for them.
Actually, it seems like it is set up.
In the middle of their runs.
Well, the wait is over. Let's hit the start button. The Dragon Feeny
Okay.
versus Yellow Killer.
Yeah, that was
opening speed run in round 1 of the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. Let's start the countdown. 2, 1, and go. As they get set, they'll be hitting the start button at the same time. The Dragon Feeny on the left.
Did they, though?
Screen, Yellow Killer B on the right. And already 9. What genre of Mario are we seeing here?
Oh no.
3D world. How about that?
Oh no, they're playing sound from both.
And this is already a new feature. This block, when you ground
Oh no.
to its full extent and unveils a new pathway.
The Dragon Feeny in early lead decides to go with the right path, and so does Yellow Killer B. And we see here, Fish, a couple of different paths in these exclamation blocks, providing a little bit of a challenge early on.
Yeah, this is the new feature, as Nine pointed out. So you want to be able to use the ground pound to get all of them fully expanded. And from there, you can make your way through this level. But I'm surprised that both of them went to the right off the bat. And definitely...
Yeah, one of them doesn't know how this works.
But I wonder how she's going to traverse through the rest of the stage now.
Yellow Killer B buzzing her way up towards the top. The Dragon Feeny trying to get a couple of those wall jumps. And the Yellow Killer B into the tube early on. And
She's trying to be real fancy. It's not working out.
strap in your seatbelt and get ready for some fun here.
Well, I think I've seen this before. The bounce
Well then, I think this is going to be a little one-sided.
your momentum. The trick in this segment of the level is you can't mess up because you don't get a chance to build speed a second time.
Yellow Killer B driving underneath the thumb. Oh, no, there's a couple of
I'm still not clear on what the car
go back into traffic. Meanwhile, the Dragon Feeny on your left-hand side
does or how it works.
those exclamation blocks and Yellow Killer B. Oh, a little collision coverage right there. She bumps
Okay, I guess
into
it's
the
got
spot.
health or something.
Looking for the exclamation block, and she's on to the next part here. And already, you see the different things that can be thrown at these players. Dragon Feeny deciding to go to the left, but Fish, Yellow Killer B, we've got Cat Mario right now.
Oh, Cat Mario is finally making his appearance, and I like it.
Yeah, this is real This is
Figured that she couldn't do it, so she went to the left side.
not going great
Mushroom trampolines, and maybe
for one
that'll
of
be an
them.
easier time for her to traverse through this. But Yellow Killer Bee with a huge lead right now. That needs to use the crawl feature, the wall climb feature there with the Meowser, or the Cat Mario. Doing a great job already here. We got two options again with the blue and green. Green, of course, actually goes a little bit slower than the blue.
And 9, Yellow Killer Bee.
Oh wait, I just remembered
You have to make sure that you handle these
that I
moving
have a
blocks.
delay
Those
set,
springs
and
can
I
throw
should
players off
not.
quite a bit. When we talked to them prior to this, they said the one
Okay.
obstacle they don't like are springs.
It was a
There we go, that's
universal
fixed.
answer that they don't like, and you see that Yellow Killer Bee right now is trying to use wall jumps and stay ahead of that platform. But you got to be careful as you're making the jump. I think she's starting to figure it out here. The combination of the climb as well as the wall jumps might.
I noticed they have this vertical,
Killer Bee scratching her way to the top.
these like vertical sections, like 2 vertical sections, and they've got like the car immediately.
We've already seen a variety of obstacles. More springs coming up here. Yellow Killer
I think
Bee
they're
go on the treadmill. A couple of treadmills up in the air though. I wonder if those coins should lead her there, Bish.
Right, yeah, it feels
I think they're trying to show off like the new
when
stuff.
you see these kind of levels, and the arrows specifically. The on-off switch is a new feature here in this Mario Maker 2, which actually turns the directions of the conveyor belts as well. And Yellow Killer Bee
And that's that.
all the way to the finish line.
Buzz. Yellow Killer Bee, the first one to cross the finish line.
Oh, does she still have to finish? Oh no, 30 seconds. Why though? Like, so now we just have to watch for 30 seconds as she doesn't complete
Yep, you saw
the
right there. If you
stage.
don't get the jump off at the right time, you will fall.
Why would you do this to her?
Between this left and right side. This is more timing based, whereas that right side was about identifying which block you had to use.
Okay, Dragon Feeny avoiding some thwomps right there.
It's where the thwomps activate before she actually gets up to the thing.
Killer Bee, meanwhile, just sitting back, chilling. She already crossed the goal. An impressive job by our first 2 speedrunners handling that. And as we said, Vish, it's all about learning with the obstacles and adapting. And we saw that especially with Yellow Killer Bee as Cat Mario on that green moving platform. Seemed like she finally found her rhythm after a couple of tries.
Right, yeah, it really is all about using the climb, I think, with Cat Mario, because you can go just a little bit higher, and then from there jump to the next area and then do your wall jumps and whatnot. But I think it was very interesting that Dragon Feeny was stuck in that one area between the 2 different ways that she could have gone. And I think maybe if she had gone back to the mushroom trampoline a little bit earlier, it might have worked out well, because some players are just better at certain aspects of the game.
And 9, those exclamation blocks are very tricky, especially when you're trying to wall jump, because some of those blocks you have to hit. Others, they're not going to really help you out too much.
And again, sometimes finding out which of the blocks you need to hit is almost a luck-based thing, and not all of those blocks are created equal. And really, I think that the most important part is identifying which of the blocks are nice, so if you do fall, you can make it back up without losing too much time.
And you look at the pacing as well too, Vish. It seemed like they weren't really hitting the brakes too much. A nice little rhythm, but they also didn't get themselves in too much trouble by going too fast.
Right. I think that's going to be the risk and reward that we're talking about a little bit, because if you go all the way just holding right the entire time, there's going to be little traps and whatnot that could set you back. You might save 5 seconds, but lose 30 seconds in the long run. So I think just being a little cautious goes a long way in the end.
The Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee, our first 2 participants. Yellow Killer Bee crossing the finish line first. We'll get her official time for you here shortly to see what Abdallah and the completionists have to get if they want to be in first place. Don't forget, the winner of our opening round gets to choose their teammate for round 2. And this is where a little gamemanship comes in here, 9, because you have to ask yourself, do I pick the strongest person to help me out in the second round, meaning I have a stronger opponent in the finals, or do I maybe pick somebody that struggled a little bit and maybe make my path in the finals that much easier?
Well, I've heard that some competitors might be maybe not trying 100% here in the early rounds just to make sure that they can throw people off here. So I think the games have already started, but you laid it out perfectly there. Are you assuming that you can get through that second round with a lesser teammate, or do you want to get there and let the championship round decide itself?
All right, let's get set for our next speed run here between Abdallah and the completionist here as they get set for the same level we just saw. They haven't seen it yet. They were blindfolded and had the noise-canceling headphones on. They're excited. They're ready to roll. The crowd is hyped up. Here we go.
Okay.
We'll take another look at this first course.
There was something
in Super
on
Mario
the
Maker
screen
2,
that
part of
shouldn't
our
have been there.
Invitational. Let's get the countdown rolling here in just one moment. And off we go. Both players hitting start at the same time because they exercise good sportsmanship. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, neither player cheating.
Comes out of the top. Question block.
Good sports.
We've got the completionist. He's trying to complete complete the level already, Fish. It's all about the speed here, rather.
Right. He wants to make sure he hits all the little blocks as soon as he can, but he gets a little power up that the other players.
Everyone just goes to the right. There's probably some psychology to
And
this.
again, both players going for the right side.
And that's what we see right here, Nine. Taking that
And once again,
the big yellow block.
one person doesn't know how this works.
Figuring out the trick of using that ground pound. Abdallah, though, losing a life and having to go back to the beginning. Huge lead for the completionist here now.
It is, and one more block we saw. This takes you almost right up. Can he complete the whole jump? Can he salvage this? It looks like he is. Great spin all the way through.
Oh, he still got it though.
Save there by the completionist. Checkpoint reached.
The aerial acrobatics to find himself in the cart portion at this point, and as you said, very precise jumps needed during this part if you want to avoid an accident.
So you can turn the car on your own. Well, I guess I mean, of course you can. Be weird if you couldn't.
Those springs knocking him off. Abdallah, right now on the right-hand side of your screen, doing a great job bouncing off those platforms, Fish.
Right. I like that there's no hesitation.
I wonder if you have to accelerate or if it goes on its own. I assume it goes on its own. Because otherwise, like, the accelerate button, I would think, wouldn't be immediately obvious.
Area is actually very clutch because a lot of players are tricked up by it and they end up jumping a little bit and having to do that entire course again.
Abdallah moving on to the Cat Mario portion. Meanwhile, the completionist will...
Does that tree always just give a bell?
We'll just put it that way. Cat
I'm guessing it
Mario,
does.
You have to understand different physics can jump a little bit higher.
Or you can like put one in it, like a block.
Again, going over to the green side.
In which case, actually, I would think you could put anything in it.
Does move a little bit quicker here, so it's a little bit easier if you want to get the speed, but sometimes that means you'll miss it too. Thinks they're going to try it right here.
And that's a good point. The rhythm that comes with being on the left-hand side a little bit more...
Excuse me?
Those blocks move faster, but...
I think that's what the doors are for, to just reset this.
The block portion, giving the completionist some time to catch up, but looks like the completionist is just going for a joyride right now.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like Abdallah is just trying
I wonder if they can tell,
He's doing the glide when he wants to do the wall climb and whatnot.
like, how well the other person's doing.
Every so often is really not going to be helpful in clearing a course like this that's very tight in terms of...
Yeah, those springs are weird.
Point 9, we were talking to Abdallah.
They seem like they're causing some problems.
Very tricky. He pointed that out and early on already having to deal with it. Meanwhile, the completionist in the Cat Mario stage has a chance to catch up here.
Does. This is very close right here. Just one more jump, and the completionist will be really about even with them once they get to that checkpoint here. And I think Abdallah's starting to figure it out there. Instead of standing on top of that very slow green platform, instead maybe using it to try to climb up. But it looks like he's found another way. That creativity paying off.
Right. Slow and steady wins the race. With the green blocks, they do end up going slower.
So I assume all of these courses are probably going to be about the same length? Or like they're probably all going to be as long as this. I'm guessing that's why the other courses are called mini courses. Because I feel like a lot of Mario Maker stages tend to not be super long, actually.
There's two. And here's one of those on-off switches that can affect so many different things, but Cat Mario making... Oh, no! Abdallah misses the exclamation mark. It has to go all the way back to the bottom. Here comes the completionist in the block portion. Is there enough time for him to catch up? Don't forget, they're racing our winner from the earlier round right now. We'll see how that time stacks up as Abdallah reaches the top of the pole first. And we'll have 30 more seconds for the completionist just to play around with Super Mario Maker 2 and have some fun there.
You're like, yeah, let's not even pretend that he's actually going to finish this.
I appreciate it. I like
16 seconds left, but you talk about the different physics that you have to get used to, and already you're implementing traps and hazards.
I think it'd be best to not,
Mario 3D World and Cat Mario,
yeah,
trying to handle
to
that.
not run into the springs.
So many things you have to account for here, Nine.
Yes, and I think that right here, as we do see that time tick away, it really was not understanding the Cat Mario physics that kind of threw him off there. There was a chance to climb the wall earlier, but instead looking for a more traditional wall jump, I think...
I don't know how long this is supposed to be exactly.
It's surprising.
I'm guessing these are all going to be going all day, which is fine. It's not
Not
a big deal.
No, yeah, the Cat Mario definitely is a little bit difficult.
It's like, wait, he's still playing, though.
You're trying to just go and do the wall jump as soon as possible, but actually doing the climb just a little bit so you can time your jump and get a little bit more height is very crucial for that particular portion of the level.
So Abdallah wins the head-to-head matchup against the completionist. We do want to clean up one thing. In that prior race with Yellow Killer Bee and the Dragon Feeny, their graphics were on the incorrect side of the screen, so the Dragon Feeny actually winning that first round. See how her time
That's
stacks against Abdallah.
That's a pretty major mistake.
Chance to choose her teammate.
Maybe
But already early on.
Maybe
Nine,
don't
saw that on a given
do
run,
that.
you can go left or right. And
Yeah,
choosing the right
I was
pattern
really
makes all
confused
the difference in the
because
world.
I noticed at like in the middle of that thing that like the completionist was suddenly on like the left, and I was like, wait, what?
We've seen how fast these players can get
It's
through
like,
a
wait, wasn't that the
level
reverse?
before.
It
Not
was,
much room to mess up.
and apparently it was
Car
wrong.
Mario portion in the car, very difficult for the completionist at times because you have to maintain that momentum. Not much of a problem for Abdallah.
Yeah, no, the Cooper car is it's kind of difficult when you're not sure what's going to show up next, right? Because you have to keep your momentum, you have to keep your speed throughout that level, and then there's also one portion where you're not supposed to jump, where it's on the rest of it you're supposed to jump. So keeping all of that in mind is actually quite difficult as it's going so fast.
Well, let's take a look at the times after our first round in the 4 speed runs and see who had the fastest time. And it looks like the Dragon Feeney in 3:11, Abdallah 33 seconds behind. And you see Yellow Killer being the completionist.
Are the other two just
the
not?
speed of the Dragon Feeney and Abdallah. And we've been told that the Dragon Feeney,
I assume there's more
teammate in round two,
to
has
this
chosen Yellow Killer
with
B.
all 4 of them.
So interesting choice right there, but you saw Yellow Killer B wasn't too far behind the Dragon Feeney, and now they get set for the co-op course, and this is where communication comes in. It's so important, and that cooperative play as well too, Nine.
Well, player 2 is always important whenever you're going through a game like this, and it's really important that someone, I think, becomes the shot caller in these situations. Some of these puzzles are going to really...
Is it just me or is the resolution? No, resolution's fine.
Got here. We're going to time this in 1, 2, 3, something along those lines, because we saw a little mess up can send you down far, and I have no doubt that this level is going to be the same way.
And I'm really curious who the little brother is between the Abdallah and completionist, who's going to get that second controller that doesn't get used too much. It's been rolled up for a while as well too. And you mentioned working together, and another fact of this game that we saw earlier in the first course, the on-off switch and how that might be implemented. Perhaps we see that more in these next couple of courses.
Yeah, it definitely will help out with the timing of things. You know, in a 2-player mode, if you have on-off switches, one person might have to turn on the switch, the other person would have to adapt to what that changes in the course map. So I think that could be very tricky and very interesting to see in a game like this. But as Nine said, I think a lot of it's going to be coming down to timing and how well you communicate with your ally. So I think maybe part of the reason why Dragon Feeney chose Yellow Killer B is perhaps, you know, they've been hanging out a lot throughout this weekend, so maybe they have some good synergy that might help them out at this next level.
Synergy, nice business word right there. I'll see that on my next PowerPoint presentation. And Nine, as you get set for co-op mode, and what we saw in this first course is, it's almost like you walk into a section of these courses and you have to perceive everything around you and figure out, how do I solve this puzzle? And now it's going to be implementing most likely that second player. It's not just something you can do by yourself while your partner kicks back and drinks some lemonade.
Well, you do have 2 people, so it should reason that you can now figure it out twice as fast or something like that. So the communication is going to be just as important as what's going on in the game itself.
And also just the execution of the different moves that Mario can do. We saw that with Cat Mario, some of these players struggling as well too. You have to be very familiar with these power-ups, and it looks like our teams are set to go. Round 2, our co-op course here at Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. The Dragon Feeney and Yellow Killer B taking on Abdallah and the completionist. Let's get ready for the countdown here, folks. 3, 2, 1, and let's hit that start button here. As we said, it's co-op mode, Mario, Luigi, a little Super Mario World action here,
Yes.
Nine.
I know a lot of the competitors
okay, then.
who were talking to them said they are very familiar with this, so if there's ever going to be a mode that they will know what to do, this is going to be the time.
Early on, you see a bit of an obstacle here, trying to get to the top
Okay,
shelf. There's
so-
an on
oh, you
switch
can still
that's
grab
sticking around
everyone.
the base. Dragon Feeney, Yellow Killer B, that figure it out. But now they've got to advance Luigi on the bottom. They're starting to slowly figure it out. Hitting those on-off switches, opening up the gates, allowing them to progress here, Vish.
Yeah, like we're talking about, one person is doing the on-off and the other person is just waiting. And in this
Well,
particular
then.
moment, this is where the timing matters, right? Because he has to turn the switch on, and then the blue.
The thing is, it seemed like the way they described it seemed like the multiplayer was built around
At basically the same time.
Both teams sneaking
not
through the
co-op.
same
It seemed like it was
time.
meant to be competitive, so I don't know.
Rain floating at the top. They're trying to jump off of each other's heads to grab it, use those physics to advance. Oh, Dragon Feeney and Yellow Killer B
I don't
moving
think
forward,
that's gonna
but
work.
There is a P block right there. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that switch here, Nine.
Best prize that you could ever get at the end of a crane game there. Dragon Fiend and Yellow Killer being moved. They both get in at the same time. I cannot believe how close this is already. And now we see the switches again. It's going to be very important that they identify this because they are both moving at incredible speed.
And you see Abdallah and the completion is slightly further.
I wonder if there are any places where it would be possible to like
Whatever
get
team
soft
wins
lock.
advances to the finals where they face off against each other. Abdallah and the completionist hitting that power block, getting the spring to go. Mario
Wouldn't be
trying to
surprised.
Jump up with that spring, advances. Luigi on your right-hand side, just a few seconds behind here, Vish.
This is a really tight race. They are just neck and neck right now. They're really figuring out all the things they need to do.
Just
like
throw it
the
at-
block up there to get the spring, and now they just have one more little obstacle to complete here.
They actually have to.
To the top there, that timing.
Past the gravy and past the power block as that.
Oh no.
And Dragon Feeny, Yellow Killer Bee.
Yeah, I would think you wouldn't need to throw the power block directly at it.
It is exhausting having to grab a new power block. Here comes another on-off section here, though, Nine, and this is going to require a lot of communication, it looks like.
This one is a little bit tricky. The last time that we saw this switch, it was a little bit more obvious what you need to do. Here, there's going to be some bouncing that's involved. You can't get to it with a normal jump.
Abdallah and the completionist now equal.
Once again, that
Yellow Killer Bee and Bish, this is what we talked about. Seeing a puzzle in front of you and figuring out what do I do with all the tools at my disposal.
Right. I think level or just like going through and seeing what options you do have could really help you out in a juncture like this.
You see Abdallah and the completionist.
I was gonna say once again that both of them having the music.
Right there. Ooh, what do you do here, Nine? This looks precarious.
Well, they got to figure it out quick. 1, 2, just a little late. The right idea.
Yeah, the music's distracting.
Not enough. You got to start
Or the
all
sound, but having both players, both teams sound out at
You
once.
have the right idea, but at the end of the day, your thumbs have to be in sync with your brain.
Yeah, I mean, in a speedrun like this, you usually get like one try at most in terms of learning that kind of idea here. So he can't mess up again because you have to start all the way from the beginning. Will he get the timing down this time? You can see them biding their time.
He shuts the gate on him. Shuts the gate on him. Said, no, you can't come in for dinner.
Oh, no.
Abdallah and the completionist going back to the beginning. Meanwhile, Dragon Feeny, Yellow Killer Bee still trying to find the rhythm. But Nine, this is an important point. You see a trap. How quickly can you go back?
Yeah, this seems
Give yourself as many chances.
kind of obnoxious.
quickly is how they can get through it there. Both sides know what they need to do. It's just a matter of execution. And as we get to another tricky room right here, it's up to the Dragon Fiend and Yellow Killer Bee to get through this as fast as possible.
And keep in mind, these red and blue blocks are now automatically switching off, and that's a feature with the on-off switch here, Vish. Other items can turn it on and off, but now that's...
I assume they have a shell hitting the switch or something like that.
After that, Abdallah and the completionist. One room ahead on this course over Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee. They're going to give themselves another chance on the left here, trying to time things out. It looks like they might have figured this out. And Abdallah and the completionist taking the carpool through the tube. Is that going to be enough as you take a look coming out the pipe? One more trap here, though, Nine.
It's a trap and also a new feature. They immediately go to grab each other. 1, 2.
Oh, the air ball is...
I'm guessing, yeah, this seems like it's gonna.
Trying to close out this course and advance
Yeah.
to the finals, and they do. Abdallah and that completionist.
I didn't foresee it being possible at that point for the other team to win.
Finals. Nicely done. Fantastic execution, and you see all the things you can do in co-op play, Vish. How about the teamwork by those two?
Oh, man, you could really see the teamwork coming together as the course even progressed, right? Like, you could see them really on point with their timing. As soon as they got that one red-blue block at the start where you have to do it twice in order to continue the next one, I feel like they were totally in sync, and everything after that just kind of really smoothly came together for them.
In Nine, it seemed like the difference in this course was how quickly Abdallah and the completionist figured out that one room where you've got to alternate the red and blue blocks and then time the double jump at the end. They're able to rinse and repeat multiple times. Meanwhile, Yellow Killer Bee and the Dragon Feeny just couldn't get the rhythm down.
No, and it's remarkable not only how quickly they were able to adapt, but how quickly they figured out the exact timing that they needed to do. That is not easy to do. These people know what they're doing, and that skull track room that they got through, that took them 2 tries. They figured it out immediately and executed it right on that second try.
Well, we're at the finals, which means we do have to say goodbye to 2 of our competitors. Crowd, let's give a big round of applause to Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee. Excellent work considering this is the first time they saw this game, and I'm sure they're going to just have a great time with it when it releases later this month. But we do have a finals to get to, and it'll be 3 objective-based courses and then 1 finals course as well, too. And This is where things get fun because now you've got different ways to finish courses here. You see round 1, the Dragon Feeny had the fastest time. She chose Yellow Killer B. However, Abdallah and the Completionist, with a bit of an upset in the second round, they'll pair off against each other in those finals. And as we said, the courses and the ways that you can complete them now, it's going to involve probably more puzzle solving.
Right, and this is a new feature that we have here, the ability to have clear conditions and then touching the flagpole or whatever it may be that's at the end of the level.
And there's different things that you can do. You can perhaps maybe collect a certain amount of coins, hit a P-switch possibly. So understanding that and realizing what you have to do, and these are probably going to be shorter courses as well too, Vish, so less margin for error.
Right. I think taking your time with courses like this really will pay off because there's going to be little precarious traps as you go along, right? So, and there's going to be levels where you may have to like escort something, you may have to have an item along with you, you might have to collect all the coins as you mentioned. So being very wary of what's coming up ahead while going as fast as you can is going to be really the crucial portion of this.
Well, let's get set for our first course in the finals, the first of 3 mini courses that are objective-based. So keep an eye out for what that objective is. It'll appear at the bottom of your screen here shortly. We've got Abdallah versus the Completionist, course 1 of the finals. Let's get this countdown started here, crowd.
They were really chummy in the previous game, but now the gloves are off. Now they got to play against each other. Look
I see a furrowed brow from the Completionist. He's ready to go. 3, 2, 1, and let's roll here. Both players hitting that play button at the same time. Finals 1.
Okay, then.
Super Mario 3 here, 9.
Well, you knew we were going to get it coming up eventually, and it's going to be reaching the goal after hitting all, in this case,
All one P-switch.
Well, let's see what we have here. You go through the pipe, and there's a mushroom, and up. Just like airplane seats for me, too big to get through there, Vish.
Yeah, that's our first peek at the night mode feature that we
Yeah,
have
no,
in
you're not
Mario
gonna.
Maker 2. And it looks like there's twisters here as well, and we also have the little sandstorm feature, which is going to push you through that little area that's too difficult for you if you were a big Mario.
Abdallah trying to figure out which jigsaw piece can complete this puzzle right now. Can't make it through that pipe as long as you've got those twisters at the bottom. Hits the on-off switch, trying to mess around with the twister on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Completionist, knocks the twister off right there, and seems like both players still trying to kind of figure out how this course works here, 9.
Right, and you called it a puzzle earlier. It absolutely is, and everything that you see right here is self-contained. Both of them have gone through the door, they've gone back through the pipe, and it looks like the Completionist is starting to figure it out, escorting that twister all the way to the end. Almost there, gonna have to get it to drop just one.
Oh, does it have to have something below it?
Move to any empty block, it'll return back, but the twister drops down for the Completionist. Looks like our crowd is starting to kind of figure out this puzzle as well too. Now it just comes down to that execution piece we talked
Oh,
about.
I guess the wind is the thing that's an issue.
Figured out the mechanics of this level and how to get the twister all the way to the right.
So I was thinking, like, this seems like it shouldn't be that difficult.
And that's going to move the P block all the way there, and he is going to be able to get it out. The P switch ready.
But the
wait a minute.
Completionist carries it.
Wait
you
a
gotta. Don't you hit a P switch when you see it, Fish?
You should hit
He's
the P
carrying it like a watermelon at this point. He hits the P switch.
There
The
you go.
Completionist, first one through the pipe. Abdallah still trying to hit it. Completionist. He gets the mushroom at the end, and the Completionist wins the first course, giving him a 3-second head start in the finals.
Yeah, they're not even gonna bother with
We
it.
saw 9, the
30 seconds.
recognize a puzzle, and how quickly can you rinse and repeat?
Well, talk about a margin for error here. They both actually did the same thing. They took the P-switch up to the block on the top right. The only difference is that the Completionist did not let the block go. We saw Abdallah do that, and once it's up there, you can't grab it again. It's floating in the air, you're floating in the air, and we didn't see it there, but he actually had to reset the level anyway.
And it goes back to the mechanics of not only Mario Vish, but the different traps and hazards you're going to see, understanding how those twisters work and how you can't go through the pipe and you can't go through if you're carrying anything.
Yeah, that's a new feature here in Mario Maker 2, so it just kept you all the way up there, and it's a P switch. You gotta hit the switch, man. See all the switchers on the right side.
It's shiny, it's blinking in the face, you gotta jump on it right
Ready
there. But
for
the
you.
Completionist winning the first course of that objective course as we saw, and really impressive work by both of them to figure it out. So let's go ahead and get set for our second course here between Abdallah and the Completionist. The Completionist taking the first one with a 3-second head start. They're ready to go, they're exhaling, they're ready to roll. Let's get this countdown started here. All right, we've got our second course here, and 9. What are the rules for this one here?
Reach the coin, or the goal, after grabbing all 100 coins. You do have to reach the coins, in fact, 100 of them, and you see right there.
The coal just doesn't
Not yet
appear.
there. Let's hop into the pipe and see what we've got.
And also, what genre are we working with here so they're familiar with the controls?
Yeah, this is Super Mario World 3D, so we're gonna be able to see.
Did you just say Super Mario World 3D?
So we're gonna have the
Completionist on your right-hand side, using that wall jump and those swinging cranes.
Swinging
Abdallah
crane.
flying forward right now. Gets propeller Mario and whee! Trying to go to the top. And you see those vines might help here. 9 already, Abdallah blowing through this course.
That's 90 coins right there. Needs to find 10 more. And as you look up to the top of your screen, another new feature, 10 coins in one. You saw a few of the blocks get broken right there. I think Abdallah already...
So I assume they're exactly 100?
Watch out, the completion is not far behind, but that's all 100.
Abdallah now just has to descend to the bottom and all about grabbing that bag and going here at this point here, Fish.
Yeah, working with the physics on this level, he traversed this so quickly because it was tight timings to do those little wall jumps and make sure.
Oh, wow.
So taunting by
Yeah.
Abdallah.
Yeah.
So much for gamemanship and good friendship right here.
They were just friends in the previous game. What happened?
Lively smirk. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, I know that.
Well, he's not invited to the next event.
To Invitational 2019.
Nintendo won't have that.
These are now foes. Abdallah rubbing it into the face and beard of the completionist right there, Nine.
That nod that the completionist gave was not a happy nod.
No.
That was all right. We got one more.
Yeah,
Let's
that's-
see who gets the lead.
That's a you cut me off in the buffet nod right there. No, thank you. 1-1 is the score now, so neither player with a head start in the final course will get to. We're ready for course number 3. Let's keep this action rolling here, crowd. You know what to do when that countdown begins. Let me hear you.
Wait, neither of them get a head start?
I gotta say these levels are so creative.
Or do they mean, does he mean, I guess the head start's in the
Third objective-based course
next
here.
round.
Go ahead and break it down for us.
Reach the goal. Well, riding Yoshi. I know there's some Yoshi fans in the crowd. Come on.
So I guess potentially someone could have had a 9-second head start or something like that. I don't know how that works.
Sauce, and that's not something Yoshi likes. Yoshi bouncing off the cannonball on the left-hand side for Abdallah slightly.
Although I have to wonder how much a 3-second head start will matter in the long run.
The fire, but a twister sent him straight into the spike, and Abdallah losing a life.
Those weren't
Oh, but the
those weren't in Mario Maker 1, I'm pretty sure. The spike pillar things.
sees some dripping water, avoids the icicle falling down, but then that pink bumper knocking him off, and you got to be careful here, Fish.
Yeah. That being said, I feel like the completionist like really went through that stage quite fast. He was able to duck under the saws really well, carrying the momentum while he slides. And then he also went through the icicle portion pretty quickly. And now he's already on the second part, and we're gonna see seesaws here. You gotta have to make sure to put your weight on the right portion and jump. According completionist finished that so fast.
Under a minute. The completion is not rubbing it in. It's all business. You see the collar. You see the suit jacket right there. He'll take a 3-second head start into our final course. And how about that? Dancing around the hazards throughout that entire level 9. Nearly a flawless finish by the completionist.
We didn't even get to talk about the mechanics of that level there. I was going to say, well, you know, if you bounce off Yoshi, he can run around and you can jump back on him. The completionist said, no, I'll keep my dino the entire time. Let's just run through this. No problem whatsoever.
Prehistoric preservation.
Would there be any reason to get rid of Yoshi?
To our final course, and as we said, a 3-second head start for the
I'm pretty sure he
completionist.
doesn't extend your hitbox at all. Like you're the same size, I believe.
More invested in this game, and you'll see the finals. The 3 minis plus 1 final. The completionist taking 2 out of those 3, which means you'll have a nice, comfortable 3-second head start. But as we know, sometimes 3 seconds isn't much time in these final courses,
Potentially, in those last couple of games, though, they were like pretty neck and neck, and some of them are speeding through it like we saw completion.
Yeah, but it seems like there's no way that you would have ended up having one person with a
Last game we're gonna see here.
Let's get
like
set
a
for our
6-second
final
head
course,
start.
Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019 crowd. Let's get this thing rolling.
It's just one person has 3 or one person has 9. Those were the only 2 possibilities.
Champion this year. Let's get set. Oh, the completion is hitting the start button first. Obviously, you get that 3-second head start, so that's great right there by Abdallah, honoring that. And of course, there's going to be lava here, 9.
Of course, there's going to be lava, and this was the one that we hadn't seen yet. We're taking it back all
Yeah, that head start
the classic there. And
didn't seem to matter much.
So far, a little stumble there at the start, but of course, lava. I wonder who we're going to see at the end of this.
The completion is able to stay alive and dance around the icicle, trying to get some momentum, waits for that lava to fall. We get to the next
Icicles in a castle just seem
grabs the swing.
weird. Like the icicles plus lava.
Boom, boom, floating down right now, 9.
Look at how quickly Abdallah went across that, and the speed being too much. The completion is taking the more cautious route, meets the same fate. They're going to start again. I'm starting to think those 3 seconds may not matter too much.
And Bish, this is where
Yeah, no, I don't think they ever would have.
You're going to get back to the same part that you stumbled against. How quickly can you get back to that same area?
Definitely, definitely. I think it's going to be like a huge learning process as they traverse this level, right? And that 3 seconds allowed him to get maybe one extra try. And Abdallah's already. Oh no! And the little
pump fake by the
surprise.
Spike said, in the kind words of Dikembe Mutombo, no.
Oh man.
Wonder if they have checkpoints or a checkpoint in this level anywhere. Because with how long this is, it seems like that would be a good thing to have. Like that first level they went through, there it seemed to be basically no threat of dying,
Just a little bit too high and catches his cap on the ice.
or at least very little.
Completionist is taking a nice little Sunday cruise, and he sees the trap ahead. But he jumps too early, and he falls into the lava. Abdallah with a chance to take the lead. He's got to navigate, but he falls to the same fate as earlier, and already this lava castle is causing a lot of issues for both our runners here, Nine.
And now both
Looks like that lava hitbox is
by the same things a couple of times. This is really rinse and repeat.
smaller than it looks.
Maybe little refinements here, but at this point it's really just about making sure you execute the plan you already know.
Does he know he can just run across?
You want to execute, but you know, right on the other
Maybe he's
side,
thinking he needs more of a head start.
right against you, and you've got to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I mean, you want to like take your time just a little bit, but at the same time, you got to go as fast as you can. And Completion is finally able to get all the red points. Will he go to the next portion? Gets the key. He's there. He's there. But
I didn't know you could make it just
Uh-oh, a seesaw.
Oh my God! He's done it! He's done
I didn't know you could make it just 4 coins.
Reaches the first checkpoint.
I thought it had to be like a certain amount, like 5 or something like that.
As the icicles falling, staying on the moving platform, but
Thank goodness for checkpoints.
in all of our excitement, Abdallah moving forward. And
It seems like, yeah, you could just stay on the
but he falls
right
to the
side and you'll be
as
fine.
well, too, and this is tricky here, Nine, because those icicles are falling faster than the platform's moving.
Right, and I think Abdallah has already done it. You saw that he is starting much further back on the platform and just inching his way to the right, staying clear of them just a
Okay, I guess that's one way of doing that.
The next portion, but what waits?
Just like getting candy in the middle of the night, you have to tiptoe down the hallway. Abdallah moving his way up the spikes to some more swinging cranes. Tries to go underneath the icicle here, and this is where that risk reward and speed factor comes in here, Fish.
Right, right. With the swing crane, you can use the momentum to start the fall of the icicle, and then from there, able to get to the next swinging crane. So using all the physics of these new features in Mario Maker 2, and using the physics there to be able to jump on the...
And now we get to the point where it's just very one-sided.
Slopes just don't go downhill. If you're an optimist, they go up as well too, Nine. And here comes an interesting part with some...
If you're an optimist, slopes go uphill? What?
Very careful swinging.
Wouldn't that be more pessimistic, maybe?
The two players, but
I don't know.
saying, all right, let's just get across this. If I fall, I have a long way back up. As the completionist says, hey, wait a minute, I'm climbing this mountain too.
And Abdallah also saying one hazard he doesn't like, the solo spikes from the original Super Mario Brothers. And you see it right there as those watermelon-looking bouncers making this climb to the summit just a little bit tougher. But Abdallah navigating that section. Now he has a slope with some springs here, Fish.
And they all mentioned how much they dislike springs. There's a lot of springs in this portion, and you fall all the way down if you end up messing up this portion here of the swing claw. This is very tricky. I think this is where risk reward really comes into play because you don't want to fall.
I wonder if you can slide down slopes in the Mario 1 style.
Just not too far behind using those
Since that was a thing that was introduced in 3, but then again, Mario 1 just didn't have slopes, so...
with the twister, a lot of components here, and once again, you have to be familiar with the mechanics of these hazards here, Nine.
And you see right there, just not enough height to get up there. Gonna try it again. Abdallah knows what he needs to do here. He needs to manipulate where that twister is and lower him on the seesaw. And meanwhile, on the other side, the completion is never far behind.
He's on the vine portion as well, too, so we know he's hot on the heels of Abdallah. Abdallah just playing on the playground right now with the seesaw and the twister, trying to figure out, how do I get him to that bridge? Another puzzle-solving component here, Fish.
The bounce on those seems really weird.
All the way to the tippy top of that seesaw, and now he will make his way to the next portion of the support pipe. But Completionist, not too far behind if you can figure out how to do these swing claws really quickly.
Checkpoint reached by Abdallah. You see some more rising lava, a lot of Goombas trying to crowd the club. Oh, there he is.
Oh no.
There's Bowser, but it looks like Bowser has updated his home security system. A couple more obstacles to try and take down King Koopa.
And this really is the puzzle here. Can they figure out the quickest and most efficient way? You see some spikes on top here. Gonna swing over there, and you look, Abdallah is taking his time right now and jumps a little too high. Earlier, you wanted to jump as high as you could on the crane. Not so much in this portion.
Have to watch your head, but you see the on-off switch will block the Goombas from coming out of the pipes. You have to navigate the huge fire breath coming in from Bowser.
That seems annoying.
Tricky here because you saw those 3 icicles, and we always know 3 is the magic number here, Fish.
Right. I wonder how many icicles it'll take to get this Bowser. Okay, the third one goes, and then he thought it was going to be 3 as well.
Honestly, a lot of elements of this level seem a little annoying.
The completionist, though, getting ready to go down the chimney, and boy, does he have some gifts for Bowser.
Bowser's been working out. It takes more than 3 now.
Yeah,
What's going on?
Bowser hitting the gym, eating some protein, getting some greens in his system. Completionist, he's on the swinging crane. He's going to take a stab at Bowser. It takes 3, right? No.
Oh, little did you know. Oh man, but these icicles are a very interesting way to be able to hurt Bowser in this level. So that swinging.
It seems weird that they even do damage to him.
They are able to do even more than just the 3 icicles.
9, rinse and repeat as always. You know how to get on top of Bowser, but now you have to be very careful. Is it going to be 3? No, but those saws. That's not the type of back massage you want right there. No. Bowser claiming the completionist. Abdallah trying to navigate.
I think he still doesn't know that it's going to require more than 3.
How many more does he need? 2 more going down. That's 6. That's got to do. No! It takes more than that, 9.
Oh man, the completion is doing the same. Abdallah has his method here. Can he get over? Barely clears it, and that Goomba almost ending the run. That's 9 icicles. That's still not enough.
Let's see if it'll do with 3 more. Abdallah,
12?
Unbelievable! Bowser hitting the gym just like you, 9.
What's going on? How is it 12 hits is not enough for Bowser? Where has he been this whole time? He's been training.
The fire keeps coming. Bowser does not want to champion. Oh, Abdallah knocks out Bowser. Now he just has to navigate the swinging crane. A couple more icicles.
And then straight into the saws.
And Abdallah gets the axe, knocks out Bowser, and that will do it as Abdallah is victorious, and he is your Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019 Grand Champion.
Oh my goodness. What a crazy last level there. The way you take on Bowser was so creative. Super Mario Maker 2.
I think out of everything in that level there, 9, the thing that surprised people the most, the 14 hits to knock out Bowser.
So I guess that's it.
Used to 3, but 14
I was expecting this to be like longer for some reason.
It's so important to recognize
The way they described it at the beginning sounded like it was going to be really long, but I guess
that the RNG of Bowser's fire would be
it wasn't.
Goomba as well. And as we all know, every time Mario takes a trip back to the beginning of that level, it resets the health. And Abdallah standing at center stage right now, championing the crowd.
Well, we have a champion, and to present his hardware, everybody, please welcome the producer for Super Mario Maker 2, Mr. Tezuka. How about that trophy right there, 9?
One of a kind, walking over there to get it. I know that this is exactly what they've been working for this entire time, and to be able to come out on top in the way that he has, just remarkable.
Abdallah, your champion here, and Mr. Tezuka passing off the hardware there. Couple photos as well, too. Let's go ahead, toss it down to Mr. Tezuka for a few comments.
改めましておめでとうございます。アブダラーさん。
Congratulations to you, just again.
本当はね、上の土管から登場したかったんですけども、ちょっと危ないからどうしてもやめてほしいということで、ここから出てきました。
So I actually wanted to enter the stage from that pipe, but I was told by the staff that would be too dangerous, so they told me to stop.
素晴らしい試合でしたね。本当にどちらが勝つかわからなくて。
That was a really great final course you guys played, and I had no idea who was going to win right up until the end.
で私も日本でこのレベルを遊んでみたんですけど、全然クリアできなかったです。
So I actually played these courses myself in Japan, but I was unable to clear any of them.
制作者
I'm trash.
このゲームのスタッフですけども、なかなかね難しいコースは苦手です。
So yeah, even for the staff of this game, these difficult courses are really.
It seems so weird that he's so far away.
すごいスーパープレ
He's just on like the opposite side of the stage.
Truly amazing. It was a super play that you put on display for us.
Yeah, random people in the audience.
このゲームを盛り上げてくださった皆さんも拍手を送りたいと思います。 このゲームを盛り上げてくださった皆さんにも拍手をください。
And I also want to applaud you guys for raising such a good cheer for the entire play we saw today. Thank you. Applaud yourselves.
Applaud yourselves for applauding.
Up here too.
このレベルは任天堂のツリーハウスのメンバーが頑張って作ってくださいました。
So these courses that you saw today were created by members of Nintendo's Treehouse.
でこのトーナメントのデザインもみんな彼らが考えてくださいました。
And they also thought up all the details for the tournament today.
これ皆さん遊んでみたいと思いませんか？
So would you like to give these courses a try yourself?
もうすぐこれ発売されますけども、その後、皆さんにも遊んでもらえるようにちょっと今考えてます。
So this game is going to be coming out pretty soon, and we're thinking of a way to make sure all of you will be able to play these courses as well.
So they'll just put them in the game. I mean, they did that with the first game. They put the when they had that. What was it they had? Was that Nintendo World Championships? I think when they had Mario Maker 1, and I think they put those in the game.
You're going to be seen on this stage.
I don't remember what you had to do to unlock them.
Energy, and
But,
we
yeah.
hope you're looking forward to it all. All right, thank you so much.
Put your hands together one more time for the producer of Super Mario Maker 2, Mr. Tezuka. And how about a round of applause for all of our participants, the Dragon Feeny, Yellow Killer Bee, the Completionist, and your champion, Abdallah. That'll do it for the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. Don't forget Super Mario Maker 2 drops.
That Splatoon trophy looks real fancy.
Chance to play some of these fantastic levels, but don't go anywhere. We've got more great Nintendo competitive action just around the corner as we get set for the Splatoon 2 World Championships 2019 next here at the theater at Ace Hotel.
Okay then. Whoop. If you hear me not speaking, or well, don't hear me speaking, and just hear me quietly typing, like I said, I'm working on other things, so yeah, that's what that is. I could briefly show what I'm working on. Well, not what I'm working on, but I could show what I have worked on. I can just tell you. I was working on. Well, I'm not working on it now, but I was working on notes on Microsoft. And my god, there's so much. Because Sony's not going to be there, I just have to throw everything into Microsoft, and there's too much. It's like, okay, well, just all of E3 is happening, I guess. Like, at Microsoft's conference. I don't know. Like, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the show's like 2 hours long. Well, you're not missing anything here, so just go ahead. Perfect. Well, I mean, just so much here, just way too much. It's a problem. Just, it's just, yeah.
Joining me, I'm Jordan Kent, your Spray by Spray host, and we have two of the leaders of the Pearl de Marina fan club, Nine and Milano.
Is that what I
Welcome
want?
to the big stage
Yes,
here.
okay.
Nine, as we get set for this action, we've had a chance to see this.
It's just, it's, yeah.
some folks that are going to get their first splash of ink as they watch this championship here. Tell us a little bit more about why Splatoon 2 is so unique.
In case you ever wondered what my notes look like.
Unique is the perfect word. This is a fast-paced.
Granted, I'm not going to show you all of it, but
shooter. But unlike some other games, there's
yeah,
a mechanic
it's
called
just.
turf. Putting that on the ground is going to allow you to move.
Yeah, we're going to explain how Splatoon works, in case you somehow don't know at this point.
Well, as always, we have to have rules. We can't just be running around here all willy-nilly. So let's take a look at the tournament rules for the Splatoon 2.
Let's not even introduce the girl on the right.
Up first, we have our ink pools. Ha! See what we did there? Turf War. Teams will play 2 matches.
I do.
In a mini-seeding bracket.
I do, and I'm disappointed.
They'll be ranked by their win-loss record. Then we move on to elimination mode. Our
I am going to be paying significantly less attention to this part of the show, so yeah.
Best of 7. You see all the ranked modes there, and we will look to crown a champion at the end of this World Championship 2019. And Milana, these teams, if you want to talk about high level, these teams are the personification of that. What kind of strategy will we see from these high-level teams?
Well, Jordan, these teams are going to have to play at the top of their game. They're going to have to communicate effectively with each other. They're going to have to play and as a team like they've never played before. They really need to bring their all because they are competing against the best of the best in the world.
And you mentioned that magic word communication. It's important
also,
to relationships and also Splatoon 2 as well.
Unrelated to Splatoon, Ubisoft. As far as Ubisoft goes, there are so many things that leaked from Ubisoft's conference. Or, well, I don't know if it's a conference, but there's a lot of stuff. There's like too much. Before I actually started like actively working on all of this, I just had grabbed a bunch of like Twitter links, basically. There's links to articles and stuff that I had seen, and mostly regarding like leaks or just any time where they, in some cases, some like companies straight up just said like, hey, this game's gonna be at the show. There are so many for Ubisoft. There's a lot. There are like 6 different things that leaked out. It's ridiculous.
There you have it, 2 of our first teams, Lime Soda representing Australia, New Zealand, and the GG boys from Japan. Let's start with Lime Soda and Milana. They had quite the journey, Lime Soda from Australia, New Zealand, to get here to these championships. Tell us a little bit more about that story.
So Lime Soda is a team that maybe has gone a little bit unnoticed in the international scene up until their 4-5 reverse sweep against Morning Sun, one of the top teams in the Australia-New Zealand region. They have fought hard to be here, and they deserve their place here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some gameplay.
Very exciting action there, but 9, we would be remiss to mention the GG boys, your defending champions, led by 4 of the finest individual players that have now collectively joined forces to create a formidable team. What is needed from them if they want to hoist up the Splatoon Sterling Squid once again this year?
Well, they're going to have to be better than they were last year. And I know it sounds a little bit weird, right? They won last year.
Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. I was like, wait, there's just no one at that monitor? Why would you point the camera there? But no.
Because I know they've been in a bit of a flux recently, and you have to identify what's best.
And 9, we were talking about that as we were partaking in some physical fitness at the gym this morning, trying to stay healthy, about how this is probably one of the most talented championship setups we've ever seen. We've casted a couple of these championships. These 4 teams are stacked, though.
They are stacked. And I think if you watched last year's Splatoon 2 World Championships, I'll go out on a limb and say that every single one of these teams is better than what was representing them last year. And it's again because the game changes so quickly. If you stay stagnant, you are going to get left behind. This should be a lot of fun from the word go.
And Milana, we're starting with Turf War. So let's break down the strategy with Turf War. Obviously, it says you've got to ink as much turf as possible, but it's so much more than that.
Definitely. The game isn't really played the same throughout that whole 3-minute segment.
I just closed some things.
Focus on getting that middle ground. You wanna take.
Oh no, why is this paused?
You wanna turf as much as you can, and you wanna make sure you don't die. It sounds kind of obvious, but
I guess that's just what that does if I accidentally minimize
You
that.
mentioned getting splatted. It seems like for the first half of Turf War, there is an emphasis on splats. At least that's what we heard when talking to the GG boys.
definitely. by taking out some of the opponents, you are able to make those pushes into their enemy base. You're able to control that turf for a longer period of time.
And 9, as we say, when the popcorn's finally popping in the final 30 seconds of turf war, what's the most important thing you have to keep in mind?
Hold the line, hold your position, set up, and whatever you do, do not let yourself be sent back to spawn. It is more important that you play cautiously and hold the ground that you've earned yourself over the first few minutes of play.
And 9, we oftentimes talk about team composition and different roles, because obviously all 4 players on a team aren't going to just go out there and do the same thing. You have to work together, you have to talk together, but they have different jobs on the team.
They do, and the most common ones that you're going to hear us talk about are front line, mid line, and back line. And there are a lot of weapons in Splatoon, and a lot of them do different things. But in general, think of the frontliners as the playmakers, the ones who go up and get personal with the opponent. The midliners tend to be the supportive players. They're going to paint the map a little bit more. They're going to be up assisting, and the backliner, that's the anchor, and it's going to hold the ship down.
We're just a couple minutes away of getting started with our ink pools. You've got the GG boys, the defending champions from Japan, taking on Lime Soda, a strong team from Australia, New Zealand. And we're going to be calling out specials quite a bit during these matches here in Milana. But with the specials, there's a strategy that these teams use as far as when they want to use them.
Definitely. We want to
I wonder how this all works competitively in terms of like gear and stuff like that.
And in this case, there's exponentiated power in numbers.
Or like the specific weapons they have. Like, do they? I assume they don't use their own switches.
This conversation because when you and I play together, I'm oftentimes leaving you in that one position because I get splatted. What's the advantage of having the cephalopod advantage, as we like to say on the map?
So I'm guessing they just have access to everything or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how they generally handle these. They probably won't bother explaining that.
Much easier time of taking that person out and moving up, and it's what these teams are going to be shooting for here. They know that if they can pincer somebody, if they can get some flanks, that's going to be how they get a very quick splat and move on to the next objective.
Like the pincer somebody right there as well too. Hopefully they can scyther their way to the goal here. And you take a look at the coin toss that we had earlier on, and it looks like Lime Soda won the coin toss. They're going to choose Manta Maria for our first stage, and a level you're obviously very familiar with here, 9. Manta Maria, what are some things you have to keep in mind on this map?
Well, I think it's actually my favorite map in the game, and I think it's because a lot of different weapons can succeed there. The reason that I think they chose this is you see right there, Yoshiko is a backline specialist. She is going to be moving around the top mid area of the map where there's grading, going to be able to influence a lot there with the long-range weapons, and the GG boys don't have a dedicated backliner. I'm thinking that's why they went there.
And that's a very good point. You look at all the
Bring your amiibo with your setup.
What's interesting
Does your amiibo save your gear and stuff? Like all that doesn't save. Doesn't that save like a specific gear set or something like that?
Definitely. We have some sort of people think a certain way about certain weapons, but I find
Actually,
that
I don't know. I don't know what the amiibo
it's
does.
been more varied than ever before because of how the meta is shaped.
And we had that conversation with GG Boys here, 9, about how they feel ever since the updates from last year. You mentioned a different GG Boys this time around in 2019. They feel long-range weapons have much more of a higher success rate this time around, and so they've had to change their composition a little bit.
They have, and it's one of the reasons earlier that I said that they're going to need to find the composition that works for them because, as we said, they don't have a true dedicated backliner like some of these other teams. Last year we saw 2 frontliners, sometimes 3 frontliners. That's not going to cut it this time. You know that they know what's best. They just have to identify it quickly.
And what's great about Lime Soda, Milana, is that we've been talking with them all week long, and this is a team that's very confident, a very young team, and they know that because of the way that they got here, as you mentioned, the dramatics in their qualifier, they've got nothing to lose here. They feel like they can hang with anybody.
The momentum that they got from that reverse sweep, I think definitely can also carry over to the World Championship. So don't count them out yet. Even though GG Boys was our last year's champion, it still could be anybody's team.
Anything can happen. We'll also introduce the other 2 very strong squads here in just a little bit. We're about 90 seconds away from getting things rolling.
Amiibo saves one set of gear.
Individuals for GG Boys. You know my heart's with Yamamichi here, not. But
Yeah, I figure they just have everything unlocked.
Certainly. The one I'm going to be keeping my eye on is Etna. Etna calls himself the best flex player.
Or maybe they only have
like a big claim to make, but
just like.
a flex player is someone
No, I was gonna say they only have what you have available at the start, but don't you have like one weapon? I don't know. How did they? I don't know. Remember how Splatoon 2 handles it? I seem to recall Splatoon 1. You have one weapon and like one shirt available at the start, and that's it. Just bring them on Switch. I don't think they do. I assume they provide them with switches. There are probably certain reasons that they just would, just to be totally safe, they just want to avoid them having their own switches and then potentially having hardware issues or whatever that they can't really easily deal with.
Get yourself a 4v3 and move in from there.
And you were talking about the advantage and the exponential advantage. We're going to use that term push quite a bit here. Break that down for us a little bit more, Milana, when we talk about
This takes a very long time to set up.
So when we
It would
talk
seem.
about pushes, we're talking about teams moving up as one unit into the enemy spawn or into the enemy side of the map.
Some professional
By
stalling
doing
going
that,
on right now,
they
though.
can have more turf, more area to maneuver, and it keeps the enemies back and kind of intimidated.
So we're working on a controller issue right now, but what's great here is I can
Oh,
sit up here and talk
that's why.
Splatoon 2 with you all day long. Nine, here's what's great about Turf War. It is the foundation of every single ranked mode we're going to see. There are other objectives later on in the semifinals and the finals, but it all comes down to controlling turf. Why is that so important?
Well, first of all, you're going to get tired of hearing us say turf control, and I apologize in advance for that. But it is the fundamental building block that every single mode in this game, including the ranked modes, is built on. As we said earlier, you move about the map with extra turf on the ground. It's how you build your specials that we've talked about that can turn a game in a blink of an eye, and it all starts with the fundamentals and the teachings that you get from this mode right here.
And Milana, we continue to talk about specials. And when you look at Turf War, what are some specials that come to mind for you as far as things that'll really help out teams, maybe in that last 30 seconds as well, too, when we see the tide of a match really turn?
As for Turf War, I think we might see some specials that, cover more turf. So things maybe like bubbles. I might expect to see some missiles on the side of GG Boys. By using missiles, it can really move the backliner on the opponent's side away and, kind of put them out of position. So.
That's such a good point. The Tenta missiles, 9, we've been obviously on the suffering end of those before. Where you have to scatter like mice when the light turns on. And that is a very powerful tool, especially in Turf War, if you're really looking to dislodge the opponent, but also cover some turf.
And it's remarkable how quickly Tenta missiles have come up and really become a force. For the longest time, they were the special that you didn't want. You would choose to not play a weapon if it had that as its special. But recently, because of buffs to certain weapons, people have gotten better with it, and they've started to see the utility. It's a very quick way to, as Milana put it, pressure the backline of the enemy team and push them back. And again, we've talked about it, Yoshiko is going to be their biggest obstacle. I think missiles will be a good pick.
About 30 seconds away as we get set for our opening match in the ink pools of the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. We've got our defending champions, the GG Boys, trying to take on the up-and-coming Lime Soda from Australia, New Zealand. Let's see if they can shake things up here as we get set. Crowd's been fantastic, by the way. They waited until last night to get in here, 9. They must really like you.
When we were handing out donuts earlier, the first 5 people in line I saw were all Splatoon fans. They had signs, they had everything, and their waiting is about to be rewarded as we get started.
And now they've got it working.
Let's get it cracking here. Turf 4, Santa Maria, GG Boys taking on Lime Soda from Australia. New Zealand will go ahead and let you know what color each team will be as we get rolling here. Looks like Australia, New Zealand going to be in that neon yellow. GG Boys in that purple. And 9, tell us about the loadouts we're seeing early on.
Well, we said earlier that they didn't have a dedicated backliner, but it looks like the GG Boys have opted to bring 2. That there at the top, Dynamon and the custom Explosion, and Yamamichi using the custom Jet Swelter, both very strong backline weapons. I think they wanted to get the jump on this.
And you take a look at the large mast in the middle of this map here, 9, and you figure that's going to be a pivotal point to control throughout Manta Maria.
It is. That's the most important part, and it's why we said the backliner is going to move up there. But the easiest way is to just not let them get there. Look how far Taiji and Etina are pushed up. Etina winning a 1v1 despite being in a bad position.
Are they just doing Turf War? Or is this...
They have no fear at this point.
4-2 on the field for the GG Boys.
Yeah,
This
looks
is
like
what
it.
we talked about, Milana. When you've got that numbers advantage, you want to push it.
Yeah, so...
Also, I mentioned before, ton of Ubisoft leaks. Turns out there's more than I thought. Fun.
Will with the Slotcher up top.
Can you please stop this, Ubisoft?
There, but spreads a little bit of ink. Let's
Please.
take a look at Etina in the middle of a 2v1. That's what we talk about, 9. If Lime Soda is going to create upset, they've got to find those situations.
They did, and it was great. They're getting a little bit too aggressive. That's sometimes the punishment that happens. But look at this, a never-ending stream of pressure as Taiji continues to push up on what we call the snipe area. Will actually got the punishment there as well. So it looks like it's an even position here. I think GG Boys needs to hold back just a touch.
Big shout out to Czar on the spectator cam, doing a fine job following all of this action here. So we'll get a good look at everything that takes place. Will trying to climb up top. Here's Yoshiko using the ballpoint splatling right now, creating a little bit more pressure, and you start to see Lime Soda here, 9, really start to push into the GG Boys territory.
Oh, and what incredible movement there by Etina to come up, and that's another reason why you want to stick together. Well, the people are watching your buddy. You can move move up and get a splat there as well. But Gio getting a crucial spot in the center of the map there. He needs to hold this spot. Roaching there and just a little bit too much. I would have liked to have seen him hold that spot.
Yamamichi, meanwhile, trying to get to the mast here. You see, look at the map. A lot of yellow on the map here. Lime Soda applying some pressure as we get to the final minute here, Milana.
And remember what we said, it really comes down to that last 30 seconds. So even though it seems like it is going in favor of Lime Soda, it really could still be any.
Inkjet being deployed by the GG boys. Lime Soda trying to stay alive. Tai G trying to get a couple more splats. Gets Gio right there. Has his sights on Yoshiko. Yoshiko trying to run back, but huge splat by Yamamichi 9.
And that might be the splat that decides it here. You're going to see that the GG boys are going to set themselves up all together here to try to hold this one position. They know that's where the push is coming from. If they hold this spot, it's their game.
Tai G and the GG boys trying to create a bottleneck right now for Lime Soda. Yamamichi hanging back with that Stingray. 20 seconds left. This is a pivotal moment, as we said. Yoshiko and Lime Soda trying to break through the defenses of the GG boys, trying to give themselves a chance here. 10 seconds left, trying to stay alive. This is where it matters. 4-3 on the map for GG boys, but critical splat by Lime Soda. Yoshiko putting in work right now. Let's see what the final tally is. How about that at the end? Oh my goodness. What does Judd say in his furry little paws? It's gonna go to GG boys though.
Defeat.
It's a much different score than I thought it was going to be. Not only did the GG boys
Everyone
pay
loses.
around 200 points, I thought that that double splat there at the end by Yoshiko was going to do it.
In Milana, we saw Yoshiko and Lime Soda really put up quite the effort at the end, but it seemed like the GG boys really dominated the final 30 seconds, and that's what turned the tide.
I actually think it turned the tide just a little bit before because they were really, I think Lime Soda got caught up a little bit with the aggression that GG boys had, and they kind of pushed a little bit too far, like I think Nine was saying during the match. So I think that's kind of what turned the tide even before those 30 seconds.
And that's what's so exciting about Turf War 9, because it's just a couple of splats back and forth, and as we saw, Lime Soda had quite the advantage with about a minute and a half left, but the final minute, the final 30 seconds, it's so pivotal to get the ink advantage and the squid advantage on the field.
And I think that the way that the GG boys attacked those last 30 seconds is they said, okay, even if we drop a couple people in the last 10 seconds, we have built such an advantage that they cannot possibly make the comeback, and that ended up being the case.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the introduction as we get set for Game 2 here at the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019.
For another 5 minutes to set up the next round.
Well, that was our first look.
5 minutes, only 5 minutes.
Europe, and then representing Team North America, FT Win and Milana. Let's start.
I assume they know like which map they're gonna do and everything.
From Europe, what do you like about them?
You can say that again. So I think that they are going to be quite the force to be reckoned with. They are made up of two of the top EU teams, both Team Olive and Kraken Paradise. And if you put two of the top teams together, you only know what kind of havoc they can wreak.
So they are teaming up, obviously, to try and win the championship. But 9, North America, FT wins. Some new faces on that end, obviously, but also some familiar foes as well. And what do you like about them? Because you've been very, very impressed with them.
I have. If Alliance Rogue is the super team, the original super team was FT Win. They came together for the sole purpose of beating Set to Destroy X when they were at their heyday, and you know what? They did it. The first tournament they came in, they won the whole thing over Team Olive, over Kraken Paradise, over Set to Destroy X without dropping a single game. When they are at their best, there is nobody who can beat them.
And what makes them so good as far as, is it their composition or the different roles that they have? What are you really looking for when you see them take on the map?
When they get momentum, there's nothing that can stop them. They have such incredible individual skill. When they are working together and getting that ball rolling, the push that we talked about earlier, you can't stop it. They are just too good individually.
As we said, there will be a coin flip to see which team will decide what map they start on. We saw Lime Soda go with Manta Maria. They were unable to get the victory as the GG boys claimed the first title. These are the ink pools. We'll figure out our seeding 1 through 4. Then we'll see the teams 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 as we get set for the semifinals. And going back to the strategy and the specials, we saw a lot of inkjet actually by the GG boys in that first matchup. What do you like about that special, Milana?
It's actually kind of fallen out of grace in the competitive world. It's pretty easy to snipe out of the air, but I do think that it requires a lot of skill, a lot of mechanical practice to be able to utilize it well. So I think it's a good special for GG boys, just because they're so hardworking.
And 9, Alliance Rogue representing Team Europe, they win the coin toss. They decide to go with Black Belly Skate Park. So as you strap on your knee pads and helmet, what do you like about that map?
Well, they have 2 players that are some of the best frontliners in the world. That's going to be Urza and Kiver. They are both amazing at what they do. And Black Belly Skate Park, a very up-close and personal map where the aggressor really has a lot of angles to play around. I'm thinking that's why they went there.
And what about the middle of this map? There's an area that we're very familiar with. It seems like trying to contain and control mid is very important.
It is. That very center area is where you want to put your backliner or your midliner. You can see the opponent spawn from there, so you can call out exactly where they're mounting their pushback in from. But if you're up there, you can stop it and you can be preemptive.
And going back to some of the fundamentals of Turf War here, Milana, it
Oh,
seems
no.
like getting those splats and being able to get somewhat of a push early
Stop
on,
this.
so you're in an advantageous spot in that final minute.
Definitely. So you want to put yourself in an advantageous spot as much as you can, although that doesn't really guarantee victory, but it's a better chance.
All right, we're getting rolling here. We've got FT Win taking on Alliance Rogue here in our Ink Pools matchup. Turf War on Black Belly Skate Park. We'll take a look at the loadouts and composition, and our good friend Nine will tell us what he's seeing here shortly. You go ahead and you see Alliance Rogue in the pink and FT Win in the blue. What are you seeing here, Nine?
Well, I see Ice on the splatter scope, and Ice might be the most important person in this entire tournament. When he is playing his backline at the level that he can play it, he is one of the finest in the world right here. He's going to be going up to the top that we talked about there. On the other side, Soren on that backline playing the custom splasher. We saw Dynamon show what that could do earlier.
Ice trying to freeze Alliance Rogue in their tracks early on, just 20 seconds in. Neither team having a major advantage, but there's one splat on each side. 3-2 on the map. FT Win, but you see a couple of specials ready to go for Alliance Rogue here, Milana.
Yeah, so we see on both sides, we actually see a Neo Splash-O-Matic, which has a Bomb Rush special. Very good for covering turf for Turf War.
And right now, the action continues to wage back and forth. 2:15 left, 4-3 on the map. Advantage Alliance Rogue. Kibber right now trying to take the higher ground, doing a fine job of covering some turf, and already Kibber getting to the top of that hill.
Yeah, and you saw the only person actually left up was Ice, who had to retreat all the way back. And right now, I think that both sides are trying to feel one another out. You've seen they've traded some splats here. They've thrown some specials there. They both know that that last minute is where they need to be perfect.
So much can happen in Turf War, and things can change so quickly. Shaq, meanwhile, swimming back and forth, just being careful and precarious as far as what he's going to go ahead and ink. You see that point sensor coming down, but here comes Ice on that Stingray, Milana.
Ice is one of North America's best backliners, so his Stingray is definitely not to be laughed at.
1:30 left in this match. 4-2 on the map. Alliance Rogue 9. Here comes one of those pushes.
That is, and if Tootie can get this pick onto Urza, that's going to be big, but so slippery getting away. Tootie now finding himself in the middle of 3 people. Sorry, bud, you're not getting out of that one.
Gray doing a fine job using the undulation of the map to avoid the baller exploding. Here's a look right now. Alliance Rogue with the sizable advantage, but plenty of time left here, Milana. What do you want to see from FT Win if they want to turn the tide?
We definitely need to see them coordinate. We need to coordinate those specials.
It always bothers me seeing
Specials coming out together
just a bunch of empty space.
Much more bearable.
1 minute
It's like you're
left.
not playing optimally. It's probably actually optimal to not fill out all of those tiny little pockets of empty space, but still,
But no, we've got 4
you're not satisfying my OCD.
Stingray actually took 2 people out, and if you wondered why they were sitting back so far, it's because they wanted to have 2 specials up going into that last minute, as we see some bumper ballers being played here. And like, I love the fact that Kyo has already moved up to try to help it. They have them pushed back, but they can't go down with 30 seconds left.
Baller on baller crime right there. Kiver trying to back up. We've got 25 seconds left in Milana. This is when FT Win has got the special advantage. You got to deploy it.
Definitely, you want to see that push. They may be waiting until the very last second so that the enemy team can't cover their turf, but we'll see how this goes. It looks like it's turning the other tide. The tide is turning.
FT win with a bit of an advantage. Can they hold on? Big time splat by 2D at the bottom of your screen. Gray trying to get behind the defenses. Let's see if Gray was able to do enough work right there, 9, and slip behind the defenses of FT Win. You see some blots of pink. That might be it. Let's see what our friendly felines say. Oh, and that is FT Win with the first victory. And once again, a team that looked like they were down early on, able to turn things around and get the victory, 9.
There is no element more important than composure. And again, them are identifying that with a minute left, let's go ahead and send a couple of them back. Let's start to stagger them in spawn. And that's a term that we're going to be saying as well. When you get 2 people coming out at a time, it means they can't coordinate, and that means you have a much easier time slowing them down.
And that's such a good point. And let's build on that, Milana, because a lot of times when you are in a disadvantaged state and you're getting sent back to spawn, you can't just send squids and octolings out there as fast as you can. You've got to be coordinated.
Definitely, like we said, exponentiated pushes, or we want to push together as a team. Now, FT Win is one of the
Crowd is loving something.
has always kept their.
I'm not sure what.
We saw in the NA Inkling
But,
finals.
Yes.
NA Inkling Open Finals 2019. We saw that they really kept their cool, even though low-key was taking matches off of them, and they didn't let that bother them, and I think that came through in this Turf War match.
As we get set for our next matchup in the ink pools here, Australia, New Zealand, Lime Soda, they won the coin toss, and they're going to go with Anchovy Games for our next stage here. And what do you like about this one? A bit of a throwback here, Nine.
It is a throwback, and the thing that everyone will know about this map is you have the fans that raise 2 of the platforms that allows you to not only defend your side, but go up and attack the other side too. So I think in choosing that, they're saying, all right, we can trade with the best of them here. We're going to give ourselves the opportunity to push way deep into the opponent's side.
They did go toe-to-toe with the GG boys, so you have to feel that confidence that they brought into this one here.
I like to think that the GG Boys is a Jet Set Radio reference. It's probably not,
that momentum that they might take.
but I just want to believe it.
They had that confidence building up throughout that match, and that might be carried over into the next match.
And what we're seeing here, once again, 9, it's what we talked about before. You got to try and stay alive in the final 30 seconds because we're seeing those last-minute 2-1s, 3 versus 2s that really are able to claim victory for the team that's in the advantage state.
Right, and those last 10 seconds sometimes feel a lot longer than 10 seconds, and a lot can change there, especially when you have the bomb rush special. We've seen teams bring that out. We didn't talk about it a lot, but you throw those out, the suction bomb rush especially, you can take an entire area of a map in just a few presses of the button.
Yeah, it's very powerful, especially at the end, because by the time you get those bomb rushes out, the other team probably doesn't have enough time to recover and re-ink your turf, Milana.
And definitely, and using those bomb rushes, you can hopefully get a pick, which gives you more turf from that.
Getting set for our 3rd match here in the ink pools. We're about 90 seconds away, and we mentioned Anchovy Games, Australia winning the coin toss here. And already in both these matches, it's like you mentioned here, 9, this is a very balanced championship core of teams. There isn't really anybody that's a clear-cut favorite. Everybody has a chance to win this.
Right, and I think all 4 of these teams at one point in their match have held the lead. There's just been small misplays here and there, but I think that again shows you how well you can play and how good all of these teams are. And even though there are levels to Splatoon, when you get this far, you know what it means to win. You know exactly what you need to do in a right situation. It's just a matter of controlling your nerves and executing.
And that's such a good point because we were talking to Australia, New Zealand, and they said they felt more pressure qualifying for the World Championships than being here because they knew the opportunity to be on this stage, to be in this spotlight was huge. They didn't want to miss out on it, but now that they're here, they know that they can just relax. They have nothing to lose.
Definitely. I mean, we're all here to have a good time, right? And spot some squids, cephalopods.
I like it right there. And as we said, they're getting ready to roll.
I didn't even see who won the last match. I was really not paying attention.
We haven't had much of a conversation regarding that. What sub-weapons do you like to see in Turf War?
Well, in Turf War specifically, I think the Fizzy Bomb is a very strong weapon. One of the new ones that came with the Tony Kensa set, you shake that up a little bit, it'll explode 3 times and it covers a lot. But outside of that, anytime that you have what we would call a lethal bomb, a suction bomb, a splat bomb, going to be great, and you can throw it up to pressure the opponents on this map in particular.
Oh, let's go ahead and put a quarter in the machine here and get ready. Anchovy Games, we've got Lime Soda taking on Alliance Rogue right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the loadouts. What do you see here?
Well, looking at it, both sides have opted to bring a bucket. Both Will and Urza are going to be playing that Slosher Deco. I didn't even get the chance to talk about the Sprinkler. That thing has been buffed recently. It will take a lot of area, and the Slosher Deco, one of the most common picks in the game.
And Nine pointed out earlier, Milana, those fans that raise the platform are going to play a pivotal part in this map.
Definitely. It gives that easy entry into the enemy side of the map, but it also, you have to keep it up. You have to keep shooting at it in order to raise that platform. So potentially that could be an area of a problem area as well.
Soren using the Explosher to apply a little
I don't
pressure.
recognize this
Urza
song.
getting a bucket to the match as well, too.
I assume this is one of the ones they added
Baller by
at
Urza,
some point.
able to get a splat. Soren going to go ahead and hop in the baller as well, too. And early on, neither team getting that player advantage on the map here, Nine.
Well, they've both been very cautious, and one of the reasons that it's so important to control those fans is because, as you can see, there aren't really other ways to attack the opponent. It's just going to be a battle for the middle until one side pushes up. They've both been deliberate about getting there and nice and slow, but you see Alliance Rogue starting to get up there.
Kiver with the suction bomb rush right now, and you see Yoshiko at the top of your screen doing a fine job, Milana, of being that backliner and staying on the higher elevation to apply pressure.
The thing about the ballpoint is that even though it is a backline weapon, you have a lot of mobility. So it can act as a frontline weapon. You can really hold your own. So her positioning is a little bit less important, but she's doing a really good job either way.
A couple of burst bombs coming up here. Geo undeterred by that. Let's take a look at Gray with that mini splatling, raising the platform, trying to stay higher. Nice little use right there. Oh, here comes some Tenta missiles. Let's see him scatter here, Nine.
Scatter is the right way to put it. Geo doing a good job not retreating so far back that he gives up the fan. You see moving right back up there. He knows that his job is to continue painting here and not allow that pivotal spot to be taken.
Alliance Rogue has got a special ready to go. Soren just trying to determine when he's going to use that baller at this point. 1 minute left, though. DJ playing that remix, and things are going to get hot and heated here in a second. Will trying to bring a bucket into the back line. No luck there, going one-on-one at this point. Baller ready to go. And we've got baller on baller cry once again. Oh, but Urza able to be a little bit more patient, and that is the crack in the wall that you're looking for if you're Alliance Rogue.
It is. They moved right up there. You see they didn't waste any time, and all of the members of Australia are stuck back here. They're going to have to move around. You see this bomb rush that Geo's using isn't going to be able to find that all-important middle of the map. They're having to use their specials just to get there.
3-2 on the map and a special ready to go for Alliance Rogue. They're looking to try and push this thing and claim a victory at this point. Both teams looking for their first victory in Ink Cool. Soren being retreated right now. It's going to require quite the push by Lime Soda. 12 seconds left. Geo trying to avoid a couple of shots from that Exploster, able to stay alive. 5 seconds left. 2-1 on the map for Lime Soda. They are down, but let's see what the final count is. And this might go in the favor of Alliance Rogue. I think once again, Milana, they had the advantage towards that final minute of this match.
I think that Lime Soda maybe played a little bit too aggressively in this map. I saw a few 3v1 situations that maybe wasn't what they had hoped would be the outcome. So I think using that aggression, toning it back just a little bit. And I think at the very end, Alliance Rogue kind of pulled back a little bit. They pulled back to mid so that they knew they had that turf readily covered and readily available for them.
It's so true, Nine. It seemed like those platforms with the fans played such a big role in this map. And then also the timing of the specials. For the second match in a row, we saw two ballers meet, and the one that deploys and explodes last is the one that has the advantage.
And when you have the middle of the map, that means that you've painted up very well, and you typically have those specials. And it seemed like every time that we saw Team Australia start to move in, there was a baller waiting for them. And that's not by accident. They are patient, they are ready, they know where they need to hold and when they need to use that special.
And it goes back to communication, as you said earlier, Milana. You know when you have a special, you don't get too excited and open your present early before your birthday. You wait until the time is right. And it seems like that's what Nine's saying for Team Europe. They were really waiting, Alliance Rogue, as far as, hey, we might be in a disadvantaged state, let's use a special.
They definitely held their specials. They didn't use them willy-nilly. If they didn't need it, they wouldn't use it.
And that's such a good point here. So Australia, New Zealand, Lime Soda, they dropped their second match in the Ink pools. Meanwhile, Alliance Rogue representing Europe, they're 1-1. Now we'll see a matchup between our two teams that won their opening round. FT Win representing Team North America, and your defending champions, the GG Boys from Japan. And Nine, I know you're really excited for this matchup.
Well, I think this is the one that everyone's been waiting for. I know it's Turf War, so it's not quite what everyone's looking to yet, but this is going to tell us a lot about the
We know you don't care about Turf War.
An individual level, right? The coordination is still important. The game knowledge is still important. This should be a lot of fun to watch, and I believe we only have one map left that they can go to.
Skipper Pavilion will be our next map here, and give us some early thoughts about this one.
Well, this is a great midline map. There are areas here that you can just set up shop, watch where the opponent is coming from, and hold them back from there. I don't think that this is a backline mandatory map, so we might see Ice opt to switch to another weapon, but I do feel this might play to the strengths of the GG boys just a little more.
And that's such a good point, Milana, because Nine says it's not a backline map. GG boys don't really play with a true backliner.
Definitely. We see Dynamon maybe choosing to use an Explosion sometimes or a custom Jet Squelcher, but in general, his name is Dynamon. You might go Dynamo.
So as we get set for Skipper Pavilion between FT Win and North America and the GG boys of Japan, 90 seconds away here. Anything that you're seeing different develop between these two high-level teams as they match up against each other in Turf War? Anything that you're seeing that stands out over these last couple of matches?
I think the most interesting part to note is that there were two L3, is what we're going to call them, L3 nozzle noses, a weapon that has just recently, within the last couple of weeks, started to creep up into relevance. It's a weapon that paints a lot, and it does it very, very quickly. And both of the specials, the Baller and the Inkjet, were used to great effect earlier. So I'm interested to see if they opt to go with that and what FT Win's response to that is, because that's not a very conventional weapon.
And we've also seen a point sensor for a sub-weapon, and yes, it doesn't cover any ink, but it is something that can really help out your teammates.
It can. When you see a lot of enemy ink on the ground and you toss that out, the worst thing that happens is nothing happens. You don't get punished. The best thing that happens is you identify where the opponent is sitting. We like to call it sharking within the community there, to stick with the nautical puns. But identifying where the opponent is trying to hide, it can be very important, especially if you're getting desperate.
Well, that floats with me to continue the nautical puns right there.
Oh,
Nine,
boy.
I know you love it. I'll keep serving them up to you all day long, my friend. And there's a look at the Splatoon Sterling Squid. You see the names emblazoned on that on the side. In 2017, Team North America, Deadbeat, scoring the big upset over Team Japan. But then last year, the GG boys, the winners, they're hoping to go ahead and just hit copy-paste on that trophy for this year. But they've got to get by some very strong teams, as we mentioned. FT Win, a team that has really done a great job of establishing themselves as one of the top teams in North America here, Milana. Any other notes about them as far as what you've seen from FT Win throughout the year?
I've seen them participate in online tournaments. I've seen them participate in locals. They are really just a force to be reckoned with.
Here we go, Skipper Pavilion, Turf War, and our ink pools. Your defending champions, the GG boys, taking on FT Win from North America. GG boys in the turquoise, you've got FT Win in the purple, and early on, there's not a lot of terrain that is inkable at times here, Nine, and so you have to be careful about the path you take to try to get into the other enemy's territory.
You do, and I think that the GG boys know exactly that. Look at Etina switching over to the Tent Umbrella. A year ago, you would have been laughed off the stage for using that. Right now, it is a force and one of the scariest weapons to go up against. You see it right there, but I love the fact, we said this would be a long-range map. The GG boys opted to again bring what we would call a double backline composition into this fight.
Yamamichi able to pick up the splat on Kyo. That's big time right here. Etina using that Tent Umbrella to clear some space. Shaq right now sharking around as we see it. Here comes that suction bomb launcher as well too from the upper echelon, and you look at having the higher ground in this map, Milana. That's big too, because it seems like you have the advantage if you have the higher ground.
Definitely. By having higher ground, you have more visibility. You can see everything that's happening, and it's better for you in every situation.
IG moving along with that L3, as you said here. Nine doing a great job of covering some turf, but it's also so good at picking up splats, and that's what the GG boy said. They're looking for splats early on in this matchup.
Well, and you look at what they've done with Etina there. Etina has been at the top part of the map this entire game, and for good reason. It takes 2 or 3 people to take him out. They've rotated their backliners at the bottom, and Yamamichi has used the same Stingray from the same spot 3 times now.
Yamamichi getting it done for the GG boys. They've got a 4-3 advantage, but that's negated all of a sudden. Ice with a nice splat right there to even things up. You see the Stingray charge for Ice, trying to apply a little bit of pressure, help out his teammate over there. Kyo was in a 2-on-1, but very nicely done by Ice to provide that support. Nine.
And that support is exactly what they're going to need, because again, to go back to the Tent Umbrella, that is a weapon that you can't really beat in a one-on-one, provided that the opponent knows what they're doing.
109 left. You see 2D and the Baller taking on the Tent Umbrella, trying to ruin the camping trip right there, but no! 2D getting splatted from behind. Taiji trying to avoid the pressure right now, trying to get out of the 2-on-1 right now, using that Baller, chases them back, and you also have to be very careful about how defensive you can be here too, Nine.
You do, and we see the bubbles coming up right here, and immediately Ice jumps all the way out and says, you know what, I'm not going to get anything out of that situation, but be careful here. Shaq's actually in a great position to jump on this aggressive play, but just like clockwork, the GG boys sense that there's danger, rotate back. It's going to be a battle of specials as we get here into the last 30 seconds.
Shaq trying to get behind enemy defenses 2D using the baller. Nice job by Taiki to avoid. It's a one-on-one. Oh, huge support help on that splat. 4-3 advantage, GG boys. Final 30 seconds, Yamamichi once again with that Stingray getting a big-time splat.
And down goes Kyo. That means that all of this turf is going to be completely free to ink, and there is a lot of it. You see Etina pushed up. Shaq and Ice are pushing Dynamon back, and Yamamichi needs to rotate. Does just that right there. All they need to do is hold their position, and I think that splat's going to be the one that settles it.
Yamamichi getting it done for the GG boys. A bit of a trade right there, and the double splat at the end for good measure. Unbelievable work. You see the GG boys going to clearly take this victory, and it looks like even though the competition has stepped up 9, the GG boys have obviously elevated their game.
That was a battle that was won on the weapon select screen. You can see that the GG boys came in with an idea. We're going to put Etina up at the top. We're going to distract as many people as we can. With our double backline composition, we will ward people off, and if we need to support Etina, we have an infinite range Stingray that's going to do that job.
The ink pools are all finished up here. You take a look, 2-0 Japan. They go ahead and take the overall top seed for the most part. And then you've got a couple teams that go 1-1. But at this point, we'd like to welcome in the other member of our commentary crew. Put your hands together for Ashley Esqueda.
Hi,
Ashley,
everybody.
how are you doing?
I'm great. I made a kid and a
Wait, they
squid
suddenly
gun last year. So
decided to
I'm
just
ready.
get someone else.
One more left and I can have a whole Splatoon team.
Well, as we get set for ranked mode here soon, for you, what's the biggest difference? You've obviously covered a couple of these championships before. When we make the transition from ink pools to ranked mode.
I mean, ranked mode is a whole different ballgame, right? So in Turf War, there is one objective.
Basically,
There's a
those
single
first rounds
objective
didn't matter at
mode.
all. Now the actual
There's
tournament
more
starts.
strategy that goes into each one of these modes that you're going to see all kinds of crazy loadouts. I think 9, like we've talked a lot about how things have changed quite a bit, even from PAX, when we were at PAX. Like things have changed. And so it'll be really interesting to see what these teams roll out with.
And obviously, Turf War is the foundation of a lot of different things, covering that turf, as we said before. But then you get to the ranked mode, and you throw in another objective, and that's going to change these loadouts, as we said.
It is, and I think the most important thing to note is none of the ranked modes are decided when time hits 0 in the same way that Turf War is. We say that only the last 30 seconds matter because it doesn't matter how well you've played the entire game. In ranked modes, you get to keep the lead that you built, and it's up to the opponent to beat it.
Let's take a look at some of these ranked modes here as we prepare for semifinal action at the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. Up next is Tower Control, and it's one that many people love here. Let's start with the basics of Tower Control. Ashley, what are we looking to see here?
Well, there's a tower in the middle of the map, and if you or any of your teammates get on it, it's going to move toward the enemy base. If you can get through the checkpoints, which is a very key part of the strategy here, you can, in fact, knock out the other team. But they're not going to make it easy for you.
Let's take a look at the updated bracket after we just got done with our ink pools and see who will be facing off against each other in semifinal action. And you see the GG boys in first place, FT Win in second, Alliance Rogue in third, and then Lime Soda in fourth. So GG boys will take on Lime Soda in the first semifinal, and then FT Win facing off against Alliance Rogue in our best of 5 here. And so your eyeballs immediately go to FT Win and Alliance Rogue. They had a very balanced Turf War match, and you figure ranked mode will be just the same here, 9.
Well, just think back to just 1 year ago, the last time that we saw the North American team and the European team, we saw fireworks there, one of the best sets of Splatoon I've ever seen. I expect much the same here as we keep going into this tournament.
In Tower Control, Ashley did a great job of talking about the checkpoints, and on certain maps, some checkpoints are more important than others, 9. What does that mean?
Well, when we say that a checkpoint isn't that important, what we generally mean is it's very easy to reach it and very easy to get through it. It's not a big point of congestion.
Nintendo, please. Did Nintendo do something?
There's a spot where we say this is the key checkpoint to get through. Generally, that is the.
I was not looking at the screen for like the last
have 2 checkpoints.
few minutes, so.
That is when things get really intense because you've got.
Oh, I've been barely looking at this. Well,
this.
barely looking at the screen that has the stream on it
Well, it's really important, too, when you get to a checkpoint.
for
to clear.
basically this
The
entire
last thing you wanna
section.
do is sit there and park with the engine idle for 8 seconds and then not clear the checkpoint. Tower
I like
reset, you
Splatoon
gotta go
2.
through that same point again.
You do. You
I
gotta
don't,
get to that part of it. So even if you get to one
I
single
don't
point left on a checkpoint,
get
you
super
don't
into,
go back, you got to get all 10 of them again.
competitive
Set for
stuff.
Tower Control here. we had a conversation once again with the GG boys, the defending champions, and Ashley, they said what's very important is
Even when I play it, I really just play Turf War. I don't really like ranked modes that much.
focusing in on our player on the tower. We need to use the tower as a distraction to go for splats to protect our buddy.
They are so good at that strategy because, one, they have some of the absolute best slayers out there. And so you're going to look for all kinds of flanks from GG Boys. They're going to be looking for ways to take out the back line and the mid line of their opponents so that there is no way you're going to see a Stingray on the tower. And that's going to be the easiest way to get an opponent off of there.
All right, we are ready to go here. Tower control, semifinal action. Hey, how about a good old scoop of vanilla ice cream, the reef for our stage here. 9, I know you love this one.
I do, and this map is one of the most exciting places to play tower control on. You can see right there, 3 checkpoints, but they go by quick. That first checkpoint, merely a stepping stone. It's really that second checkpoint we're going to be looking at first.
Lime Soda in the green, and you've got the GG Boys of Japan in the purple. Tower control early on, and a splat that makes it 3-3 on the field. 3-1, the GG Boys with a complete wipe right here, 9.
He built that Stingray in 10 seconds.
Outrageous. It's outrageous.
A master builder right there, Dynamon on the tower. You hear the cheery music playing, and now it's all about protecting the tower when it's at the checkpoint. Taiji trying to apply a little bit of pressure near spawn, and actually you see that sometimes when you push, try to keep the other team busy at spawn while that tower moves.
It's one of the easiest ways to clear a checkpoint is to, if you've wiped, especially an entire team, the best thing you can do is push forward as far as you can and keep them away from the tower so that you can ride it right into the finish.
GG Boys in the express lane in this one, 9 having no issues whatsoever. Push the tower and also push back Lime Soda.
The way that they've rotated their aggression is insane. There's so much I'd like to say about this, but I don't think I'm going to get the chance to.
Nope.
Dynamon Yamamichi,
Wow.
the backbone of that GG Boys assault, and you see how quickly it can end against tower control. However, we are going to review a couple things. We might have had a controller issue in that one. We'll let you know what possibly happened. Sometimes those things happen, but for the most part, you saw the GG Boys strategy and how
Someone may have been sabotaged. We're not sure, though.
apply that pressure.
That was very, very smart because they knew, okay, we will give up a little bit of presence in the mid to maybe trade for what could be a double splat. It did end up being that. That allowed Dynamon to get through that first checkpoint without any resistance whatsoever. But the key moment, I think, was the fact that as Taiji was in that inkjet moving up, Etana moved up to take that spot as well. We're going to talk about rotational pressure. That's exactly what that was.
And Ashley, we saw the push from the GG Boys. They weren't just camped out by the tower. They extended their offense out and really kept Lime Soda back towards their spawn, and that buys some precious seconds for the tower to move.
It absolutely does, and I think the GG Boys, of all the teams here, have obviously been together the longest. They're the defending champions. They have not swapped out a single player from last year. And that means that they have, I would argue, the most trust, right? So they trust that whoever's on that tower, they got it, right? And they can go forward, they can push, they can make those kind of gambles that really pay off and enable them to win so quickly.
And you saw the GG Boys get the victory there in tower control. And you know, you want to take a closer look at Team Japan and hear from them as far as what they enjoy about being here with a chance to defend their title.
I am Yamamichi, Etona, Dynamo, Taiji. We are GG Boys.
Splatoon 2 is a game that...
For a second, I thought they were just gonna have them speak Japanese with no subtitles or anything.
old to young.
Like, no, yeah, that's it. That's fine.
Came to E3 as
Just-
well, but I never thought I could
You understand. Everyone understands Japanese, right? Yeah.
video game.
Which team do you think will win the championship?
Needless to say, the GG Boys are going to win it.
I love the story about his wife got him introduced to Splatoon and all of a sudden loved doing this. So wives, once again, they make their husbands that much better, honestly. And you take a look at the GG Boys and what they're trying to do as they defend. And this is a Team 9 that never really waver. They never really get too worked up. They know that they can just trust their ability level to be victorious.
Well, they've been here so many times. They've been on this stage more than anybody else, but also they've played at the highest level in Japan specifically. Japan, widely regarded as the strongest Splatoon region, they get this level of competition every single week.
So we do want to let you know there was a controller issue with Lime Soda in that last match of tower control on the region.
So it just
We're gonna
doesn't
go
count.
ahead and redo that one. So you love the sportsmanship between these two teams right here. So it's now 0-0. It'll be the GG Boys. Yeah, clap it up right there.
Yeah, just gonna
I wish I could do that when I
waste my
DC,
time.
but
That's
every time
fine.
I accidentally DC, I want to do over.
They'll get set to go ahead and take on tower control in the Reef once again, but expand on the Reef level a little bit more here, Nine, and why you like it so much.
Well, the left side where we saw Taiji use that inkjet, I think, is the reason I like it the most, because there's so many ways to attack the opponent and get in front of the objective. We're going to talk about that in every single mode. You have to play in front of it. If you sit by where the objective is, that's where everyone's looking, and they're not going to be able to use the advantage of where the eyes are.
What was cool is we heard the round of applause when we said we're going to go ahead and restart this game, and that really speaks to the community, Ashley. Just a very warm, welcoming community for such a competitive...
You bringing this up again really speaks to you're still trying to stall.
It is 100% true. I have played a lot of shooters in my time, and the old woman, but this community is so joyous. They are so much fun. They are so welcoming. Even the top level players are like, just come talk to us. We'll give you tips. We'll help you. We want you to beat us. Like that's how wonderful and strong the foundation of the Splatoon 2 community is.
We'll get started here in a couple minutes as we continue to figure out all the technical issues. You want to make sure everybody's good and locked in and ready to go for these semifinals. So much at stake here. And Nine, listen, you're the darling of the Splatoon community on the cover of the Splatoon Tiger Beat magazine and all the cereal boxes.
That's a reference.
Speak a little bit more about how it's grown so much over the last couple of years and how Splatoon 2 has made this game so accessible for so many people.
Well, I think it ties into this exact tournament, actually. I think when we had that very first E3 championships back in 2017, people saw what teams could become. They saw that you could get sponsored. They saw that you could be even better at this game. That pushed everybody up, and that made more people interested in the game. It's no secret that I do love this community. It's done a lot for me. It's helped me reach heights that I never thought I could, but it all starts with love of the game. This game is so addicting. If you pick it up, you will not be able to put it down.
It's so easy to love. That's the thing I like about it. It's like you're in there, you meet Pearl and Marina, and you're just like, I love these squids. I love them.
Well, we had a chance to hear from the GG boys representing Team Japan. How about their counterparts from Australia? Lime Soda representing Australia, New Zealand.
I'm Will.
Yoshiko.
Shockwave.
Trent.
Gio. And we are
Lime Soda.
So I have a message for all the fans watching. We love and cherish all the support that you guys give us each and every single day. And it's really lovely waking up to see all the support you guys give us. It really does motivate us to do our best and put a smile on our face.
I love the emotion from Lime Soda when you see that the fact that they qualified, and we've been talking to them all week and how excited they are to be here, but they're not wide-eyed, Nine. The stage isn't too big for them. They feel like they can come here and make some noise.
They're playing with house money. They know that if they just go out and execute it, they have the right weapons, right? Everything that they play is what we would consider to be meta. They're here to have fun and compete. It's the same game. The stage is just a little different.
And also, they're the upset kings of this tournament. I mean, they came back from an 0-4 deficit to win 5-4 in their qualifier. So anything could happen. I'm excited to watch them play. I absolutely love that they are a really great representation of the meta and also just really good, cool people to hang out with like last couple days.
You see Lime Soda right there bubbling up some conversation with themselves as they get set for tower control. Maybe a different strategy. Let's go ahead and run this thing back, y'all. Tower control
Oh my God.
on the Reef. You've got the GG boys of Japan in the purple, and then in that green, you've got Lime Soda. And Nine, a little bit more, it looks like we're seeing the same compositions come out again.
Yeah, and I think that that's part of the rule set as well to make sure that nobody can tactically DC, as we would call it. We're going to see the same strategy. Another 12 seconds, but this time...
You know what's funny? I've been seeing a lot of people say like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to mute all of these people."
4-3 advantage momentarily on the map for Lime Soda.
Talking about E3 leaks and stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, no. I'm gonna make sure to not do that. Gonna just look at all of that stuff.
We've also heard these teams say, we're not gonna grab that tower until we have an advantage on the field.
That's right. Sometimes
Unless I see like Smash stuff, then that I have not much interest in looking at.
I want to jump right on there, but the real strategy here is knowing when to get off the tower and when to get back on the tower. So they're all going to wait until there is an advantage and the right person can get on that tower.
Nice little trade right there as Yamamichi rides the tower to the first checkpoint. you see 3-2 on the map and a couple of specials ready to go for the GG boys.
And you saw immediately they moved up and forced a double team on Will that caused that follow to be popped probably a little earlier than Will wanted to. And now we're going to get to see again this snowball start to go up. Yoshiko is positioned very well, but needs to hit a snipe.
Oh, and just like the man predestined, speak it into life here, Nine. Big time.
Nines for Damas
by
over here.
Soda. It's 4-4. That tower really just passed the first checkpoint, and that's not safe by any means on this map here, Nine. You also look 3:30 left, plenty of time here, Ashley. And Lime Soda doing a good job of bending and not breaking.
They are doing a great job of neutralizing Slayers. I mean, this is what they have to do. They have to make sure that they are taking out their opponents so that they don't get these specials, because Yamamichi with that Stingray is very dangerous.
Here comes Etanut jumping into action here.
We're mad that Neville and Wario 64 are posting stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's what I follow them for. Well, I mean, yeah. I don't feel like they ever post stuff that's like, that I don't want to see. And then there's stuff like half of those things, then like the company's like, whatever, just post it on Twitter. It's fine. Like the thing gets leaked, and then they're just like, yeah, no, just whatever, just we'll just confirm it. Like Watch Dogs that happened with. It's like, okay, well.
It'll be really interesting to see what Will does next. He takes out Tona and ends up going 1-for-1. It's a trade. Oh, this is gonna be really close. I think in the way of, I don't know what's gonna happen here.
GG boys getting close.
It'd be great to be surprised, but I don't know.
You're gonna hear it all afternoon long. A little Stingray on Stingray action. Nobody.
If it's not something I care about, then I mean, you know, it's not that it's not that big a deal. Western devs, yeah. The Japanese companies just like completely ignore leaks and whatever. Oh, something I can talk about, because it's not part of any of this, and I don't know if it means anything at all. Probably not. Harada tweeted something. I think. He did. He put out a tweet. It was under his account. He didn't really say anything, but he tweeted out a bunch of nonsense. And by nonsense, I mean like literally, I don't know what, but yeah, there was that. I don't think it means anything at all. It's just a bunch of random letters and symbols.
Two of the modes that we'll be playing today, Tower Control and Rainmaker, have a centralized.
Probably means nothing.
See where it is at all times. And
but who knows?
Checkpoints there, you saw they were opting to save their Stingrays for that time.
Maybe he's leaking Sombra for Tekken.
We just got done with Tower
I don't
Control.
know.
You saw the
Anyway.
ranked mode match between the GG boys of Japan and Lime Soda of Team Australia, New Zealand, and it seems like
the longest section of Ubisoft's of the Ubisoft notes is the leak section, because that's all they're just.
Any team plays against
oh
the
no.
boys, it's really tough to get a hold of how aggressive they can be, especially when they really get out in front and they start keeping you away from a central objective. And I think that's going to be the hardest thing for them to do, but it is the thing they must do if they want a chance of coming back.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our next ranked mode that these two teams will partake in here. As we said, we just got done with Tower Control. The GG boys getting the first victory in this best of 5. Up next, good old Clam Blitz here, Nine, and a lot of fun strategy with this one. You hear an emotional response from our crowd here at the theater at Ace Hotel, and what's it going to take with Clam Blitz this time?
First of all, wipe that smirk off your face. Secondly, there's a lot that goes
into I don't know what this means. I don't even know what Clam Blitz is.
Really get a grasp on. This is probably the mode where just controlling the map is the most important part of it. And we've seen a lot of developments in this mode since the last time that we were on this stage. I'll say if there's two things you have to do, everybody needs to pitch in to collecting clams. You collect 10 of them, it puts together what we call a football or a power clam. You throw it into the basket, and we'll see if these teams can show you how it's played.
Clam Blitz and Arowana Mall here. You've got the GG boys of Japan in the orange, and then Lime Soda in the green. And speaking with the GG boys, Nine, they said it's less about splats and Clam Blitz, but rather dominating the economy.
They redid the first match and it was still free.
Your team
I don't know.
Power clams, and let's see if they follow that strategy early on.
I mean, I know they redid the first match.
Well, it's a very Stingray dominant map.
I wasn't paying attention to what happened either time though. So
Why again the GG boys continue to bring two backliners.
yeah, it's a football.
They can control the way the map is going, and that grate right there, where you see the
I don't.
is going to be the point of contention.
I don't know what's happening.
Taiji Baller actually is going to get them through. They need to grab that claim again, though.
Taiji dancing around the ink, two big-time splash, looking to form the completion.
He got three.
The power clam into the basket, and now it's
This looks like it's straight out of Guts, Nickelodeon Guts.
individual effort by Taiji 9.
It was, and more than anything, this score might not be a big score, but it's going to mean that they control the middle. There's a mechanic in Splatoon called super jumping that allows you to go to where your anybody on your team is standing. So it's going to mean that they can continue their pressure. I think that Australia has snuffed it out, though. Great defense by them.
Australia able to survive right there. Only 26 points scored by the GG boys. You see that 13-point penalty, and actually you can also see the number of clams each team has by that small number underneath their 4 icons. And right now, neither team with a lot of clams. How do you see Lime Soda trying to get back into this one?
To pick up clams and throw them into the enemy's basket.
Little by little, but what's going to need to happen is
Where'd the football come from though?
because this map is covered in a lot of orange, I think, and they're also going to have to stay away from Yamamichi's Stingray.
Yamamichi once again with that Stingray applying pressure from the back line. Taiji using that baller. You lose the clams when you deploy that baller as well too.
Pick up 10 clams creates a power clam, and that's a football. Oh.
How about that? Hiding in the bubbles, 9.
There were bubbles everywhere there. That was a very tense moment, and Etna able to sniff.
I mean, I just like looked up and suddenly saw someone had a football. I was like, what? Where are the clams?
So again, you're seeing small scores, and that's going to mean that the penalty is still there. Now, that power claim that we talked about scored you 20 points. This is actually still a very close game.
Lime Soda not out of it at all. As you said, one power clam followed by some smaller ones into the basket. They are right back in this thing. They've got a 4-3 advantage.
Break the basket's barrier with the power clam to be able to start scoring.
They can't get past that second half of the map here, Ashley.
I would say the reason why is those tenterellas right there that you can see flying by. They're all over the place. I love that there's dueling tenterellas. This is it makes it really tough.
I wonder if they'll ever make these modes available in unranked play. They probably won't ever do that in like Splatoon 2, but like maybe in like 3.
Getting some critical splats deep into Lime Soda territory.
Pushing them all the way back and continuing to just create space. So often we focus so
Because
much on
I don't touch a lot of these other modes because I have to play them in ranked. And it's like, I don't want to do that.
Just under 2 minutes left. 4-4.
Granted, I haven't played Splatoon 2 in forever, so it really doesn't matter.
However, you see the penalty. Lime Soda not out of it by a long shot. Etna.
Still need to finish the DLC. I never
This is Dynamon trying to apply some
went back to that.
1:43 left, and right now the match has gotten to a bit of a stalemate here, 9.
It has, and the way that GG Boys is playing right now means that Lime Soda actually can't build up any clans. You see they're shuffling a few around back here. They know that there's not much time, so they're trying to make the score that they do get here a big one. But because GG Boys continues to hold the map, there's not even a chance for them to build it.
Oh, the barrier is broken, though. The GG Boys have a chance to add to their lead. They're adding clams by the bushel at this point. 36 to 100. You see the timer in the middle. That gives them that much more time to fill the basket up. Can they get one more clam in there? Doesn't look like they... Oh, they do!
Oh, they do!
And here comes more pressure. Riding the shield of those bubbles, trying to pop the hopes of Lime Soda. 1 minute left. 91-point advantage for the GG Boys. Now is when it gets difficult for Lime Soda to have a comeback here, 9. And that is the game. GG Boys filling the basket. They take a 2-0 lead. And once again, it was the specials and the push by the GG Boys. But how about that strategy we saw there, Ashley? Hiding in the bubbles for some protection to get closer to the basket.
It's a great strategy. It's a great way because it's going to take a lot of ink to get those bubbles to shrink down enough to be able to get your opponent. So, yeah, that's a great strategy. Hide in there as long as you can. Stay in the bubbles and then get right under that basket. And as soon as the bubbles either go away or pop, you're good to go.
First 2 victories go to the GG Boys. One more, and they will have the sweep in the semifinals and find themselves in the finals. Let's take a look at the next upcoming ranked mode, and we've got Splat Zones, and this is the one that a lot of competitive players love. Splat Zones, tell me a little bit more about the strategy here, because it's a little bit of turf war. However, there are some things that change here.
There are. I think the easiest way to describe it is something of a king of the hill, right? There is going to be a zone, sometimes 2 smaller zones, that you have to take. That is going to bring down your timer. You want your timer to either be lower than the opponents when the time runs out or run all the way to 0. And competitive players love it because of how consistent it tends to be.
And you mentioned consistency. Ashley, we've had the conversation before. A lot of these modes, you can mount a comeback. Splat zone's very difficult to come back. What are some things you need to keep in mind once you secure the zone if you want to make sure you protect your victory?
Securing the zone is one thing. Making sure you're not getting penalized when it gets taken back is another thing. So really, really doing a good job of pushing forward, making sure, again, you're keeping your opponent from either that central objective in the splat zone or both splat zones. You really have to have good defense when there's 2.
Let's go shopping at Mako Mart here. Don't forget to grab some milk, splat zones, and this is only one splat zone on this map here, Nine, so a lot of the action is going to be very concentrated.
It is, and taking a look right now immediately, you see a double L3 nozzle nose. That's going to mean 2 ballers and a third one being added in by Dynamon there. If all 3 of those go in the zone, they're going to take it in the blink of an eye.
You see Lime Soda in the orange and the GG Boys of Japan in the purple. GG Boys already securing the zone, and one thing they talked about, Nine, is that they're not going to push too far once they get the zone. They want to make sure that they aren't too aggressive and give themselves the opportunity to be snuffed from behind, flanked from behind to lose the zone.
And they're especially going to try to build their baller. You see that they already have a Stingray at the ready that's going to immediately target Yoshiko, who is willing to trade a 1-for-1 there. I like that because it allowed them to take the zone and apply a penalty.
Huge recovery right there by Lime Soda. You see the 36-second penalty for the GG Boys. So that'll buy some precious seconds for Lime Soda. 4-3 on the map, and actually a chance for Lime Soda to finally make a push with the advantage.
That was a huge take back because once you can apply that penalty, it becomes, there's a little less pressure. And I think that that's really helpful for them in this moment.
You see the splat. We've got a spill on Isle splat zone right there. Nine and Etina and Taiji. You mentioned the double L3 composition. They're going to go and try and put a lot of pressure on Lime Soda at this point.
And you can see they have 2 ballers at the ready, so they're not going to have any trouble at all doing that. Etina going to run in, pop the baller. There's another one that they can use. Trapped in the corner. Etina goes for 3. Why not? The 4th one sitting up at spawn, and this is getting ugly.
Etina putting on an absolute clinic, finally able to get slowed down, but it might be too little too late. GG Boys just a few seconds away from claiming this 3rd victory, and that'll do it. GG Boys with a clean sweep in the semifinals, and last year's defending champions having no issue whatsoever through those 3 ranked modes. And what we saw early, Ashley, they controlled the zone and they were able to apply some pressure in spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only were they able to do that, they were able to do that with completely cool heads, as if this is just something that they do in their sleep, which pretty much it is.
Well, let's go ahead and give a round of applause to Lime Soda. They put up some great battles. We certainly appreciate them coming all the way here from Australia, New Zealand to give us a show. I'm sure we will see many of them later. What a
That was
great
like 3 rounds that they just went through, wasn't it?
them, but Nine, it's very tough when you're going against the defending champions.
It is. They're the champions.
Are they
for the
still?
reason.
Is there
They
still
give us a
more?
Fist pump right there. They know that their goal is still a little ways away.
Let's take a look at the updated bracket here as we have our first ticket to the finals punched here by the GG Boys. They get the 3.
Okay, well this is going to be a while.
So they will take on the winner of FT Win and Alliance Rogue. And as you said earlier, Nine, this matchup between North America and Europe that we're about to see in the semifinal.
Why would they do first to 3
These are 2 teams that are
for
really
semifinals? That seems like too much.
For an opportunity to knock off the champions here soon.
And more than that, they are very familiar with each other. Earlier, Milano was talking about Kraken Paradise and Team Olive, the 2 teams that kind of formed this. Those 2 teams, along with FT Win, have been battling at the top of the European North American leagues for ages right now. They know the tricks that each other are going to do.
And obviously, you're well aware with each player, with each team for the most part, but Ashley, the stage is different. You know, it's different when you're playing online versus live on the stage in front of this crowd, in front of this audience, with this Splatoon Sterling Squid up for grabs.
It's different just casting on the internet by yourself. So being in front of this amazing crowd, they're hyped, they're ready to go. Like they are super excited to see these teams face off. Obviously, FT Win, it's the hometown team. We got North America here, but at the end of the day, anything can happen. Like Nine said, these teams have faced off against each other many, many times, just playing Splatoon. So it'll be interesting to see how all of them react.
And Nine, we were talking earlier in the week, and you said FT win. When they are at their best, it is hard to find anybody better than them. It's just a matter of will they be consistent enough in this tournament to be able to match the consistency we've seen from, say, the GG boys.
It is, and they have been hiding their scrims for short. They have been hiding the results of those because they don't want anyone knowing what.
That feels like saying, "Oh, that's what scrim stands for," and then not explaining what that means.
Well, we mentioned FT win representing.
It's not that helpful.
Let's take a closer look at the 4 that comprise this squad.
I am Shaq,
2D, Keo,
Ice,
Quavo. And we are
V to win. My single piece of advice would be to understand that getting the most amount of splats in a game does not necessarily mean that you played perfectly or you did everything properly. There's always more to learn. Just because you get the most amount of splats doesn't mean that you played the game right.
Put Team Deathmatch in the game, then we'll see.
Right there, getting a chance to know them a little bit better. And Nine, they were talking about some strategy for some folks that are maybe just new to Splatoon 2, and he said sometimes it's not all about the splats.
Right, there's so many things that go into playing a good game, and sometimes just being a Brella on the tower and not leaving the tower can be the difference between getting a win or a loss. Sometimes it's holding the position. There's just too much to boil it down to a single number.
We saw a lot of Stingray with the specials. Baller has been very popular.
TDM in Splatoon would be silly. It would be.
That Baller provides a lot.
I live for silliness.
Great way to give cover not only to yourself if you're in a bit of a pinch, but it's also a really great way to give cover to a teammate. If you end up getting, double teamed, you got 2 squids coming at you. Baller's a great way to get them to go away. So it's a really nice way to it's a little bit of a defense mechanism, but also a really great offensive mechanism as well. So it's a fantastic special.
Unranked only.
It's no wonder it's being used.
No. It's the only ranked mode in Splatoon 3. TDM, let's go. That's not... Oh god, there's too much.
There's a defensive component to some of these.
There's a defensive component, and there's also spatial control, which is something that, of course, we know the Stingray, being that it can reach everywhere on the map, does. But when you have a Baller, it forces the opponents to move away. And even if you don't explode and get a splat, it means that your teammates can move up as well. And spatial control really is the next level of being a good Splatoon player.
Yeah, it's that combination of turf coverage because that Baller explodes, but then also scattering everybody. Because Ashley, these high-level teams, a lot of their success is based upon being able to establish certain parts of a map, and when you have to scurry away because of a Baller, it can really disrupt your strategy.
Yeah, disrupt is exactly the right word. I mean, disrupting a team's rhythm, what they are most comfortable with, is going to be a great way to knock them off their feet and potentially take the win.
As we get set, we've got tower control on the reef once again here. FT win from North America taking on Alliance Rogue from Europe. You've got FT win in the blue, Alliance Rogue in the green, and Nine, you know it, you love it. What are our loadouts looking like?
Well, I want everybody to keep an eye on 2 players in particular, 2D from North America and Gray from Alliance Rogue. They are going to be providing ink armor, one of them with a more aggressive weapon in the end zap, the other a more supportive role with that Tensa undercover Brella. That's a mouthful.
And that ink armor, once again, defensive capabilities coming from a special, allowing you to be more aggressive here. A little one-on-one action here. Shaq getting the best of that, trying to avoid some green ink coming in. Right now, you've got Alliance Rogue that's moved the tower just 10 little points, so plenty of action to go here. Urza trying to charge up those Tenta missiles, but gets splatted by Kyo, and actually early advantage on the map. You've got FT Win getting a couple of big splats here.
Yeah, this is an early advantage, so it may not pay off for them in the end, but it is a really good thing for them to have been able to kind of, they scared EU just a little bit. Rogue Alliance was like, what, I think I'm going to jump back to base. A couple of our players have gone down, and now we got a Stingray out.
Well, once again, that spatial control, Nine Ice able to dislodge and disrupt the Stingray for Alliance Rogue.
It is, and sometimes, like you said, that's just enough, because when you're using that Stingray, you're doing it to take a couple people down and build a lead for your team. Give yourself a little breathing room. A counter Stingray, not going to allow that to happen.
FT Win is now taking the lead. They're at the first checkpoint. However, they get dislodged. They're back on the tower. Oh, almost about to clear that checkpoint, but Kibber with a nice double splat, Nine.
And that's going to disrupt it entirely. That's going to be the end of it there, taken down before it could even get started.
And that's huge. We've talked about with the checkpoints. You want to make sure you clear them. If not, you're just leaving yourself more homework after school when you get back to that checkpoint. And we know how balanced these teams are, Ashley. We're a minute and a half in. Neither team has cleared the first checkpoint.
Not at all. And that is a real testament to how good these teams are, how much they've played against each other. They know their strategies. They know what's going on. That might be a really critical Stingray splat right there.
4-2 on the field for a moment for FT when they did a nice job stopping the advances of Alliance Rogue. Now let's see if they can boost their score. How about Ice? Slipping and sliding out of the way of those splats. He does a nice job, Soren, trying to get the tower. But here comes some Tenta missiles once again to disrupt that back line.
And you know that's the thing that we haven't talked about yet. One of the reasons why the Tenta missiles have become so strong, everyone for the longest time was focused on Stingray v Stingray. The Tenta missiles do it with much less commitment. The Stingrays from Soren have been completely inconsequential so far.
It's such a good point. Soren can't get comfortable at that point. And FT win getting to the second checkpoint. They're trying to clear it. This is one of the ones in this stage here that you're looking, as you mentioned, Ashley. That's the critical one in this map if you want to give yourself somewhat of a safe lead.
Absolutely, and now we can see there's a couple of Rogue Alliance jumping back to base. They want to get out of the way of that Stingray.
FT win trying to close the door on this match. Kimber trying to get him off the tower. It's a battle. It bleeds everywhere. The ink is going everywhere, but the super jump back here.
Wow.
Sounded like something just happened.
Surviving that storm at the end right there, 9.
Look at that. Kyo had jumped onto the tower with a splashdown. He said, there are invulnerability frames as I come down. We are knocking this out no matter what happens. But their ability to press forward and use their specials, we say it so much, but you almost can't say it enough. Coordinating your specials in time with the push makes it very difficult for your opponent to slow it down.
It really does. It's a thing there. If you can do that with your team, if you can communicate and say, okay, you use your Tenta missiles, keep that Stingray away. Now let's use Baller. Now let's use Splashdown. I mean, if you can do that all coordinated and all together, it's, especially at the end for that very last race to the finish, it's beautiful.
And that's what we love about competitive Splatoon. You have those moments like we saw at the end, just pure chaos, but these players are so good at remaining calm through all that ink flying left and right for the most part. Let's take a closer look at a replay from that last match. One of those exciting moments, our instant replay. 2:24 left, and keep an eye on the tower. It's moving right now. Ice moves it, but look at all the action that's going to happen. Walk us through it here, 9.
So you see, of course, they have one person as their designated tower rider, but you see that Shaq was by it as well, meaning that they were going to have at least some pressure there.
You say Shaq was by it?
Were able to get 2 people, and as the GG
Shaq is on the team?
to play around the tower, and that's exactly what they did, positioning to take out anybody who was trying to stop it.
In the splash,
I would love if I somehow, like literally Shaquille O'Neal is here. And just like, I just didn't notice somehow.
Get some momentum, but
I would love for that to somehow happen.
because that tower wasn't moving much early on, Ashley.
Not at all. It was very, very close for a really long time, but I think a couple of splats, they were very key to enable FT Win to finally start making some progress and get through those first couple of checkpoints.
Well, let's take a look at our upcoming ranked modes that we will be seeing. We just saw Tower Control. We'll have Clam Blitz coming up here next, and looking at Clam Blitz once again, that strategy. We saw the bubble protection from the GG boys, but we've also seen the coordinated super jump with the baller that has become popular.
Right, that is something that I think becomes sort of a desperation play. And I said earlier that Clam Blitz has developed. If you just sit everybody back, try to run one baller in, teams are too good. That's not going to work anymore. It's 2019. So I think that the way the GG boys played the map is exactly what you're going to see both of these teams try to do. Set themselves up, pin the enemy team in, and just jump in as they will.
And with Arrow on a mall, there are some tight corridors there as well too, Ashley. So we saw that a lot of 1v1 situations are very important. We saw that from Tai G from the GG boys. You figured it'll be just as vital this time around.
Very much so, and I think we'll see more Brellas, especially like you said with that tight corridor. The Tentabrella really comes in handy to be able to push an opponent backwards, to keep them off balance and be able to take them down. But yeah, those 1v1s are going to be really key in this fight.
And 9, we just saw a shot of that beautiful stage, and how great is it for these teams to compete at this high level, knowing that these are the best of the best teams. They have gone through the rankings here. They have gone through the battles and the matches and the qualifiers, and here you are on the big stage getting a chance to take on each other.
This is the payoff. This is why you practice. This is why you put in the hundreds, the thousands of hours that you do into this game. This is why you stay up late. This is why you get up early. It is for this chance right here.
How many hours was it, did Kyo say he had logged into Splatoon?
It seems weird that it takes so long between these matches. I assume they're because they have to do gear stuff and everything. That's probably why.
You know, my man. Let's go ahead. Arrow on a mall, Clam Blitz. Let's take a look at these teams. You've got FT Win in the purple representing North America, and Alliance Rogue in the green representing Europe. And once again, that clan management, taking care of the currency on the map seems to be more important than getting splats at times here, 9.
It is, and there's one person in particular I'm going to point out again. I pointed him out last time. 2D, right here, playing the L3, the Kensa L3, has a hammer. We have seen the hammer do some pretty great things, and it's honestly the best answer for Tentabrella. We're getting a sneak peek. Speak it into existence.
You want to be the hammer, you don't want to be the nail. 2D getting some home remodeling done right there. 4-3 advantage on the field for FT Win, but you see a power clamp in the hands of Alliance Rogue right now. Let's see if they can advance it into FT Win territory. And Ashley, the problem is FT Win can see where that power clamp is coming from.
Yes, it is glowing. And so everybody knows who has the power clamp, and it sort of becomes little kids playing soccer. Everybody's after that power clamp.
You saw Gray trying to utilize some bubbles to clear a path, but unable to do so near the basket. And so a power clamp still in the hands of Alliance Rogue. Shaq winning a big-time one-on-one, but gets some reinforcement help from his teammates. Alliance Rogue able to avoid that. 3-2 on the field for Alliance Rogue.
And Gray really has to be the key player here. He's been in the middle of a lot of the action so far, but we saw what the Tentabrella can do. And given that FT Win does not have one of their own, it's going to be on Gray to push the advantages that weapon has as far as he possibly can.
Ice with the power clamp, a couple of power clamps for FT Win on the field. Neither team has been able to get it into the basket on either side. Middle of the map has been where a lot of the traffic is taking place. Kyo with the splashdown. Gray still being patient, deploying some bubbles right here. Here comes the Stingray. Alliance Rogue seems like this is where they want to make the push here now.
Here comes a Stingray, bubbles, baller, everything was used right there. Gray is going to get the score, and they're going to jump somebody in. Gray actually was able to stay up for that, so Soren doesn't look like he's going to be able to get any more. I believe this is going to be the end of this push for the time being, but 57 is a big mark. We say that this is the mark where your score is officially good because now 2 power clams will not equalize it.
Such a good point in Ashley. We saw a nice job of Alliance Rogue clearing some traffic, using the bubbles to get the basket open, but then you saw the teammate use the super jump.
Yeah, this is again, like Nine said, classic strategy on Clam Blitz. Now though, like Nine said, you've got North America. FT Win has got to really push to get at least 2 power clams plus a little more.
Kyo and Kiver applying some nice pressure. That Stingray taking out a member of Alliance Rogue. Kyo super jumping over to the side.
Here
Got
comes
the
the
clams ready to go. Here comes the power clam. A couple of more buckets, but nicely negated. However, they're filling the basket. The timer is live. Ice has got some clams. The splash wall providing some protection. This is a big 1v1. They trade. Let's see if we can get any more FT Win members in there. They're 1 clam away here tonight, and they get it, and they take the lead.
Just enough there, and Shaq was actually able to jump back in and sneak more. Shaq is going to keep this open as long as he can there and able to stay alive. They're going to be able to jump more people to Shaq right now if they want. They might opt to stick with this score right here, and it does look like they are. Shaq, have a day.
Shaq clearing the way for his teammates. It's all right to be greedy in this version, Shaq. I see you. 142 left, 44-57 lead. How about the hammer coming out once again for 2D? You called it 9, and then how about the liberal use of the splash wall, Ashley, providing some nice protection for FT Win when they need it most?
That splash wall is one of my absolute favorite subs. It's a great way. You can jump in front of it, jump behind it. It's a really, really great defense for anybody looking to push forward. So he's doing a great job of it.
Let's see if FT Win wants to be on the offensive with 1:15 left. They have a power clam ready to go. Ice is coming in, but it's only 2-1 on the field. And if you're Alliance Rogue 9, you've got a little bit of time left to mount a comeback, but you've got to be very careful about how you do it.
You do. I mean, you've got plenty of time here. 2 power clams are going to take the lead for them right now, and they know that with just a minute. They're going to try to get control and make great bomb up against that splash wall. Splash wall is fun to use when you're not in front of it, but when you are, anything can take you down.
Yeah, you want to make sure the ink is the same color as you when you're approaching that splash wall. Here comes a chance for Alliance Rogue. They've broken the barrier.
It's close.
Here comes some more clams. They seize the lead from FT Win, but 38 seconds left. That timer's still going. Let's see if Alliance Rogue can pack the lead. However, like you said, 9, just 2 power clams away from FT Win.
They snuck more in.
Just before the door closed, they grab one more bull, and they go ahead and pad their lead. At this point now, it's going to take more than 2 power clams for the most part for FT Win. How about a huge turn of events by Alliance Rogue?
It is, and really the catalyst for that was Gray with the Tentabrella moving in, and then in the middle of all that chaos, hiding in the back. Nobody knew he was there. We are going to enter overtime here because they do have a power clam left on the map, but they're going to need a lot more than 1.
It's a trade right there. We're going to head to overtime. You hear the siren sounding. Ice has got to be patient. Has a power clam ready to go. They're going to need more than one, though. You see the clam economy at the top. There's going to be a lot becoming available here soon. Oh, can't get the splat on Gray with the tent umbrella. Gray trying to stay alive and weaken the forces. There's only one FT Win member left. Hanging back right there. And that'll do it. Alliance Rogue seizing control of this match. And we've got a 1-1 tally as we get set for game 3 here, Ashley. And this is what's exciting about Clam Blitz. It's about that one moment you get to break the defenses and then making the most of your opportunity.
That is exactly what Alliance Rogue did, and they did it multiple times in this game. And honestly, watching them really have that strategy locked tight, and all of them were together. They made that concentrated, coordinated effort right under the basket and then snuck a couple in there right after. So that really actually made a huge difference.
It did. I think that that's actually really the moment of the game where the entire dynamic changed, because at that point they had to score not only one power clam but a second power clam and then some, and it's all because, you know, every one of those clams is worth 3 points. You sneak 4 more in, that's
Oh no,
almost an
that's
entire
not supposed to
power
be
clam.
there.
It meant that FT Win had to go out and be risky trying to collect more clams.
I always get worried when I accidentally put something on the wrong screen. And then I remember I'm not using display capture, so it doesn't actually matter.
Let's take a look at our next upcoming ranked mode match. It will be Splat Zones at Mako Mart, as we saw earlier. And
If they're using display capture, that would just be silly, for one.
How consistent it can be.
It can, and we saw last time when you get the lead, you have to push up. You have to be a little bit careful about not going too deep, but as long as you're putting pressure on the opponent, you can get big scores.
So they'll only do the other modes if
sometimes flipping the map
it goes
is just
to
enough to buy yourself a little more time.
And that's such
more
a
rounds.
point that you make right there, because if you can just buy yourself some time with that penalty, Ashley, you don't need to panic.
Like, I know they want to show everything, but I wonder, I feel like it might not be
Absolutely. And
the most balanced to have it just like have them go through every mode. Like, I feel like it might make more sense to have them specifically keep doing the same mode for like a certain round.
So I think being able to take back and apply that penalty to your opponent is a huge part of the strategy in any Splat Zone game.
And what's been interesting is our teams are taking the maximum allotted time in between matches to talk strategy. So obviously we see how competitive it is here, 9.
They are.
Learning and applying.
They really are doing that.
Last match that you want to take into the next ranked match.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned the last match, because the last mode that is in this set is actually another tower control game. I think Alliance Rogue knows we probably need to win this, because if game 5 comes up, we probably aren't going to win that one.
Splat Zones and Mako Mart. We've got FT Win in yellow and Alliance Rogue in blue here on your map. Loadouts, anything stand out to you, 9?
Well, again, the tent umbrella coming out of gray. This one is one of the new weapons, the Sheldon's Pigs that were announced at PAX. This one has a wicked hammer. We'll see if Gray gives us some highlight reel material.
Obviously, one zone in here, and already FT Win claiming this one. Kyo trying to apply some pressure down the cereal aisle. No luck right there. 1v1 versus Kimber. How about the help and the support of the Stingray in that situation, Ashley?
That is exactly why he won that one-on-one, because it became a 1.5-on-1.
Oh, but Alliance Rogue and Gray.
I'm curious to know how many NA aim jokes are being made in chat. Not curious enough to look at chat, but
there we go. They penalty. They're out of the
still.
principal's office here, and they're getting ready to pad their lead at this point. You've got a couple of backliners on each team here, 9, but you have to advance them in this map, it seems like.
You do, and that's why both of these teams are waiting until the exact right moment to use their Stingray. Kyo getting styled on a little bit there, and Erza going to put another pick there. This lead is going to go back the other way, but this is the key moment. Splat Zones is so exciting because teams have gotten so good at this phase, which we call the lockout phase.
And here comes the lockout. Lead switching back into the hands of Alliance Rogue. They've got 4-4 on the map, a couple of specials ready to go. FT Win can't seem to get into that zone. They're getting pushed back towards their spawn. They're going to need to really utilize those specials here in a push, and that's what they do, Ashley.
Oh, man, yeah, they are pushing right now. Ice is doing a really great job with that Stingray. I am shocked that so many splats came out of that, just because now Alliance Rogue had 3 specials, and then they lost a couple of them.
And 9, it seems like this match is a personification of these two teams, tightly contesting the lead, switching hands back and forth.
Well, this is so often what we see at Splat Zones at this level. It's a battle of both sides building up their specials, coming back in, trading lead, and then they lose it. The switch really comes when the specials don't take anybody on the other team out. When you flip the zone, but you don't get the lockout phase started. But again, we're seeing the exact same thing that we've seen again and again. But I think that Alliance Rogue is pushed up here a little further than they were last time, this might be their chance to take it the distance.
And you see the penalty really slowing down the progress for both teams at this point, because as that score gets lower, that penalty is going to get higher. Nice splat by Ice on Gray. Let's see if FT Win can seize control. No. Great job by Alliance with the lockout phase, but as always, FT Win claiming control, and it seems like Ashley FT Win is doing a good job of not getting pushed back too far.
Yeah, they're also doing a really good job of staying on the high ground. They're doing a really excellent job of communicating, talking about where their teammates are. I mean, that was a trade, but you know what? If you can take out Kyo, that's really good for you.
Oh, FT Win doing a fine job of not losing control of the tower right there, and they take the lead once again. Let's see if Alliance Road can battle back, and then they go ahead and grab the zone, but this is where the penalty starts to come into play here, 9, as our timer is now right around 2 minutes left.
It is, and 2 minutes can be an eternity in splat zones because that timer moves faster than the one you see at the top of your screen. This checkpoint needs to be taken by this bomb rush. I think that the umbrella might be enough to slow it down here. Maybe not. One gets sniped out of the air. This is going to be the lead going back the other way.
That splashdown getting caught in midair was huge because Alliance Road now takes the lead with only 1:44 left. That's a stiff penalty for FT Win to overcome. Zone is up for grabs. Can FT Win apply the penalty at this point? They do. Now they've got to hold on and try to lock out. They haven't been as successful with it as Alliance Road has been, and Alliance Road once again actually taking the lead, but it's 3-1 on the map. FT Win.
Oh man, that was, this is going to be really tough for Alliance Road here. This is going to be really tough for them, but they might be able to pull it out. They have enough time.
And 9, how about this? You don't see splat zone matches go this much back and forth. It really speaks volumes to how evenly matched these two teams are.
It does, and at this point, if you want to see the action, just look at the special meters on the top of the screen. That's what's dictating everything. One of these teams needs to find a pick in a situation they haven't, and getting that forced all the way back is going to be the reason that happened.
And you hear the roar from the crowd as FT Win claims control of the lead once again, and they are finally locking out Alliance Road. Here comes the Stingray, 14 seconds away from a critical Game 3 victory. Oh, how about Ice? Here comes Urza with the baller, and Alliance Road takes back the lead. However, that penalty is going to be huge, Ashley, because they are running out of ticks on the clock.
They are definitely running out of time, and they need to go ahead and lock them out. They're going to have to keep this basically until the game is over.
Kiver and Alliance Road, 30 seconds.
I still don't really understand how the splat zone scoring works.
They have a chance, though. They're out of the penalty. Oh, but a couple of big splats once again. They lose control. FT Win's got to seize it, and they're 7 seconds away, 16 seconds away from getting the victory here. Alliance Rogue has time for one more push here. They've got to build that special quick. You see 2 more other players right up there. Here comes the baller. Oh, but how about FT Win? There's mayhem in the middle here, 9.
Oh my goodness, right over overtime, and they don't have any specials to work with right now. It's gonna be
Yeah, like I don't know how it decides to go into overtime or how the penalty is calculated.
Judy has to get this pick.
They were 1 second away from the match ending, but Alliance Rogue now just a few seconds away from that penalty erasing. They've got to hold the tower for 13 seconds.
Can they do it?
Here comes FT Win. Can they apply any pressure? Alliance Rogue with that huge come-from-behind victory. And as the sands of time almost run out, Alliance Rogue able to hold their position, and they steal a game from FT Win.
That was...
Go ahead.
That was a bank robbery level steal. Oh my gosh, what an amazing comeback. I mean, for them to be able to hold like that, this is so good. It's so good.
Everybody here in the theater at Ace Hotel is buzzing right now. You see the response from the players, the round of applause from the audience. What a show, what a display of tenacity.
We might need a
by
defibrillator
Alliance
for
Rogue
9.
here, 9.
Whew, okay. That might be the single greatest game of Splat Zones I've ever seen play. Back and forth, big plays being made. I'm gonna admit, I thought that it was over. Kiver went down with Splashdown with about 20 seconds, or I'm
And
sorry,
I said,
Booyah
oh,
Bomb.
I think
thought
that's
that
it.
was it.
Yeah,
But for
no.
them to have the tenacity to come back in with about just a few seconds left, everyone on the map turned to the Splat Zone and said, let's hit the trigger as fast as we can. We've got to paint it. And that is the thinnest edge that you can win by.
1 second left in regulation. And Alliance Rogue able to steal the zone. They overcome a penalty and take the victory in overtime. That's huge because now they take a 2-1 advantage in our semifinals, and it's the first 1-3, which means we get set for our next ranked mode here. We just got done with Splat Zones, that means we're going to have a little Rainmaker coming up here as well, too. And you look at the Rainmaker strategy here, Ashley, and this is one that can end very quickly if you're the team that isn't able to match a push.
Yes, it can end very, very quickly because all you have to do, as easier said than done, of course, is take the Rainmaker to your opponent's goal. And if you can slam dunk that, you're golden, literally golden.
And 9 Rainmaker with these teams, it's all about a coordinated push once again, because you just can't go all solo by yourself and try to be an action hero. You really need the support of your teammates in Rainmaker.
The principles that we talked about in tower control apply here too. You want to play up ahead of the Rainmaker because though the Rainmaker does have a very
Game goes into
powerful burst
overtime.
shot, it doesn't move
Time
very
runs out while
quickly.
losing
It
team is
doesn't
in
move.
control.
It's like a sitting duck when you have it. It's going to be on the rest of the team to make the big push.
That
So
makes
as we saw
sense,
in
I
tower
guess.
control, they're going to wait until they get maybe a 1 or 2 squid advantage before they make that push.
2-1 Alliance Rogue has the advantage in the semifinals.
I don't. Does the game like explain how all of that works, or do they kind of just expect you to figure it out? Because I don't. I remember playing Splat Zones and I never really understood exactly how it worked. Like I knew how to play it and what to do. It's just like it never seemed clear to me.
At this point, the last game never
In
happened.
game, just playing the game, it didn't seem clear.
Right, we were a second away from winning that game. Now let's move on to this
It
one.
does
I do
explain
think that
somewhere.
Rainmaker does favor the way that they
I don't
like
know.
to play. They have been the ones that have been more aggressive, and I think that that's going to be exactly what they need. Because Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy, there's really only one way you can go.
There really is, and it's a matter of being able to take out the opponents on the high ground here, Ashley.
Although to be honest, I don't know where the. Do they explain how the ranked modes work at all, other than like a very brief explanation?
That Rainmaker's going to have a clear
I don't know. I don't remember that Splatoon having any sort of tutorials for different modes.
Art Academy Rainmaker. Alliance Rogue, one victory away from taking on the GG boys in the finals. However, FT win from North America.
I feel like I remember playing like Rainmaker or something and just straight up not knowing what the rules were.
Pretty much the same composition that's come out of FT Win here. They have to be comfortable with the way they're playing. They know they were so close, but Urza here is
Because the game doesn't really properly explain it.
blasters that we have seen here. Last year at this time it was a dominant weapon as Shaq comes over and says, "What are you talking about? I'm playing a dominant weapon right here."
4-2 advantage, FT win. That's going to be huge for moving the Rainmaker forward. 4-1, they're looking for the clean wipe. Kyo going to start to push the pressure into the spawn of Alliance Rogan. Ashley, Alliance Rogan have to play some defense here very quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, they did not want to have that full wipe, so you saw one of those players jump right back to base.
You have button
They said,
prompts
"You
for
know what? Let's just
explanations.
reset, let's compose ourselves, and let's get back
I don't
out
know.
there together."
Shaq's got the Rainmaker.
I'm guessing it probably wasn't very visible.
Open, but the toll booth was closed. Gets splatted right there. Alliance Rogue able to play a little bit of defense, but early on.
I'm sure it's there. Just
there is a certain point you get to where it
it's
becomes
probably something I never noticed. I don't think I'm the only person that made that mistake of like I think I picked up the Rainmaker and then didn't know what to do with it.
That one might have gone even further. This Stingray combined with the Tensa missiles is going to open a lot of space for them. They're going to need to move up quickly.
Inkstorm, though, such a powerful special. Just set it and leave, and that creates a lot of havoc for FT Win. Alliance Rogue unable to get through that. Ice once again with the Stingray. And Ashley, if you're FT Win, you have the lead. You can now focus on defense a little bit more if you'd like to.
Yeah, I think that's a really good strategy for them. They're going to, like you said, they're going to wait a little bit, get a couple of splats.
Although I think that might have been when Rainmaker like first came out, so that might have Rainmaker was in Splatoon 1, right? I think that was what that was.
For Alliance Rogue to mount a comeback. Any thoughts about doing that at this point?
Well, I think the wall that they're at right now is where it needs to happen, but they've waited a little bit too long, and they've allowed Shaq to move up here. If he gets one more pick, that might have been it, and they do get some more points out of it. And again, every point means a lot at this level. As Kyo actually pops the splashdown by himself, Urza has to pop this bubble just to at least slow this push down.
38-70, you see some suction bombs, burst bombs, splat bombs, and torpedoes being deployed right now. Every sub-weapon you can think of. Tenta missiles ready to go. However, that's going to be negated by Kyo. And you see the one-shot splat as well, too. The constant pressure by FT Win, you called it out, Knight. They're the aggressor in this one, and it is showing.
Shaq just jumped right into the middle of two people, got a splat, and said, "No, the pressure's not done yet. Keep an eye to the sky, my friend. We are not done."
And once again, FT Win claiming that Rainmaker, and Ashley just controlling the Rainmaker this whole match has made it difficult for Alliance Rogue to even focus on playing offense. They're on their heels.
Yeah, they are absolutely on their heels here. This has been very difficult for them to get any kind of traction, even in the center of the map, not even in enemy territory.
2D with the Rainmaker trying to scale the wall. Nicely negated by Gray and that Brella. Rainmaker in the middle of that wall. Suction bomb coming down. 4-3 advantage on the map, Alliance Rogue, but we know, Nine, we can never count them out.
No, they can't. And right now, the real change of dynamic here is that every time we see one Stingray, the other one comes out. The time that this is going to shift for either one of these teams is when one of them doesn't have that all-powerful Stingray to either make the push or slow it down.
4-3 on the map, Alliance Rogue. Once again, you look for that player advantage on the map. They have the Rainmaker. Maybe this is the chance where they can make a push here, Ashley.
Yeah, they're going to have to get a couple of really key picks here. I would say if they can take out Toon, but obviously that Stingray is so brutal.
You don't need a dog, you don't need a security system, you just need a Stingray, Nine.
Two people did go down there at the start of that, though, so even though Ice was able to get that pick, you see that they're all there, and now Soren has his Stingray, and is going to be able to fire it at whoever they want. Gray is going to grab it here, and Shaq actually won a 2v1 there to slow that one down.
That's huge right there. Shaq getting the advantage right there because they were in position to go ahead and push that Rainmaker, threaten the lead of FT Win. Keep an eye on the clock in the middle, though. We're approaching about a minute left right now. FT Win with the advantage. You start to think how important it is to play defense and not waste any time or resources, Ashley, trying to extend your lead.
Yeah, one of the things they just did was they let Soren kind of walk around a little bit. They danced around, and then they took him out to stagger him so that that spawn took a little bit longer. They had to wait a little longer to regroup.
Shaq trying to escort the Rainmaker. Dude, he's got a chance, but no. Alliance Rogue with the splat. 36 seconds left. It's all about building specials. Maybe time for one more push here, Nine.
It is going to be time for one more push here. They might be able to...
All their gear they're wearing appear to have no sub abilities.
Going to be it. And the fact that a couple of them are kind of going
That
down in
seems weird.
is big.
And I assume you don't get experience in this, like, mode.
You know, I spoke too soon here.
Baller takes out the splashdown. Here's a chance once again. But
Since this is, like, LAN. Or since this is like a private match or whatever.
Almost gets the wipe. 6 seconds left. Rainmaker up
Well,
for grabs. All
same
they have to
thing.
do is just secure it or leave it alone. They've got it covered, and that's
They're just gonna hold it there.
Go to a game 5 here, y'all. FT Win getting the victory. 2-2. How about that? The aggression by FT Win throughout the match to get the lead early on and protect it.
It was, and protecting the lead changes so much because when the opponent is holding the Rainmaker, you build special meter passively. It is so much easier to play defense as a result of that. And again, because there's only one path that the Rainmaker can go down, you can focus all your defense on one side. And can I just say, of course, we're getting
Confirms, I guess, this is everything unlocked on provided consoles. Yeah.
As well too, but Ashley, we saw Nine call it out. Shaq with a couple of key 1v2.
I like to imagine that they didn't even have like the developers just like unlock everything for them. It's like, no, you have to do it all yourself. Do it 8 times, everyone.
It really speaks to his
Playing Splatoon around the clock
really
to 100% the game.
in such a relatively easy looking manner. I mean, it's not easy for us, but it's easy for him.
Let's take a look at the final 25 seconds of this. We saw almost a push by Alliance Rogue, but the defense applied by FT Win, and Nine, take us through the last couple of seconds of this match.
What we saw here, what actually really worried me was...
Unless I wonder if like in like LAN battles, if you can just disable sub abilities or something like that.
Fire his second, and I know 2D got the pick there, but that was going to be stopped by this Stingray regardless. Ice got another pick just for fun. Let's go ahead and toss an assist on there, and that really was the end of the game.
Because I could see them doing something like that just to make it more like fair instead of having it be like luck based, basically, or
You don't just go ahead and use it right away. You wait until the moment where it's most beneficial for your team.
And I think the fact that Ice fired
like you
his
just
second
might not
was what
have
changed
what
that.
you want
Soren went early because
in terms
he
of
was on
gear
him to blaze the path
or in terms
with
of
that
like
pick.
abilities.
Ice said, all right, you fire first, that means I'm going to get the vantage point on you. I'm going to be able to take you out. And at that point, it's just a slow-moving Rainmaker that I've got to stop.
Game 5 semifinals. The winner of this game will advance to the finals to take on the defending champion GG Boys. We have tower control up next, and Ashley, the mentality. We saw an unbelievable comeback in Game 3 by Alliance Rogue. FT Win able to hold their water, get the victory in Game 4. What's in the mindset of both these teams as they know there's so much that hinges on this next game?
I think FT Win is really coming in confident into this game 5 because one, they've already won a tower control. They're very good at it, and they're also coming into game 5 with the momentum of having won game 4. So Alliance Rogue, I think, has a little bit more of an uphill battle here to really take them down, but anything can happen.
And you look at tower control yet again, these teams taking every second they can, Nine, to talk strategy, because you talk about this stage. This is the moment. This is where memories are made. A game 5 in the semifinals for a chance to play in the finals with all of the community watching. Going back to the strategy you saw with FT Win and tower control, what are they trying to replicate?
They're trying to push up ahead. They are trying to snowball the opponent, and they are trying to neutralize Soren's Stingrays. That's going to be the big job. They did it earlier with missiles. They did it earlier with counter Stingrays. That's going to be the most important part of this game.
And you said neutralizing the Stingray, keeping them off balance as well too is critical because that Stingray relies so much on that positioning to see the map and to be comfortable, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, the Stingray, especially in tower control, is so pivotal. And so you're going to see Ice and Soren facing off over and over and over again. And whoever the better Stingray is going to win the game.
Of course.
That's my prediction.
It's Starfish main stage for the right to play GG Boys in the finals. I know this crowd is ready to go. We've got FT Win from North America in the green, Alliance Rogue in the purple. What do you see from the loadout here, Nine?
This is weapons that we've seen from both of these teams this entire time. They are going with what they know best here. And at this stage, at this level, in a game 5, I don't blame them whatsoever.
And as we know, that tower is tricky to maneuver over those first 2 checkpoints here because there's a lot of traffic and really easy for teams to respawn and apply some pressure.
What?
But right now,
How did that happen?
Yo, unbelievable! Yo, 4-2 advantage on the field for FT Win already. They're going to go ahead and move this tower to the checkpoint. Unbelievable display of individual skill there, Nine.
He shouldn't have gotten either of those. That's not how that's supposed to work. There's a glitch in the system.
We talk about how this is a long match, Ashley, but things happening like that in the beginning can set the stage for the entire match.
It absolutely can, and it did, and it is, because right now they're past checkpoint 1. They're already going forward. I cannot believe he had his back turned.
And Ice applying some pressure with the Stingray Booyah Bomb, not getting a lot of support right there, but it'll have to do. Second checkpoint. This is the big one, Nine.
This is, and it looks like they are dancing around the tower right now, not wanting to give up the advantage they have built. And great job by Alliance Rogue moving up at the time. They're going to hold the tower here, but the threat is not even close to being gone.
That was a huge defensive stop by Alliance Rogue. We cannot stress that enough because once you get past that second tower, boy, is it hard to mount a comeback. 3:35 left right now. Alliance Rogue and FT Win, same amount of squids and octolings on the map right now. You see Urza trying to apply a little bit of pressure, help support the tower and escort that in there. And for the first time we see here, Ashley, Alliance Rogue applying some pressure.
Yes, and they're doing a really nice job of actually covering the high ground in ink, and that is really important when you're trying to just delay a little bit. Just delay them just a hair. Make them ink that turf so that they have to spend a little time there as opposed to getting right to the tower.
Alliance Rogue able to get back on the tower. That's big right there, Nine. They're trying to get to the second checkpoint, but they are down 3-2 and a great defensive stop by FT Win.
It is, but you have to say for Alliance Rogue, you're happy with that because you lost to the Stingray essentially in that situation. That's what slowed that down, but you now have a much easier path to get there a second time. Win a couple times in this neutral game, you'll be back in business.
Such a good point. That first checkpoint's out of the way, so you can really allow that tower to advance much more quickly without taking a potty break, as we like to say. 2:40 left, 59-36 on the field. Advantage FT Win, and already we see a couple specials coming out trying to dislodge that Stingray, Ashley.
Soren is so good at building up that Stingray. It is outrageous. It's so fast. He has it so often, and he uses it so well.
4-3 on the map for FT Win. They're on the tower now again, and Alliance Rogue gonna have to play a little bit defense. Oh, Shaq in the aid of a 2v1 big-time splat there, Nine.
And just the way that they moved around there, you saw, of course, Urza was looking at the tower. Shaq knew that and came around the outside. I don't know what level of coordination it takes to make a call like that in the split second, but they're almost back to that second checkpoint and looking for more points.
FT Win threatening to increase their lead at this point. They get knocked back off the tower. Couple more seconds they have to hang out on there. Let's see if they can advance it. No, they lose the tower. They seize it back. Alliance Rogue doing all that they can to prevent the second checkpoint from clearing, and they again stop it in its tracks in reverse course, Ashley.
I am very impressed at the defense that's happening here, but you can see there's a lot of coordination on what is being thrown at the tower. So a lot of Tenta-missiles. You got Tenta-missiles, you got a Stingray, it's all at the same time. It's a really great way to get everybody away from the tower.
And Nine, it seems like FT Win can afford to be aggressive because the tower has to return, but hold on to your tentacles. Alliance Rogue on the tower, pushing it into the second half of the map here shortly.
And what FT Win's trying to do is get these small picks so that they can't get all 4 specials at the same time. They know that that is the only way they're going to lose this. They're willing to trade if it means they keep those specials away.
Stingray trying to put a red light in front of the tower at this point. Tower gets returned back on its track. Alliance Rogue hops back on top though. 2D using the umbrella. Kipper getting splattered once again, flanked from behind. Nice work of the 2v1s for FT Win. Under a minute left here, Ashley. This is where FT Win has to lock things up and not allow Alliance Rogue to sneak through the back door.
All they have to do is play a little defense, stay on the tower. It sounds so simple, right?
Yeah, that easy, right?
It's just that easy.
And 9, that's a good point. You have 40 seconds left. You have the lead. Towers in their half. When you decide, listen, we're going to go ahead and bulk up our defense and hang on to this victory.
Well, right now they're saying the best defense is this kind of offense. Check, not even stopping the shots there. They're once again almost at the checkpoint, and with just 25 seconds left, they're going for the knockout. They're greedy. They want more.
Do what got you here and play aggressive. They're past checkpoint number 2. 18 seconds left. It's looking like a steep hill for Alliance Rogue, but they're back on the tower. Urza getting splatted by that torpedo. Kyo and company, they just have to sit back. 9 seconds left. Can Alliance Rogue do it, or will FT1 punch their ticket to the final? 3 seconds left. And that'll do it. FT win from North America. They win Game 5 in the semifinals. They advance to the finals to take on
Oh god, there's still another round.
a 2-1 deficit, Ashley.
I mean, this is exactly what brought them here. They are so good at tower control, and coming in with that momentum from that Game 4 win, they were really tough to beat.
My goodness, just some terrific games. And like you said earlier, how about a big round of applause for Alliance Rogue from Europe? Unbelievable matches we saw, and really, 9, that Game 3 that Alliance Rogue in the splat zones, you said one of the best you've ever seen.
It really was. Their ability to continue to fight back no matter how bad the circumstances were, I think shows what it takes to be a team of this quality. Can we please talk about that opening 1v2 that Kyo won? That set the tone for the whole final game.
Entire game.
Let's go ahead and give you a replay here, my good friend.
Hey.
See what Kyo did. And we mentioned these matches are so long, sometimes things don't matter in the beginning, but in this situation it did. It allowed FT win, and take us through what we're going to see from Kyo here, 9.
Well, I think if you'll allow me to get a little bit technical here, you can see this is the beginning of the map. Nobody really has many specials that are built. If Kyo goes down here, they lose this entire right side where that first checkpoint is going. Kyo gets that pick, which means they're going to be able to hold on to it. But getting this pick not only means that they're 2 down, as we see a little dance in there, it also means that that's 2 specials they won't have that FT Win will have.
And that was so huge because they established that early lead and never seized it. Let's take a look at the bracket as we get set for finals here. How about that? 5 unbelievable matches between FT Win and Alliance Rogue. That means the GG boys, who swept Lime Soda, swept the Ink Pools, the defending champions, will take on FT Win. FT Win, though, they're looking to do more than to just take a single game here, Ashley. They're looking to make a statement and possibly upset the GG boys and end the dynasty.
Look, let's all be honest here. The GG boys are amazing. We know this, but they're not entirely invincible. They have lost before, right, 9? I mean, they have lost a final, so it's not unrealistic to think that
Really, they're not that good if you think about it. They're kind of like complete trash. Like, I could beat them
who wouldn't be after a performance like that?
by myself.
And get out there and get something done. It's not unreasonable.
Well, if I remember, in grand finals last year, the GG boys did drop a game. So if they drop a game, they could drop 2. They could drop 3. They could drop the whole set right now.
You know, they didn't do perfectly last year. They could technically lose.
Well, what you said about FT
I have to make this sound even.
And minus that unbelievable comeback we saw in Splat Zones by Alliance Rogue, really, FT Win almost won that thing 3-1 over a very solid European team, and that's what they're playing for right there. The Splatoon Sterling Squid. North America won it in 2017.
Those sparkles
last year in 2018.
Seem
Room on that trophy for a
edited in. I don't know.
GG boy standing in the way of FT Win.
Someone's going to go up 2-1 in the set of sets. The tournament of tournaments right here. And, you know, I have to wonder a little bit. GG boys winning with such ease that they did, winning 3-0 and then waiting for, you know, the better part of an hour for that. I wonder how this first game is going to go. They might be a little cold.
Yeah, Rhythm versus Rest. It's a best of 7 now, so we get even more Splatoon 2 action in our championship match between the GG boys and FT Win. We'll be doing ranked modes, but as we saw, Ashley, depending on which ranked mode comes up twice possibly, if this does go beyond 4 games, is huge because you could argue that tower control being the 5th game was a big positive for FT Win. We're going to start with tower control also, and both these teams, it looks like it's one of their strongest modes.
It definitely is, but I'm very curious how GG Boys is going to handle not really having a backliner, especially with, you know, you've got Ice back there with that Stingray, and he is a menace. He's an absolute menace. So I'm really curious to see how they respond and what their strategy is.
And 9, you figure we'll see some Yamamichi with the Stingray as well, too. He's done a fine job of really providing that backline support at times when that special comes for him.
Well, I'm really interested in seeing, they've been running, I agree that they don't have a traditional backliner, but they've been saying, to heck with that, we're running 2 backliners. That's what they've done. They've done a custom Explosher as well as Yamamichi's Stingray producing custom Jet Squelcher. So I think that they're trying to control the pace of the map with that double backline composition. It can work, and it has worked at the highest level. It's a control-oriented game up against an aggressive, pressure-based game.
Well, this was something the GG boys said earlier this week. They understand that the mechanics of the game have changed since last year, and where last year they were more aggressive with shorter range weapons, they realized the value in longer range weapons. And so let's get set. Tower Control, our first game in finals here between the GG boys of Japan, your defending champions, taking on FT Win from North America. Tower Control, game 1 here, 9. We get so excited for this one, obviously, because anything can happen, but Wahoo World, that's going to provide some interesting strategy for this one.
It will.
I've never seen this map.
And you actually see Kyo switching over to the Neo, the sloshing machine Neo, which is not a weapon that we have seen a lot. It's got the point sensor for a sub and a bomb rush. They're going to be using that to pressure the opponent. There's a lot of open ground here. They're going to take it real quick with that one.
FT Win in the
I also don't recognize the song.
Boys of Japan in the orange early on. Nobody else getting a splat. Oh, there's an early splat right there. 4-3 advantage GG boys. And oftentimes, athletes, things can change in the beginning.
Yamamichi gets these Stingrays in 12 seconds.
How about a couple of nice clean splats off the tower? Tai G riding that thing to the first checkpoint. Dynamon providing some support up above with the Exploser. But here comes Ice with that Stingray, trying to get a splat. Tai G, meanwhile, that Inkjet providing some aerial support.
Thank goodness they were able to get somebody out in that situation. If that Stingray found nobody, that was going to be what could have potentially been the game right there. You see 2 of them going down. They're just a little bit disorganized right now. They aren't taking 2v1s.
GG boys back on the tower and pressuring once again at that first checkpoint. Oh, big 1v1 victory for Yamamichi. Dynamon coming in with that baller, providing a little bit more support. Oh, Dynamon had a chance to flank him right there, but the 2v1 gets reversed, and FT Win playing some more great defense after.
Those are some really big trades there, and I think completely neutralized anything that was happening in that moment for both teams.
You get the feeling here, 9, that FT Win has finally stabilized a little bit after getting knocked on their heels early on.
When there's a 12-second Stingray, of course you're going to get a little taken down, and Shaq has actually gotten 2 picks with just random bombs that he has tossed out in the general direction. That's what zoning can do for you, and now we're starting to see a pushback the other way.
4-2 on the field for FT Win at that moment. It's now 4-3 GG boys. Now they're in the defensive. Excellent. Fine positioning right there. And how about FT Win taking the lead here, Ashley?
I mean, FT Win is doing a really great job right here. At Tona, though, doing the work, getting out there. He's getting a little aggressive. Let's see. He doesn't quite take that down.
3-1 and a nice almost wipe right there by FT Win. They're past the first checkpoint. And yes, GG boys, they can't get hit. They get knocked back, and FT Win starting to really push that lead, and that's a big checkpoint there, 9.
It is. This is the best that I have ever seen Shaq play. He came, as he put it, from the very bottom, and he is pushing up right here. You can see Shaq and Killer there as well. This is becoming a steamroll right here. They only needed 1 good hold to take it all the way down to 13, and that final checkpoint.
GG boys trying to fend off the final score. Shaq with some tenta missiles. However, GG boys are like, hold up a second. We the defending champs for a reason. This thing ain't over. 4-4 on the map. GG boys, though, they do not have much room for error. They are down 71-9 with 2.5 left. But here comes yet another Stingray providing support. And you figure here, Ashley, this is going to be another nice push by the GG boys.
It is. I am a little curious, 9. Like, do you think that might have been a little bit too early on the Stingray for Yamamichi? I feel like maybe he should have held it a little bit longer.
Well, there were so many people that were still up in the middle of the map that I can understand using it just to try to buy yourself a little time and space. Right now, they've been losing their 1v1s. They've been getting outspaced after what was a pretty shaky opening from FT Win.
Yo, as we said, getting some critical 1v1s. That point sense is going to help prevent the GG boys playing any hide go seek. Here comes a super jump defensively. Tai G in that Inkjet, applying more pressure. And once again, GG boys, they have to go through the first 2 checkpoints, but this thing is far from over. Here they are, and this is where they've been unable to get by here, 9. Let's see if Dynamon can get some reinforcements to help out.
He will need some reinforcements. You saw that Etano was pushed up in a great spot, and Taiji is too. Shaq trying to call out that Taiji is pressuring them, and this Stingray is going to be the most important part of the game here. Like I said before, if this can't find a pick, they're already one down.
No pick right there. Tower resets itself. Head back to the middle. Yamamichi, in the middle of a 2v1. Nicely done by FT Win. They've got a 4-3 advantage. Tower reclaimed by the GG boys, and that first checkpoint is clear. Taiji trying to mow down some traffic. Taiji gets a big splat using the tower for protection. Moves around. His teammates spawning in. 3v1 situation. Unable to escape that, and now it's 4-3 on the map, and this is the pivotal point here if the GG boys can get back on the tower here, Nine.
Well, this has been really scary. This is similar to traditional sports where one team is holding possession for a long time. The GG boys have been winning the last minute of this game, and you figure it's just a moment before one of these two teams slips, and that pick right there might have done it.
Yamamichi on the tower using the Stingray. It's 4-2 GG boys. Another Stingray coming back. Ice has to make this count, and huge! Get out the club, Yamamichi, as Ice uses the Stingray. But once again, the GG boys continue to apply pressure. They're right by the tower. They're being patient, taking care of any threats. Less than 20 seconds left remain. It's 4-2, though, GG boys at 9. They got to make it count right here.
They do, approaching the second checkpoint. This might be some very crucial. Ink Armor should allow 2D to win this 1v1, and he does. This is it right here. All of the GG boys need to stay alive as long as they can. And with 2 already down and 4 seconds left, this is going to be it, I believe.
And that does it. FT Win able to hold their ink at the end. They steal the first game of the championship from the GG boys and take a 1-0 lead, Ashley. And now GG boys, they're having to feel a little pressure in this situation.
I bet. I mean, like Nine had mentioned.
Maybe it's because of what you said at the start.
Sure.
You made them play worse.
Strategy, but also waiting. And now FT Win's got some momentum. They are fired up, and they're gonna come into this next game ready to go.
The determination, the communication, the look on the face of FT Win. They are confident that this is something that they can take from the GG boys. Let's look at a couple of highlights here, Nine, as you walk us through some of the action. So many pivotal points in this match, but right now, this is where FT Win really got their final big score of the game.
And this is, I think, the telling story of the difference in between these two teams. We talked earlier about what a double backline composition can do in terms of control, but the composition that FT Win is running and the way they play, they say, to heck with your control, we're moving up and you have to play perfectly to stop us. That is why they were able to push far as they were. But I will say, some people that I've talked to before this said, that tower control may be the worst mode for the GG boys. They might be looking at
I thought he was just going to say it's just the worst mode. Tower control might just be trash. It's pretty bad. I don't like it at all.
But the splat on Yamamichi not only stops the tower, but turns the tide of momentum on the field, and FT Win never shaking in their boots here, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, getting that pick on Yamamichi was a huge deal because you take one of the best Stingrays in the game out. You also he's got to wait to respawn.
Okay, I think the reason that trophy is so sparkly is because of all the lights they have shining on it.
Let's take a look at our next ranked mode taking place here. Best of 7, game 1 going to FT Win from North America. But as you said, Nine, GG boys might not be sweating this loss in tower control. They know that they've got some other modes where they might be favored. We have Rainmaker.
Oh no, it's best of 7. Why? Why?
2 tower controls in this best of 7.
Why would they do this?
So Rainmaker, what we saw earlier on, FT Win, the more aggressive team that really helped them out. But GG boys, you talk about aggressive, you're going to find GG boys in the dictionary.
You will, and the fact that this is on Humpback Pump Track as well means that they're going to be able to attack it in a number of different ways. If they opt to stick with this double backline composition.
I was expecting the Mario Maker thing to be way longer, and I was like, no, like Mario Maker was like 30 minutes or something like that. And then this is like 2 hours. I don't know how long have I been. What time did this start? Started like 1.
From these teams that might be turning the tide of the map, which speaks volumes to their strategy, possibly.
Anytime you use a
I've been live for almost 3 hours, so yeah.
Using it earlier as well. You're going to want to stack that main power up. That can turn that thing into from a 3-shot splat into a 2-shot splat.
Such an important aspect to keep in mind right there. But Ashley, Humpback Pump Track, Nine made a good point. There's really no place to hide in this map as well, too. There's so many different ways that you can be attacked, and so aggression, aggression, aggression as they get set. Let's get ready for game 2 here. FT Win with a 1-0 lead in our finals. GG boys trying to even this thing up. We've got Rainmaker, GG boys of Japan in the purple, and what do we see here?
Wow.
Caused such a reaction here, Nine.
Double custom jet squelcher? That's the answer? I've never seen this before. This is going to be 2 Stingrays, 2 burst bombs, lots of range, and Echina is using the Kensa for eyes. know, I'm going to need a minute just to recover from this one. It's actually the Octo Brush Nouveau. This is another weapon that we almost never see in competitive play. The Octo Brush itself is great, and they're trying to use that and create as much pressure. They say, Ice, you know you have a Stingray, we're going to throw 2 at you, buddy.
FT win with an early lead of the Rainmaker, but not much going on there because this is humpback pump track and anything can happen for the most part. 2D with some Ink Storm ready to go, trying to provide some saturation on this map at this point. 4-4. Neither team with a huge advantage on the map right now. Fighting for mid, a Stingray coming out once again as 2D backpedals, and Ashley, once again, the Stingrays can do so much in controlling the map on this stage.
I mean, on the bright side, since this is so long, I've gotten a lot done in the meantime.
You're going to hear that Stingray scream in your dreams right now. Yamamichi, meanwhile, just hanging out low. Oh, in the middle of a 2v1. Gets splatted right there, and that's a 4-3 advantage. Rainmaker at 42.
I think I just have Nintendo left. Yep, I've done everyone else.
How does that fare on this map?
I mean, I think this makes the job
Just be glad I didn't do PC gaming show. I wouldn't know what to do with that.
Everything what I was about to say, multiply it by a little bit, and it's still the same here. This is a very passive composition that the GG boys are running.
I say just be glad. I'm glad I didn't do PC gaming show. Or that I'm not gonna be doing that. Although it wasn't, PC gaming show was like decent last year from what I heard and saw. Or it was better than it tends to be. I think that was where they announced like Yakuza for PC. Not that that matters to me because I've already played them, but still. Everyone play Yakuza 0. Go do it. It's real good.
And 9, we saw those Tension missiles, part of the GG Boy strategy to really disrupt the Stingray and the camping ability of FT Win. Tai T getting a nice little pick on that Inkjet as well, too.
And this is finally where the strategy might pay off a little bit. You saw that they immediately went with the double Stingray, and that's actually going to be able to get a couple here, so they're going to get a chance to push. If Taiji wins the 1v1 and he's not able to, they might have been able to push up a little more, but you look at their composition, they just don't have that many aggressive weapons. They're relying very heavily on Stingray.
It's such a good point. They need the specials and long range in order to get their splats in. For FT Win, they love the aggression. They will get up in your face and challenge you. That Rainmaker 2D's got an escort and a little bit of room to go. Yamamichi trying to negate things. Here comes yet another Stingray. Oh! Stinging on Stinging, and Ice is able to survive that Stingray war. And here comes FT Win. They've got the Rainmaker. They've gotten a sizable lead. Now they just have to be a little bit patient here. And GG Boys once again on their heels here, 9.
Well, I can't say enough how nice it is. The reason that Ice seems to always be winning these Rainmaker, these Stingrays, is because he can be reactionary. And speaking of reactionary, the crowd reaching a fever pitch as 2D almost gets it there. Still back to 11, but again, the pressure that they are able to exert and the fact that Ice can wait for the Stingray to come out and respond to it means that he's always Stingraying from an advantage.
Yamamichi with the Stingray. 1:18 left, so the GG Boys running out of time. They certainly want to avoid a 2-0 hole. Here comes Taiji using that Inkjet for a bit of advantage, but Shaq getting through the defenses and stopping the Rainmaker in its track. A minute left. Oh, nice little one shot as well there. 3-2 on the field. GG Boys, they have a 4-2.
Oh, no.
You've got to be careful if you're FT Win here. Esuna using that Tenta missiles to dislodge everything. And now it's 2-1. How about FT Win trying to hold their water at this point here, Ashley?
I mean, FT Win's going to have to work really hard right now to be able to hold this. GG Boys are really doing a great job. That was a great pick. Excellent pick right there. Now we've reset just a little bit. They can take a chance. They can breathe.
The 1v1s and the 2v1s, FT Win really riding those to this lead at this point. Rainmaker still in the territory of FT Win. But GG Boys, you got less than 30 seconds left. You have to make something happen now. 2D getting the splat. Starting to move forward here at this point. 20 seconds left. Rainmaker up for grabs at this point. 4-2 on the map. FT Win. If they can close this out, they'll take a commanding 2-0 lead in this best of 7. Dynamon and the troops trying to get their push together. Here comes the Stingray. Is it going to go to overtime? Can anybody get the Rainmaker in time? Yamamichi grabs it, but he gets splatted. That does it. FT Win. Once again, 9. You said it. When this team is playing at their best, it is hard to stop them. Not even the defending champs can right now.
Both games have started the same way. It's been a matter of getting an early lead and then continuing to protect it and play defense. It's so much easier to play defense. And again, I think the most important moment there, when the GG boys were in command and looked like they might get a pick, Ice dove down and traded his little squid for 2 of theirs. The fact that he was able to get 2 with 1 jump, I think, is what stopped that push in its tracks.
Huge pick, huge pick. And honestly, like, I think you mentioned the double Stingray is almost a really conservative approach that you can take during Rainmaker. And it felt like if you're going to take that approach, you cannot get splatted. Because if you're being conservative with an aggressive team like FT Win, they get 1 pick on 1 Stingray, it's off to the races.
And it's such a good point, Nine, because you were talking about the composition you saw from the GG boys at the beginning, and this is a team that's known to be aggressive. Well, going with some rather passive weapons here, do you think if you're the GG boys, you maybe change your strategy and go back to your old, much more hyper-aggressive ways?
I don't know if hyper-aggressive is the way I'd go, but I do think that I don't think the double backline is going to work for them right now. This has become a battle of trying to control that which cannot be controlled. And the other thing that we really need to just look at, they're a control-oriented composition that is trying to play from behind, and that is not where that type of composition can succeed.
2-0 advantage FT Win. Let's take a look at our next rank mode coming up here. We've already seen some tower control, some Rainmaker, Clam Blitz coming up here in 9 as you go ahead and gaze into the future of this one. What are we going to see from Clam Blitz on this next map?
Well, this is Snapper Canal, which is a very open map. There's a lot of room you can move on the left and to the right side, which means that the weapons that can paint better and the more mobile composition tends to win. And that's FT Win right now. They're the more aggressive composition. They're the ones that's going to be able to build up the clams at a quicker pace.
What's amazing to me, Ashley, is that FT Win was staring a 2-1 deficit in the face in best of 5. They had just been upset on splat zones at the last second. How about their resolve? They've won 4 straight games now.
I mean, this is it's not like we haven't seen comebacks like this during this has been a crazy World Championship, and the path to it have been full of crazy upsets. I mean, we watched Australia, New Zealand, watched Lime Soda come back from that 0-4 deficit. I mean, they're unstoppable right now, FT Win.
The Splatoon Sterling Squid, just 2 games away from FT Win. However, the GG boys, if you want to talk about a team that won't quit, that's them. But 9, as you said, between the stage and game mode, this might play into the hands of FT Win. They're going to be in the blue. Meanwhile, GG boys of Japan in the green, and it's all about managing that clam economy on the map. But what we've seen is a very determined, confident, resolved FT Win team, and a couple of changes in their lineup here.
Yeah, we're seeing Etina go ahead and switch back over to the Umbrella. And on the other side, we see the ballpoint Splatling that is coming out of Ice, who has had the tournament of his life so far. And he's going to try to rotate back here. It is a little bit more mobile of a backliner here. So again, the focus on mobility. On the other side, though, the GG boys saying, now this is a bigger map. Now we can control it a little more. And finally, we don't have an objective that you can push.
A couple of squid beacons coming out as well, too, allowing FT Win to navigate this map as well, too. But you see the 10th Umbrella providing a lot of protection right there. And already, Power Clam into the goal here for the basket. GG boys, first one on the map. Here comes the baller. Let's see if they can add anything else to their score. But that's going to help more than anything else. The GG boys finally taking the early lead in the game mode here, 9.
They do, but the fact that they just gave FT Win what we call the pity clam right there, when your basket closes after the opponent scores, you get the chance to get a free clam. And right now we see Yamamichi just trying to get rid of Ice there, and with it, that pity clam. So I don't know that the 1 score really does a whole lot for them in this situation.
Dynamon also utilizing a squid beacon to advance behind the defenses of FT Win. He's got a power clam ready to go, but you know you can't hide with it. Everyone knows where you're at. More clams being dropped onto the field here, and you see a power clam for each team. B1 with the baller, but Dynamon somehow able to escape that. But FT Win getting the critical splat. 4-3 on the map for them, and they have a power clam 9.
They do, and Shaq getting another pick right here. He's going to just try to distract anyone who has that higher ground. Going to come get what could have been an easy pick onto Taiji. That's going to be the lead, and it might be a lot more if they don't play this well.
FT Win, 3-point lead over the GG boys. They get that 1 extra clam, and that is huge because you look at the penalty, and FT Win, though, they've got the lead. It's going to take 1 power clam, though, for the GG boys to come back. So not too bad right there. Not too much damage on that side. It's still up for grabs either team. And you mentioned the use of the squid beacons helping teams move around here. But Ashley, controlling the middle of this map seems to be so important right now, and neither team has really been dominant there.
It really is, and you're right. Neither team has really been dominant controlling the center of the map. I think really at this point the GG boys are just trying to slow down the pace of the game because FT Win is so out there for blood.
GG boys, they get a power clamp into the basket. They now have a 10-point lead. Trying to get some more reinforcements there to spill some more clams. They do. That timer continues. Etina has to get within reach. And yes, GG boys right here, 9, applying some nice pressure, filling that basket, padding that lead.
Well, I love the fact that Etina opted to move back there and say, I'm going to continue to hold on to this spot with my umbrella that you can't do much about. I will keep this up here if we can score and keep the basket open a little longer if we need to. Otherwise, we'll take the points.
43-77, and that's huge because FT Win's going to need at least 3 power clams to match the score of GG boys, or at least 2 power clams and then some help. And we know how difficult it's been to score in this game so far. But we see 2 power clams on the map here. FT Win with a chance to make a push here, Ashley.
Yeah, FT Win taking out a Tona, who is probably the closest to a special with the exception of Yamamichi. But once you do that, now he's got to respawn. His special meter is gone way down, and he's really back at square one.
Shaq gets a critical splat with the baller, gets the power clamp, gets it in the basket, and here's the window of opportunity for FT Win. Can they get some help and get some more points here? Here comes yet another power clamp, super jumping in, but how about Dynamon with that big time splat at the perfect moment?
It is. Shaq might be able to get a lead here. No, he was not able to collect a clam. 2D's going to add one more.
FT Win! At the very last second, they sneak in a couple more clams, and they take a lead with a minute left. And that penalty is huge because 9 is going to take a power clam and then some for the GG boys to reclaim the lead.
We come up to a minute left. Yamamichi's positioning here is important. This is where their composition will shine. They're going to be able to at least keep FT Win pinned back, or at least I thought so before Shaq ran face first into a 1v2 and still got a pick out of it.
Yamamichi, oh, huge pick right there. 4-3 on the map. FT Win. They've got to hold on to a 1-point lead. GG boys, they need a couple of power clams in order to recapture the lead here. 30 seconds left. FT Win can take a commanding 3-0 lead. Let's see if 2D and his gang. Oh, that's a big time splat as well too. Ashley, GG boys, this is where they have to make a push, or else it's going to be a steep hill to try and reclaim that championship.
A very, very steep hill for them to try to reclaim. So, 10 seconds left. I don't know. Can they make it?
Dynamon's got a power clam ready to go. We know it's going to be overtime as long as they have a clam. 3-3 on the map. FT. Oh, no! GG boys at the last second. They get a couple power clams in there. And just like we saw in the semifinals, a game 3 overtime come from behind victory 9.
The ability, they had 2 power clams there. They split them up on both.
So that's round 3. They just need 2 more wins. All right. Wait, no, they only need 1 more. I think.
We were focused on the push on the right, but the push on the left broke through.
Yeah, that's 7. Yeah, they need 1 more.
Well, my thoughts are that this baby in me is freaking out right now because I just freaked out. That was crazy. I can't believe we just saw that. That was so amazing. I mean, these last seconds snatched from the jaws of defeat victories are always my favorite thing to see. I just shook 9 probably harder than I should ever shake a human being in my life. That was incredible and a true testament to how good GG boys are and how they will fight until the last possible second.
Let's take a look at a replay from that exhilarating match that we saw there. And 9, go ahead and walk us through what we saw, the split of the power clams here.
Well, I think that Etina got
I'm still not clear on what Jordan Kent's deal is. Like, why did they...
Everyone else had rotated over to stop this push. And they were able to sneak
I don't know why they decided to start...
Shaq tries to go in, but you're not going to be able to take down a Brella by yourself.
And why they decided to like start getting him for these. And they get him for like every one of these.
How big that victory was. GG boys, if you don't make that play at the end of the match, you're down 3-0. You now have to sweep FT Win to try and reclaim the championship again. But because you get that victory, it's 2-1 and you're back in the game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a great way for them to reclaim momentum, to get a little confidence rolling into the next mode, which obviously is going to be really fun to watch. I think this is going to this might be a very pivotal game in our tournament.
And I think that one of the other things that's most important about getting that win is Splat Zones is Japan's best mode. They invented the game of Splat Zones that we have tried to emulate as best we can. So they might take both of these and flip it right back to 3-2.
Let's see where the rest of our destinations are in this best-of-7 finals. It's 2-1 in favor of FT Win of North America. The GG boys with an unbelievable come-from-behind victory. We see that Splat Zones is next. It's also back-to-back here, 9. So here's a chance for the GG boys. If you say that they are as good at Splat Zones as we think they are, here's a chance for them to go up potentially 3-2 going into our final modes. And so you've talked about the competition level. Ashley, we're experiencing it right here. These teams are so well balanced.
They're so well balanced.
Oh God.
They are so
Stop
tough
this.
under pressure. And that is really to me what separates the highest.
Hey,
tier
pro
players.
tip.
I mean, they don't get
Websites
I mean,
with
they're just
videos.
like, "No,
please don't autoplay your videos. I don't want your video being autoplayed.
Flat zones and the conversation we had with the GG boys earlier in the week where they feel like they're not going to push aggressively out of the zone. They want to defend it once they have it. What will that look like, 9?
Well, especially on Gobi Arena, which is where we're headed now, this is a map where I almost feel like you have to be willing to push up a little bit. You can see here, you talk about undulation. This has the most of any map. I think the long-range composition that they have might tilt it in their favor.
Lace up your J's and let's play some hoops in Gobi Arena as we get set here. You've got the GG boys in green. FT Win from North America in the purple. It's 2-1 advantage FT Win, but the GG boys are loving the side of Splat Zones. And once again, a single zone Splat Zone matchup.
And taking a look at the composition that you see FT Win playing right here, they're running double bomb rush, which is not something that you would see a ton. They know that they're going to get zoned out by all the range. So they're saying, let's put bombs up there. You can't shoot those down.
Early lead for the GG boys. They're already up 25 as they control the zone, and you don't see a single FT Win member in this screen whatsoever. So the GG boys not messing around in Splat Zones right now. Edson, I gotta be careful. That's an unequal area. Point sensor coming out. Yamamichi's gonna scurry away as that Tenta missiles gets deployed, and Ice once again using the Stingray, but a couple of specials, 9, and they're not able to claim the zone quite yet.
No, they finally do get it, but they're only one down here. Taiji, I thought maybe should have run out a little bit further. You saw that Yamamichi had respawn in that situation and does punish Ice for a bit of overextension. Still a lot of game left to be played.
And Ashley, we talked about the lockout phase that's so important for FT Win. Well, this is what they're gonna have to do now that you see the penalty for the GG boys.
Yeah, I mean, if they have that penalty, if they can go ahead and lock them out, don't let them apply a penalty to them, they're going to be in a very, very good position.
Oh, huge reclamation of the Splat Zone by the GG boys. That applies a 35-second penalty to FT Win. 3-2 on the map, advantage your defending champions, 9.
And that's the big thing right there. The fact that they got a 3-2 advantage means they're going to be able to push all the way up. Kill wisely running back here, just making sure that no one's coming around the flank. He has a bomb rush. He knows that they're about to have all 4 specials up. They should be able to take this without too much trouble.
And that's a very good point. You see the flashing inkling icons at the top. 4 specials ready to be deployed by FT Win. Meanwhile, they're down. They've got the 4-2 advantage, FT Win, at this point, and they take control of the Splat Zone after the GG boys improve their lead ever so slightly. 3 minutes left. FT Win trying to lock out the GG boys. They've got a 2-1 advantage, but the GG boys early on actually have controlled this entire match.
They have, but I don't know. I mean, they've got a couple of specials going, but it's possible that that one pick just right then, that might actually not be a good thing for GG boys.
Couple of bubbles coming out. GG boys, they take the zone. 2:30 left, plenty of time left. Both teams with a hefty penalty as well, too. Oh, and Shaq getting splatted, unable to use those Tenta missiles. And the GG boys, they are really stepping up this game, 9.
They are, and this is why the long-range composition works on a map like this. You notice they're able to continue painting the zone without putting themselves in danger. That's why FT Win has opted to go with a double bomb rush composition, because they know that that's the case. But sometimes you gotta have a little more range than that.
GG boys out of the penalty box as their score continues to improve. Now they're just 17 seconds away. Stingray coming out by FT Win. And how about this? 3-2 on the map. GG boys looking to tie things up. 2-2. Can FT Win stop the advance? 1 second left. No, they can't do it. And the GG boys, after staring a 3-0 deficit in the face, have now won back-to-back games to tie this thing up at 2-2. We're at least getting a game 6 here, 9.
Oh, I thought they had won 3 games.
There at the start that I was going to have to break out the broom. That will not be the case. But if you are FT Win, you can say, all right, that was the worst possible draw we could have gotten. That was a map that favored their composition on a mode that they are supposed to be best at. I don't think they're losing too much.
Also, they're at 2-2. I must have just completely missed a match. How long have I been not paying attention? They were at 2-0 last I looked.
you lose another close game you feel like you should have won if you're FT Win. Now it's 2-2, and you're going back to splat zones once again. What's your approach?
Well, the nice thing is for FT Win is that they have just played a game mode they're going to play again. So they really understand what the strategy is for the GG boys. So they can say, okay, let's regroup. Let's figure out how we can shake up the strategy a little bit and also take back a little bit of that momentum.
As we said, Splat Zone's coming up next, but also a different map, which might favor a different composition here, Nine. And what are we going to see in our second go-around of Splat Zones in this finals?
Muscle Forge Fitness, and this is a very scary map to play it on here. They're the big sides. Some people call it the volcano that you can come up, and it's a big, big zone as well. I think we're going to see some bomb rush, perhaps from both teams, but double baller. Keep an eye out for that. That can flip the zone in a heartbeat.
Well, I know you busted out some curls at Muscle Forge Fitness earlier this morning, so it's looking great right there, my friend. And Ashley, the GG boys, they have to be feeling very confident now because you were down 2-0. You've taken the last two, and it's your game mode that you really love to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is really in their favor. And so it will be very difficult for FT Win to come out and win this one, especially if GG boys can come out and really take that lead early. I think they have an excellent chance of holding that lead.
And Nine, you look at the composition for the GG boys, and we saw for the first couple of modes, they were more so reacting to what FT Win was. It seems like the last two games, they've just decided, we're going to do what works best for us.
Right, and I think that the mode changing into modes that they're more comfortable in allowed them to play that game. And I think that the fact that they lost those first two games and now get to go through 3 potential wins before they have to see either of those again gives them plenty of time to figure out what they want to do.
This is a huge swing game right here. 2-2 FT Win versus the GG boys. Whoever takes this will be just one win away from the championship. And this Splatoon, Sterling, Squid, Muscle Forge Fitness. You've got FT Win representing North America in the yellow. And of course, the GG boys of Japan in the blue. Loadouts 9, what do we got here?
Well, I was wrong. There's not going to be a double baller. In fact, there's only going to be one baller on the map. Again, these teams are going with some more indirect ways to capture the zone. A lot of respect for each other right now.
2 L3s as well, too, for the GG boys. Nobody's got the zone right now. The GG boys finally secure it. Let's see if they can maintain and provide a little bit of a lockout. They're up 4-2 already, actually, with FT Win having to spawn back.
Yeah, I mean, watching Ice jump away there, that was probably a really good idea because it wasn't looking too good for him. So they're going to have to FT Win's going to have to regroup. Yamamichi already out there with the Sting.
Inkjet, Stingray ready to go, and 2 other specials for the GG boys. So Nine, they're doing a great job of stacking their specials early on.
They are, and they're willing to trade as many people as it takes to build this big lead because we have seen how easy it is to flip a zone back. And as long as you're in the lead, you're okay with flipping it back and forth because you know the penalty continues to stack.
And that's such a good point. You can take the biggest bite of the pie early on, but you don't have that penalty. But right now, FT Win trying to lock out GG boys. GG boys trying to wrestle back control. You see the nice little 1v1 splat right there. And Shaq getting splatted as well, too. GG boys with a 3-2 advantage.
Yeah, make it 3-1. How about that? Ice goes all the way back. Kyo saying, I'm just going to take down whoever I can here. It's not like I was going to get much done anyway. So I like that, and I like the fact that they are continuing to fight, and that's actually a great way to continue to get your team spawned again. I love this overhead view. You see that they're trying to build as much special meter as they can with very limited room to do it.
And they have the time to do it because the penalty's going down right now for GG boys. They're not improving on their score. FT Win also with a very small penalty, so they can afford to be a little bit more patient. But the Stingray from Yamamichi once again applying that pressure, and now the GG boys about 30 seconds away here, Ashley, from making it 3-2.
Yeah, GG boys right there. Yamamichi taking out Ice was a huge deal because FT Win had 3 different specials going all at once. And so to be able to take one of those off the board was a really, really big advantage for GG boys.
All right, FT Win has got control of the zone. Their penalty's done now. You see a sizable one for the GG boys. FT Win, if they're going to dig down deep and find something to apply some pressure against the GG boys, now's the time to do it. But the GG boys, Nine, so calm, so cool, so collected, timing the use of their special so well.
Right, and I think that going in really deep with this Inkjet here might come back to bite sides. You're going to try to hide away and actually gets the pick onto Kyo. That's a big one. Fine taking that trade to Ice there. The frontline aggressor is gone, and now they have a Stingray that they can use to pick off Ice, who's a little bit slower of a weapon than Kyo was.
You see that heavy Splatling trying to cover the zone, but the Stingray from Yamamichi continues to just dominate this matchup. GG boys almost out of the penalty. They reclaim it. They've got a couple of bubbles supporting things in there as well, too. And now, 12 seconds away. GG Boys trying to lock it out. Here comes Kyo with a well-timed splashdown, though. Can FT Win seize control and apply a penalty? They do. They're still in there, Ashley. Let's see if they can turn back the comeback on the GG Boys.
Kyo is doing an amazing job right now. I mean, 2 huge picks right there. That is going to give them a very, very nice cushion in which to pick up some points here.
A couple of specials being built up for the GG Boys. They're going to be ready to play some defense. FT Win, 9, you figured this is the time. They have to lock out GG Boys if they want to come back in this thing.
They have, and watch the staggers of the special here right now. They've already used 2 of them. The third one is going to go. They're going to try to make it feel like specials are coming all the time. 1 goes down and 1 jumped out. That's as good as 2 down. Let's make it 3 as well. And they are again fine trading these points as they get another one there. A little bit of a hiding squid there in the corner. But again, they're okay making that trade because with just 1 minute left, they know that they only have to do it maybe 1 more time.
And that's such a good point. They have control of the zone, and the timer is ticking down now. And so FT Win, you're up in the face against the ticking clock here. You've got to be able to seize control of this zone here soon. But the GG Boys, couple specials ready to go. They're just 5 seconds away. Can FT Win claim the zone? They do! Oh, with the last second, 1 point away. And now they wrestle it back from the GG Boys. And it's 4-3 on the map, FT Win. Let's see if they can write their own storybook ending in a splat zone matchup 9.
Kyo has kept the game alive for them twice. He won a 1v2 earlier. He had a splashdown to meet the bubbles. His splashdown there took it at the very end. He is willing this team to keep in this match.
Huge Stingray from Ice coming out right now. Oh, and gets a splash. FT Win just 33 seconds away from stealing victory from the GG Boys. It's 4-2 on the map here, 9. Ashley, they might get it done here.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is amazing. It looks like they may actually keep them out. Taiji's going to do his best here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
3 seconds left. No way. GG Boys
No way.
control. 8 seconds left and a complete wipe of FT Win. And the GG Boys, they were looking at defeat straight in the face, but they don't cower as they come up with the defensive stand of the tournament here, 9.
They did it with no specials. They did that without a single special. Taiji's right there was not used at all in that push. I cannot believe it. To see a push, a 4-0.
I love it how the way the spectating works. It just assigns a certain team as the main team.
Look at this from Taiji. I mean, this is
So then it just says like defeat, just like oh no, the wrong team won.
And they're able to take that right back. Oh my gosh.
The 2v1, as you said, no.
So you just hear the loss music.
Ability from these players. The GG Boys almost losing a splat zone, which would have been a huge steal of a game by FT Win. You look at what this team is able to do. GG Boys now winning 3 straight games. They're 1 away from repeating as champions. But Ashley, it's the 2 game modes coming up here that FT Win has already won.
Right, they've already won these 2 game modes. I mean, they're coming in. They can say, we can come in confident here. And as we've talked about, even if they win this, if they win this, tower control might be theirs because, as you were saying, 9, GG Boys, that might be their worst mode.
It might be, but they could not have asked for a better Rainmaker map. This is Kelp Dome Rainmaker right here, a fairly infamous map in the Splatoon community, but it is also the easiest map to defend. They're going to be able to stack 2 Stingrays, 3 Stingrays if you want. There's only one way the Rainmaker's going to push.
But you have to have the lead in order to defend. And what we've seen from FT Win is their ability to take early leads. But in these last 3 victories, it's been the GG Boys that have gone out first. If you're FT Win, how important is it for you in this one to take the early lead and take away the defensive advantage for the GG Boys?
I think it's a requirement. I think that if they have to play from behind, that will play exactly into how the GG Boys want to play. If the GG Boys get an early lead, I don't think FT Win can break through.
GG Boys just 1 game away from etching their names onto the Splatoon Sterling Squid once again. However, FT Win, they won Rainmaker earlier in this best of 7. They want to take Game 6 and give all of us a Game 7 here. The crowd's been fantastic. I know that this is what they've been looking forward to. At least a Game 6 here between 2 of the top squads in the world here, Ashley. Any pressure on any one of these teams at this point when you look at a Game 6 here between these 2?
Both of them. I mean, this is both of them. You've got FT Win. They got to come out swinging. GG Boys have to do the exact same thing. I mean, this almost feels like the real pivotal. I mean, this is it for me. Like, whoever wins this is going to come into that Game 7. If we need a Game 7, it's going to come into that Game 7 like really raring to go.
And what's been interesting, Nine, is how much of the time these teams have been using. There's so much strategy and counter strategy going back and forth. Once again, FT Win was just moments away from taking a 3-0 lead, but a come from behind last second overtime victory and clam blitz by the GG boys spurred a 3-0 run by them. They're now just one game away.
The teams have seen these maps ahead of time. I think they're taking the time to catch their breath, and I think it is not without merit as we start up Game 6.
Here we go, Game 6, Rainmaker, Kelp Dome. GG boys of Japan in the purple, one game away from claiming the championship. FT Win in the green. They're looking to push this thing to a Game 7. And early on, what are we seeing here? Ashley, as we see both teams kind of fight for control of the middle of the map.
Yeah, you're going to want to get a couple of picks before you pick up that Rainmaker. You can see Shaq just hear it, but not quite picking it up. They know they need to take out a couple of GG boys. And it doesn't quite work out.
Nice trade right there. Some Stingray support. And we talked about trying to get the early lead and not able to do anything with the Rainmaker there right now, Nine. And you look at the GG boys, they have the player advantage on the map.
The fact that Shaq was only able to get one of those two, I think, was huge. And again, saving the punishment there and forcing Ice to head back to spawn when he was sitting there ready to punish is big. See KO off to the side. I don't know if they know he's here. He might be able to slow this down. They spot him off just in time. We're going to get a chance for a push right here.
GG boys, we talked about that early lead, how important it is for them. They're not on the board quite yet, but here they go. They finally are able to get into the half of FT Win. So GG boys, with that important early lead, now we might see more of that defense here, Nine.
Well, 67, you're going to see a lot of stops right in that area. You see that door right there, and you see the fact that there is not much room. That is the key moment. The fact that Shaq was able to get all three means that any push that was started was gone and completely gone. We're going to see Ice try to do the same thing on the other side.
Big opportunity to take the lead for FT Win here. You want to take away that defensive opportunity for the GG boys. Yo, trying to get some pressure and chase out Etina. Etina trying to avoid all the splats. Oh, corner. And already the lead is taken by FT Win, and you mentioned that is the tight corridor you're trying to get into. And Ashley, FT Win doing what they want to do, get an early lead.
Dynamon sitting here waiting, just waiting. He's lurking around the corner. That hallway, I mean, that is a choke point of all choke points. So it's a very difficult get past there, especially with Taiji on that inkjet. He is so accurate.
IG and the Inkjet 4-3 on the field right now. GG boys, but they are down to FT Win 59-67. They can't rely on playing defense with those ranged weapons, but a splashdown picked off in midair will do huge things for the GG boys.
That's the gamble. At this level, splashdown ain't what it used to be. And I love the fact that they immediately opt to move up and try to put pressure on 2D. They know that someone is going to be waiting in this area. They're trying to get there preemptively. And 2D able to get off his special and maybe even a pick. The fact that his special is there, though, might be big for the defense.
FT Win looking for one more game to force a Game 7. They're down 4-3 on the map right now, and the GG boys are looking to steal the lead. But once again, that Stingray by Ice has been the saving grace for FT Win, Ashley.
I mean, Ice is going to be there waiting for that corridor. I mean, that's where you hold that special for. As soon as they get to that doorway, it's time. Yamamichi, though, doing the exact same thing. Taiji's going to go ahead and take it forward.
Yamamichi providing the Stingray support. They're able to mow down FT Win like a Saturday morning launch. 3-2 on the map for a moment here, but now it's 4-4. And if you're FT Win, you've got to get the Rainmaker out of here. GG boys, you're just 30 points away from claiming another championship. Everybody's in this room right now, Nine.
Oh, and Kill getting stuck there. I don't know if it'll come back to bite them because Dynamon's by himself. So that will be the end of that push. But again, to be able to get it to 30, that starts to get into the danger zone. And with just 90 seconds left, there's not much time.
2D trying to go through the back door, however, gets splatted. And that's a difficult spot for the Rainmaker to land because now, if you're FT Win, you got to dig it out of there. And if you're the GG boys, you have a minute and a half of defense left. But here goes Ice by himself. He's going to need a little bit more support, but at least you have the Rainmaker on their map. Not going to survive that onslaught of burst bombs. Ashley, GG boys, all they've got to do is hold down home base at this point.
They do, and Yamamichi already has his Stingray ready, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and do that.
1 minute left. The GG boys up 30-59. They have the Rainmaker. Inkstorm coming out. 10 to missiles. You see the global view. FT Win down 4-2 on the map. Huge swing right here, Nine.
It was. That Stingray got a pick, and then Etima came and got a second one. This means they're going to control middle going into this final push. They might opt to just sit here and shoot as many shots as they can. They just want to milk the clock.
That's such a good point. You talk about the tight corner. Oh, but FT Win getting the splat. It's 2-2 and some Stingray support from Ice. You're going to have time for about one more push here, 9. FT win, trying to keep their tournament hopes alive. Meanwhile, GG Boys just moments away from yet another championship.
It is, and again, they're going to try to probably let this reset, and Dynamo going to do whatever he can to just milk more time. He used that special really early and even got the pick tight. He's going to grab it. He knows he's going down there, but they're keeping the Rainmaker there.
12 seconds left, 3-1 on the field. GG Boys, they can smell victory. They want to be repeat champions. They just have to protect the Rainmaker. FT Win trying to turn things around. The GG Boys get it done, and how about that?
It's finally over.
The defending champions
Not really, though.
rise from the ashes like a phoenix and go.
At least it wasn't free.
And the GG Boys of Japan.
I almost wish it were free.
World champions for 2019.
Almost.
If you want any example,
Maybe they were just messing with them those first 2 rounds.
that was the best Rainmaker match that the GG Boys could have hoped for. Once they got that first,
Maybe it was totally free.
by a Stingray, a pick here, a pick there.
They're just like, ah, let's make this interesting.
And that's why they got that win.
Ashley, how crazy was this? FT win when they were down 2-1 in the semifinals. They win 4 straight matches to take a 2-0 lead in the finals. The GG Boys, as we mentioned, that last second victory, they win 4 straight. Here they are in the middle. They are victorious. Give it up for the GG Boys, your Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019 winners. And just the resolve from this team. They are now back-to-back champions. Going to see their name twice on the Splatoon Sterling Squid. Just an unbelievable effort as they dug themselves back from a 2-0 hole here, Ashley.
I mean, what an absolute effort by every single one of those players. I couldn't possibly even pick an MVP because I feel like that was a true team effort. Although, I don't know, man. Yama beat you with those Stingrays. Woo!
Well, it's so difficult at this level 9, and I think you said it better than anybody else. This was one of the most balanced championships that we would ever have. You saw a best-of-5, go-to-5 games between Team USA, Team Europe, and then finally you go to Game 6 with the GG Boys as they are victorious, and they are your Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019 winners. Here to honor and celebrate our champions here. Put your hands together for the man himself, producer for Splatoon 2, Mr. Nogami! So as Mr. Nogami passes out the medals to our defending champions, we do want to give a round of applause to all of our teams here. Of course, Lime Soda from Australia, New Zealand, Alliance Rogue from Europe, and how about the fight that FT Win put up from North America? Almost took the 3-0 lead with the GG Boys once again, proving why they're champions and proving why they're so hard to splat. Back-to-back world championships for the GG Boys, and now let's toss it down to Mr. Nogami for some comments.
それでは優勝した GG ボーイズの皆さん、2連覇おめでとうございます。
So congratulations to the GG Boys on their second win in a row.
Announce Splatoon 3, you cowards. Is now the time for Splatoon 3? I don't think it is.
ヒヤヒヤしましたけども、本当に勝ててよかったなと思います。
That would be like what announcing Overwatch 2.
日本チームばっかりひいきしてるわけじゃないですけどねっていう。はい。すみません。会場の皆さんも本当に盛り上げていただいてありがとうございます。
And thank you everybody here in the stadium for getting so loud.
Instead, he'll announce nothing. Probably will be time next year. Yeah, I think they're ending updates. I think they said the last Splatfest is next month. Yeah.
And there's something I would like to share with you.
Oh well, he's got something.
以前よりフェスの開催は発売から2年間とお伝えしていましたけども、来月の7月21日で発売から2年、それに合わせて最後にして最大のフェスを開催します。
Of course.
Previously announced that Splatfest would be supported for 2 years from Splatoon 2's launch. Next month on July 21st, Splatoon 2 marks its second anniversary. And to coincide with that, we'd like to hold the last, the biggest, and baddest Splatfest of them all.
こちらをご覧ください。
Please take a look at this video.
Okay. All of the Splatfests combined into one. I don't know how that would work at all. Okay. Okay, sure. And then after this one, everyone dies, no matter what happens.
So the theme for this final Splatfest is, which world would you choose, chaos or order?
ファイナルフェスでは新しいミステリーゾーンに加えて過去のフェスで登場したすべてのミステリーゾーンが変わる側
I played SMT. I know how both of these go. They're both bad.
A new Shifty Station stage, but the Shifty Stations from all previous Splatfests will also make an appearance.
またファイナルフェスに合わせて特別なギアも配信されます。
And we'll also be distributing some unique new gear for this Splatfest.
開催期間は2019年7月18日から21日の72時間。
This event will take place over the course of 72 hours from the 18th of July to the 21st.
I'm guessing that's like a Friday to Sunday or something like that. Nope, it's Thursday to Sunday. Hey, I'll actually be able to play.
And so I ask you all, what sort of a world would you wish for the Inklings and their friends? Make sure not to miss out on this final Splatfest Splatocalypse.
What if this is like... They'll decide how the story of Splatoon 3 will go based on this. What about private matches?
And last but not least, once the final Splatfest comes to a close, in late July, we'll be
Could choose
releasing
Splatfest.
the version 5.0 update that will add the Turf War Splatfest to the modes you can choose in private battle.
Can actually do Shifty Station for private battle. Yeah.
In this mode, players will be able to battle
At least it's there.
matches on all 24 Shifty Station stages, including the new stage released for the final Splatfest.
既存の23ステージもこのルールでは夜の風景となります。お友達と集まってプライベートなフェスを開催してみてください。
You'll also be able to to play the nighttime version of these 23 currently available regular stages in this mode. So get together with your friends and host some
Well, first I just need to get friends. Then I can do that.
定期的なフェスの開催とコンテンツの追加はこれが最後となります。ですが、スプラトゥーン2のオンラインサービスが終わるわけではありません。最後のお祭りを楽しみ、それ
1v1 me.
をお楽しみください。
As we've mentioned previously, this represents the last of our regular Splatfest events and new content updates. But this will not spell the end of Splatoon 2's online service. We hope you'll give it your all in the final Splatfest and continue to enjoy Splatoon 2.
The servers will be shut down 1 week later.
はい、私からお伝えしたいことは以上です。もう一度優勝チームを祝福。
Also, Splatoon 3 is canceled.
So let's please cheer on our winners for today, GG Boys.
Well, once again, our champions, the GG Boys, defending champions. And how about that bit of news that we get dropped on us as well, too? Splatocalypse coming here, the final Splatfest. Guys, your thoughts on this championship once again?
Man, what a great championship series. I mean, that's the type of series you always want to see, especially in Splatoon. These are two great teams. It was a joy to watch them.
And I think anytime you have a tournament that is this good, that ends like this, with this level of competition, you can't help but be hopeful that the game has so much room to grow and continue to surprise us.
Shout out to all of our teams. Thank you once again, Ashley, Nine, Milana, as well, these fantastic fans. But get set, we have the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019.
Now the thing you actually care about.
Fish, Kells, and EE bringing you that action. We'll see you here shortly.
Welcome everyone to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019 3v3 here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Thousands of competitors from across the globe have fought tooth and nail to make it here today. We have our final 4 teams, each representing their region. USA, Japan, Australia/New Zealand, and Europe will be battling it out, but only one team will be your 2019 World Champions. My name is Vish, and helping me break down the Smash action today are Supergirl Kells and the phenomenal EE.
What up, what up?
Let's go.
What's up, man? This crowd is live. I like it.
Seriously, so excited.
I want them getting EE to become the biggest mistake they've ever made.
More about Super Smash Bros. And what we'll be seeing here today.
So imagine your favorite Nintendo characters in one game duking it out for the ultimate Super Smash Bros. Battle.
Have you played Smash? No, no one's ever played Smash.
Damage increases as a fighter gets hit. As percentages go up, it becomes easier for a fighter to be knocked off the stage. When
So glad EE is here. Too bad TK is not here.
and the player loses life, which is
Although I don't think Nintendo can handle that combination.
Get into the tournament itself. Let's go over some of the rules that we got to have here today in this tournament. So there's going to be a seeding round, and game 1 of that is going to
But they did have him there last year.
And it's going to be 6 minutes as well. And then game 2 is going to be a 2-on-2.
Although that was just like a separate thing.
Total score from both those games will be added together to decide the winner. And then from there, they'll go into a semifinals and a finals match. But match 1, we have Japan versus Europe. And match 2 is USA versus Australia/New Zealand. The winners of those matches will play, and the losers of those 2 matches will play. In the semifinals, we're going to have...
I don't know what you just said. Okay.
The seeding is decided from the seeding round, and it's going to be a 1-on-1 squad strike tag team.
It's just me, or is this mic a little low? It seems like it's a little low.
Items on low. And important to note, there's no Pokeballs here, no Master Balls, and no assist trophies. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see.
Finals are low items.
Get into some of this Smash action. EE.
What up?
I know that we've been playing and talking with all the teams this entire weekend. How do you feel the competition stacks up here today?
Well, first of all, Mama, we made it. What's up? And second of all, look how these teams made it, okay? If you look at the talent pool that they had to go through to get here, all the qualifiers, you know everybody is so well engaged to get to this point. Personally, if you look at the teams, I know Japan's probably a lot of people's favorites. But the thing that makes Smash so great is upsets happen on the regular, and you can never really peg who's going to take it. So I think that's kind of stirring up to make a great event all around.
Right, right. And Super
Yeah,
Locale,
like
I know
the
that you
whatever
guys
setting they're
have
using on the mic, it's like they're trying to reduce
That's
echo or
what
something.
up here today.
I think Europe is definitely underrated.
And it just
and
sounds
it's
weird.
Actually, my to-go team that I think can actually take it. I actually had the privilege to play every single player here for competing in this tournament, and they are all so talented. As you were saying, EE, the items can really throw everything off, and as well as practicing with those items, but as individuals. Everybody on every team is so talented. I'm excited to see what they all have in store for us.
Yes, yes, and we're going to go right into the action. We're going to go to game one, and it's going to be Japan versus Europe. I believe that will be happening pretty soon, but we are going to take a quick look at actually the players on both of those teams in a quick video.
Stop asking gamers to do poses. Never.
Oh, man, and both these teams are definitely ready to play. Do you see the guns on that guy?
Oh, my Lord.
Got the gloves on one of them. Man, they're ready to play. And I think we're going to get started just in just a couple minutes here. But with items being here and no Pokeballs, no Master Balls, and assist trophies, how do you think that's going to affect the gameplay that we're going to see here, Super Grokels?
For sure, it's definitely going to make things a little bit more even. I think Pokeballs, assist trophies, and Master Balls specifically really add to the pace. It really changes up some things and can bring a game that looks completely in one person's favor to another person's favor. So that's going to be mixing it up. The fact that we don't have those items, and we can actually use items like home run bat, the sword, guns, and really use that to as an advantage for skill.
The problem they end up having with
Peach and such to really play with their projectiles. So I think that
what was I even just saying? The problem with having
it's going to add to the more skill level.
like competitive players doing the commentary, which I mean the people that are used to doing commentary. But like the problem they end up running into, I notice, is that a lot of times they don't know what the items actually do or what they're called. Like I remember that happening last year.
Like not every item is the most beneficial. A lot of these characters have plenty of tools that's going to get the job done either way. So if you're already playing a character, you got a strong neutral game, you're going to be fine. You don't have to worry too much about the item. I think people put too much of an emphasis on the items. Okay, it still comes down to the skill at the end of the day, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Of course, and also there's also how you're going to split your team up, because you're going to have one 1v1, you're going to have a 2v2. So what kind of strategy do you think is going to be used choosing your one-on-one versus your two-on-two Super Grokels?
For sure, that is a big deal. 2-on-2 especially, you need experience. You definitely need to know who do you have the most synergy with, which characters really mash up together really well. Is one quick, one slow, one's a heavy hitter? Who's going to back up each other the best? So who they're going to plan for teams is very, very important. One-on-one, I believe everyone here knows how to do the business. They have their knowledge and their experience. So it's really just about who can really come up and clean up the stage while they're up.
Right, right. And we're going to get right into this action. I believe we're going to have game one happening just in a couple of seconds here. Crowd, how are you feeling going into this World Championship?
Yo, what up, crowd? Yo, what's Gucci?
This is a beautiful crowd.
Like Twitch chat. I love it, man.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. So what are you feeling going into this first game here, EE, between Japan and Europe?
Well, I'm interested to see, well, one, who they're going to send in. Because if you look at both Japan and Europe, they each have kind of an item specialist on the team, right? You look at Team Japan, I believe it's Kuro for them, and then Robin on the side of Europe, right? So you could essentially leave those guys for the 1v1 and then just have your other two guys going for the 2v2, which I think would be a good cleanup. If I'm Japan, either way I send it, I'm fine with Zach Ray handling business either way. Let's just keep it real. Like that's the ace in the hole for this team.
Right, right. And on the Europe end, what do you think their strategy is going to be in terms of the players that they decide to choose here, Supergirl Kells?
Definitely, I believe that Sir John would be a really good pick when it comes to a 1v1. Zero Suit, Samus, Palutena, characters who have their own projectile game. Zero Suit being very quick on her feet can really just get to items and also just defend herself. I think she has a great advantage when it comes to platforms. A lot of these stages we're going to be seeing have a lot of platforms, a lot of depth, a lot of differences. So that would definitely be a great way to play. And Palutena with her own skill sets and her own projectiles that everyone hates would definitely be annoying. So I really think that would be a great pick.
For sure. And we got to actually talk a little bit with Team Europe and their journey here to make it to this World Championship. They had some tough battles ahead, but we're going into game one. Zero Suit Samus versus Roy.
My God. Okay, this is going to be quite the matchup for sure. Zero Suit Samus, a character that really finds the stick back, bait, and punish. Really get in and get that pressure on, really making it hard for Roy or characters to land in general. But Roy is such a quick character that can really get into your face and not give you that room to breathe.
No doubt about it. Both these characters.
How are they going about choosing stages, I wonder?
All about that hot start. We see them sending in Sir John to kind of combat. I thought that was actually not a bad choice. I mean, you touched on that as well, Kels. And right now, it's looking like, I mean, nobody's really gaining an advantage thus far. That's the thing I'm looking to see who is going to pull ahead in the early going.
Yeah, I think with items set on low, it's really going to be like a pretty clean one-on-one battle here. It's going to be just comes down to who's going to be the better player. There's only one item so far on the stage, and keeping stage positioning, I think, is very important in a matchup like this, especially when you have a character like Roy use that big long sword.
And speaking of Roy, how did that Spanish stay using that?
Bullet Bill just coming through, man, just knocking out that stock. Keep in mind, I mean, it is on time, right? So you kind of got to count those. At a certain point, though, you got to remember, you're going to lose track of that. You just got to stay focused and keep the aggression going.
Yeah, so it's going to come down to like little quick maths. Got to keep in mind what you did. And look at these couple of very Kombu. I like high-level players.
Yeah, I just love the control we're seeing from Kombu right now, maintaining that center stage.
I think I'm done. I might be. I don't know. I'm probably not. I'm probably going to go to Twitter and find like 50 more leaks. Turns out Microsoft's entire press conference was leaked.
Beautiful play thus far from ZSS. I like that preemptive upbeat. Good decision right there to try and recover quickly. You already know edge guarding is such a powerful tool in these matchups.
Why is Splatoon 3 trending? Please don't do this to me.
That percent, man, that's kind of difficult to get out of. With all the stuff that was going on with the stage change and whatnot, that was a lot to keep track of, man.
Yeah, definitely. Sticking up into the sky, resetting. I mean, Sir John not far from bringing it back with this smash ball that could be in play for him. And that edge guard was clean.
Get that, so thank you.
Okay, everyone's thinking that the Splatfest is related to Splatoon 3. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let it fall by the wayside.
Ooh, big damage, too. Did he get a nice 58% all the way from zero? That's huge.
Laser is definitely one of the better smash balls you can get.
For sure.
Yeah, we were talking about Sir John having maybe like a bad start and that Kombu had a huge advantage, but I think the stage morph going into Pokemon Stadium really has been giving a shift to Sir John's play, having the longer stage, more room to maybe run around and escape options.
Smart by Kuba going right for that healing field. Right. Cover just a little bit of damage, but you see Sir John trying to let him know it's not even going to matter. My aggression is not relenting.
No, the way that Sir John has been playing around the items, his style is very aggro, especially off stage. You see him going out there every time to edge guard Roy. But I think that what I really like is whenever he has the advantage where Roy is above him, he doesn't go for the item, he just keeps keeping
Is this a time match?
Roy above him and just pummeling him over and over again. That's how he built up to 126%.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the disadvantages that Roy does have, which is how does Roy land? Very fast faller character, uses his jumps a lot, so it's really like, where am I gonna go? And of course, Sir John will take advantage of that and make this damage quick.
Yeah. Okay, we got another little stage change here.
Where are we headed?
Gee, I wonder, where could we be going?
Stages thus far, I'm sure they're both very familiar with them, right? You see these stages a lot in high-level, super competitive play, so nobody's really getting thrown through a loop. Everybody kind of able to adapt on the fly.
Right. Okay.
Here we go here. Both of them just kind of feeling each other out in neutral, seeing who can really get in, who's really going to give up that defense. Both of them running up and just shielding, but finally, Sir John finds his footing. Great catch!
Just slightly too low, unfortunately there. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like Sir John has a little bit of a lead here when you're going in terms of points. So I think he's going to try to keep that up. You see him being a little bit more defensive that's compared to the first couple of minutes where he was just going in, and he gets another smash.
Literally no hesitation. Again, that zero laser coming through, packing on a ton of damage. And that's not going to be able to finish off the stock just yet, but again, the damage just racking up. That immediate grab, that was crisp.
That read was incredible from Sir John, knocking him out. I'm in your head, brother.
Get out of my head, Charles.
Get out of 2014. It's all good, man. It's all good. We're holding it down. Big time action development. This is only our first game.
Yeah, but I do believe that Sir John has a little bit of lead, and you can just see just like the little push and pull that he's playing with now. He's not being nearly as aggro, and I kind of like that change-up of style. And on Kombu's end, you're also feeling the pressure, right? You know you're down a little bit, so you have to make something happen. There's only a minute left in this game.
I see the Daybreak. One piece collected from Sir John as well.
Yeah, that's really the question of who's going to get that, but dropping a piece right there might be spawning a new one at any second. Both of them are ready to grab it as we do have a stage morph. Where are we headed next? Pokemon Stadium, we're back home, guys.
Can't complain about that. So again, I do believe, as you said, I believe slight advantage right now going to Sir John. So Kombu is going to need to pick things up if that holds true.
Just 45 more seconds here in this game one. What's going to happen? Okay, can he put him back on stage? Not quite.
Oh, I wanted that dunk.
Oh, you tried to go for it all with that spike.
Yeah, definitely just to confirm his lead here is racking up the damage. Roy known to take stock so quick. Gotta maintain it for 30 seconds if he does want to.
Oh, there it is! Oh, who are you shooting at? Oh, my lord.
That's a hard one to hit because you can't even turn around with it. You're usually faced in one direction as soon as you have all the pieces. So he did a good job avoiding that.
That's fair, that's fair.
I like how unexpectedly, too, he kind of picked up that last piece. So it was definitely just a great option from Sir John to just down special out of there, kick boost himself out, and now we are at the countdown. 3, 2, 1. No kills will be made.
Oh. Nope, not at all.
And again,
smart.
You can see Sir John went all the way off mid. I'm pretty sure I have the point lead here. So why play?
Exactly. Why risk taking the KO in that situation where I can just kind of float? I mean, again, 3 seconds left on the clock. You were counting down kills. You already know how that was going.
Yeah, for sure. So Sir John does take that hold, and I like though that Konbu really had such a great lead in the beginning. He came out explosively, really put so much damage, so much pressure. But I guess, you know, Sir John just was able to make that adaptation as well as with the stage changing.
Yeah.
Just did a great job at really adapting.
And you talked about Kombu being the items guy on the Japanese team, and unfortunately, it didn't look like.
What does the items guy mean?
It wasn't like too big of a
I think that was kind of the difference maker, right? He didn't really get an opportunity to maximize it too much. And you got to credit Sir John, too. He kept the pressure on from start to finish. I think that's really, might even surprise him, too. And, of course, ZSS being one of the best characters to do that with.
Right. Man, that was a spectacular game one. And now we're going to have game 2, which is going to be a 2-on-2 with the 2 remaining players of both teams. Again, another 6 minutes. So can they make up that deficit that they have in that game 1? There's more points to be had in a 2-on-2, right? So how do you think this is going to be different from the game 1 years held?
I mean, this is not only just a question of who am I teaming with, but how are we going to play together? We were talking about that earlier, and that's going to make the big difference. Because even if there is a player here right now in this game that is lacking a bit more than the other players, that teammate, the way they play, that chemistry can really make them overwhelm the other team. So that's going to come into play. And using items, especially the ones that heal, giving it to your partner, how to strategize that. Who's going to be healing? Who's going to be throwing this and using these items? And sticking together is definitely very important.
And one thing actually very important in this tournament is that you have 2 substitutions you can make as a team for the entire tournament. How do you feel that the teams are going to go? Or do you think they're going to go with their normal picks, or do you think they're going to go with their
Well, look, I mean, it's going to come down to if one team feels they're so far ahead, why not give their other guy some reps? You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, if you win, everybody collects a medal. You know what I'm saying? like that's kind of what I would fall back on. You know, that's kind of the way you got to look at it. But at the end of the day, you don't want to mess with success. If all the gears are kind of flowing, just let the train ride.
Right. And the character selection is happening right now, and there's so much variety. Even if you look at the teams here on Europe's end, you have a Peach, you have a Palutena, you have Marth, you got Joker. So what kind of team comps do you think would be best in this kind of format here, Super Girl tells?
I really think Palutena is one of the best doubles characters. That up smash rate.
Oh, they're doing doubles
really
now.
To follow up from any throw, from any movement, without the rarely missing option. So Palutena definitely a great pick, and we have a couple of Palutenas from both sides. So that can really come into play. Joker, another character.
Okay, so good news.
Gets our send even quicker with this.
There are no more leaks that I know of.
It's really just the question of who's going to use who. There's also some people.
So I
and
think
some
I'm done with
players
that
who
whole
really
portion.
pick certain characters for specifically doubles. So maybe we'll see things and characters that were not.
Now I've just got to make thumbnails.
In terms of doubles,
I might end up having to do that later. I don't know.
faster characters are better, slower characters are better. What kind of methodology would you use here?
Oh, well, I mean, I think that obviously, like, the faster you are, the better you are. I think that kind of goes hand in hand in my, for my 2 cents. But honestly, don't try anything cheeky. You know what I mean? Just stick to what you know. I can't tell you how many tournaments I've gone into and I've been carried in doubles. Okay, it can happen. The last thing in a certain area, your teammate tends to have you if you're at the right skill level. As we got game 1 about to kick off.
So I really like seeing Zach right here as Pokemon Trainer. This is something we haven't seen much from him, but Pokemon Trainer, an amazing doubles character. I actually do this team a lot. So
I'm curious, do they have team attack turned on?
get that control with his razor leaves and as well his up special. That
It looks like they do.
can really send you flying in the weirdest ways.
Yeah. I'm really kind of this wasn't on the
Because
I'm very surprised to see.
I've seen some instances of them not turning team attack on at certain tournaments, and that becomes a problem. Because you can do some dumb shit.
It's all about the supporting cast as well. How are they going to go along with that?
Right. And I think
Everyone's too busy watching Smash matches to leak more stuff. Yeah, the Lakers are asleep right now. Asleep watching Smash. Of course.
All right, I like what Robin's doing right now, just doing that edge guard, throwing those turnips, trying to get that edge guard going. Now with Zach right here, both of them in shield. Zach of course, showing that he's got the defense up for him.
No doubt about it, man. Even at 123, just wading through all this pressure.
I love how Robin and Light are trying to stick together to really maintain that control and cover each other up. But as I'm saying that, they get separated, and Zachary and Kuro is definitely taking the spotlight.
there's definitely some team strategy at play, right? When you have one person off stage, you either can confirm the KO by going off stage and getting the full edge guard, or you can 2-on-1 the person on stage. That kind of decision making is going to be really tested.
Absolutely incredibly crucial. We see the Charizard making his first appearance with Zach Ray.
Yeah, definitely a good decision here. What I really always say, never mind, because we have a Smash Ball in Zach and anything can happen there. Robin's gonna take a hit. Is Peach gonna survive this? Or no help from Mario. She gets out on her own.
Oh, man.
And that's just kind of tough. And even throughout this game and the last game, I feel like CSS is the only one we've seen get the Smash Ball. I want to see some more characters get involved.
I think Zero Suit is a good character to get Smash Ball. She's pretty fast and she has like long range attacks that go into her.
For sure. Definitely, you were mentioning before, Vish, about the stage control. When you're on a 2v1 situation, should you go off stage or on? I really believe definitely staying on stage, maintaining that control, at least having one partner to stay on stage is key, because if both players do jump off, you lose that advantage and the whole other team gets the whole stage.
Yeah, stage positioning very, very crucial.
We want to talk about stage. It has been 90% Team Japan right now. They have just been putting on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, and then like we said, there's more points to be earned or lost here in this 2-on-2 versus that 1-on-1.
Yes.
Can they make this up?
I almost argue they're playing with a sense of urgency too, knowing that maybe Sir John did come out on top in that first matchup. Knowing we got to get these stocks, so we got to start accumulating these points. And I think they're doing a heck of a job right now.
For sure, this stage control, man, coming from Team Japan, as you were saying, is just very overwhelming. Light trying to get his footing in, but Squirtle coming into play, pushing you out, and also confirming into a kill for Team Germany, though.
Okay, got Ivysaur trying to get the edge guard off stage, but I like the push and pull that Zachary did there. He threw the Razor Leaf off stage, and then he went back straight to stage to help out his ally.
Exactly. And again, that's the difference between playing teams and just kind of playing in teams, and Zachary not playing around. My lord.
Man, that
straight to the abyss.
That Ivysaur down is so good. Finally, we see a non-CSS match, final smash. That takes up the whole stage. There are some final smashes that are so good for this format because you can't avoid a black hole like that. What's gonna happen?
You really can, and we need to talk about Light's movement right now because he just took 3 stocks really quick back-to-back. Really had such a great game plan of not only using the Smash Ball, but edge guarding so good, trapping his opponents. He's doing it right now.
Yeah, having this be time is just weird. Well, I mean, a lot of this is weird. Benefit of a 6-minute timer. Alright, calm down.
Even Zachary kind of taking a backseat for the moment.
Yeah, I think they definitely have a gameplay. Team Japan definitely has a gameplay.
Well, 6 minutes isn't a long It's not long. It's just that usually matches don't go a full 6 minutes. I don't think.
Also very easy for Zachary down there. That huge explosion, that huge rain, it's definitely very easy to get on characters like Palutena. Characters who do teleport can get clipped by that down air quite easily.
Yeah,
he
you
hasn't
see.
missed it.
Yeah, you've gotten them from times already. The KO confirm is very important.
Oh, wow, that was really good by Crow. Narrowly avoiding that up smash. Like, definitely had him in his sights. Just coming up a little bit short, and that minute marker is starting to approach.
I feel like friggin' Orphean definitely had something to do with that platform moving up last second.
Yeah.
Throwing light off of where he was going to land. But we are now back on Battlefield. And who gets it? Zachary!
All right, there it is.
Triple finish.
It is super effective.
Exactly what you're looking for, no doubt about it. Zach Ray biding his time, striking perfectly. And this might be ahead a little bit. It's about 40 seconds to go, though, in this contest.
Yeah, man, you really can't. It's hard to say, right? Because now 6 minutes have gone through. Have you kept in mind all the points that have been accumulated this time? You can't really take a breather because you're not sure.
Oh,
There's the day break. Oh, I needed the hit.
It's not to hit.
My man was actually just hanging out.
He really was.
That's hard to hit, man. That's really hard to hit.
I'm starting to believe you, man. I'm starting to. It's very powerful, obviously, but it definitely looks like it's pretty avoidable.
Yeah.
As we've seen on a couple of occasions, nice back air, right off stage, and star bounce.
That star is so dangerous. You don't know where it's going to go half the time because you don't know where it was launched from. So you think it's actually you.
And we got the last 3 seconds here. Right off stage. Oh, it's like a little Light loses his point right at the end. Is that a sudden death? What is happening? What is happening?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Passive aggressive decision. I want to see it.
Yeah.
It looked like someone just jumped straight off.
Wow. Man, but it's in points. What's going on? Yeah, it's extremely tight in points. I believe there was a rule about that. On stage, they're talking about that right now.
So it is the points that added between the first game and the second game. So if they are even in that second game, it's going to come down to that game one. Did Sir John punch it out?
I really think maybe then in that case, Germany does take it because we had I think quite a convincing game one from Germany. So
Are they all German?
Yeah, I think Sir John
I thought they were supposed to be Team Europe.
well, and you kind of start to wonder for Lights. It's like, oh man, I lost that last stock just now within like the last 5 seconds. How does that go down?
Yeah, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here at the ending of this set.
All right, so some deliberations going on.
Just stall.
As soon as we know, man, we're eagerly waiting as well.
Right.
I'm excited to see who's going to take it. It was close.
I did try and count the points, but I ran out of fingers and toes.
There were some
That's not my
times where
forte.
stocks were just being eliminated from each and every single person, so it can go either way.
Right. And if it does go down to that tiebreaker, as we talked about, it would be one more game where it is a one-on-one, where it's 2 stocks apiece, and then the winner of that will take it. But we are just waiting for the deliberations here to see what happens.
Yeah, the moment of truth, the barrel roll that Donkey Kong is currently playing.
Okay. Love you.
I mean, he's busy. All right, looks like we have the results.
Oh.
Okay, and it looks like Europe will take it with
there you
-2
go.
points from Japan and Europe.
And that's huge, right?
That is
Again, you go into this, everybody's talking about, oh man, Japan's gonna come in and just roll through. But now, man, I'm telling you, these Europeans, they're very talented as well. And then you still got to look at the other team, the Australians, the North America squad. A lot of talent in this competition, man. Don't sleep on nobody. It'll wake you up quick.
And keep in mind, this is the seeding round, so whatever happens here will determine how the seeds are going to be in that semifinals and finals match. So it does have an impact for sure, but they are not out by any means.
No,
You're going to see more of Japan for sure. Even in the seeding round, they will drop down to the lower bracket here. But what really stood out to you, Supergirl Kels, from that match, particularly from Europe's end?
Europe's end, as I was saying before, I think they're incredibly underrated. I think that I had the chance to play them. I was in Italy a few weeks ago. I got to see some of these players, and they're coming out to show what they've got. I really want to say that the way that Light was playing in the doubles match was just spectacular. His movement, the way he was always with his partner, just ready to follow up at all times, was super amazing. We were talking about Palutena's up smash range, and just the way he was pushing over and over again. Definitely loved Light's play.
But before we go into that next set, we're going to take a quick look at our new players here with USA and Australia and New Zealand. We're going to take a look in this video. love all the flavor that we're seeing from these videos, man.
So
Everyone's
much
got
personality.
They all got like such cute little pose. I like it. So from the North America end, I believe both of you guys saw a bunch of them from PAX East. How do you feel EE or North America stacks up with the competition here today?
Well, I think like if you kind of look at look at all the talent and stuff like that. For me, North America, they were the team that surprised me the most, right? I got an opportunity to kind of play with them and get some scrims in and stuff like that, and probably went about as you expected. That's why I'm sitting here commentating. But the point is, okay, this is a team that you should not sleep on. Wrath, he's been one of the best players I've ever seen since Smash 4. I'm talking about the last title, okay? And he's definitely brought that kind of aggression and skill over to this one, and he's leading his team to what he believes is going to be a victory.
Right. And Supergirl Kels, I believe you got to play a lot with the Australian New Zealand team. They also seem like a little bit of a sleeper pick. A lot of them had unique offstage play. A lot of them had like really cool aggro that you might not see a little bit here. And they're also very, very grateful to be all the way out here. They're making the most out of this trip. They're super happy to play with all the pros here. How do you feel about Australia here today?
They're also extremely jet lagged. That's what I know talking to them. They're very tired, but they have worked so hard constantly this weekend. I've seen them all together, getting to know each other, play with each other. Specifically, I played a lot against Seb Pro. His Rob is super clean. One of the best edge guards I've seen.
Facts.
Really great item play, really great control. I really love the way he plays. Ghost's Daisy, really clean as well. I really love his movement with Daisy. The way that he baits, the way that he punishes, really great. And we're about to see what we got. Pillow and Wrath for game one.
Oh no, this is child abuse.
The alternate from Australia, New Zealand, and they're using one of their substitutions right away. And he is a Bayonetta, of course.
Oh my lord.
Okay, we got mother versus son? What's going on here?
It's like the past Sphere DLC versus New School DLC. So I'm waiting to see who's going to come out on top of this. We already see this amazing play from Wrath, putting on a ton of pressure out the gate. And I'm really wondering, what was the cause of bringing in your alternate?
I've been seeing a lot of people complain about Joker. Although, I don't know that it's actually that he's good or if it's just... Granted, all of the complaints I saw were on scrub quotes, so... take that as you will.
No doubt about it. I mean, Wrath, look, he is the best person on North America. That's no disrespect to anybody else. You just got to call it like you see it. Right now, he is not letting the squad down. Only taking, 7-6 thus far. Really early start.
Yeah, a one point lead there for them. And you see him even just like pushing away a little bit now that the lead is there, right? Even with the Arsene, he's not being too aggressive with what he's got. Like going back to the right side as soon as he gets a hit. I like the play right now for Wrath.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've always talked about how Wrath's defense game has been so good, but this witch time can really change up the game and bring it back for Pillow. Are we going to get it? I think we are. I'm gonna miss it. Here we go, taking him home.
It's like, wait, is he even gonna actually kill him with the final smash, or?
That thing is just straight up terrifying. Oh my definitely gets the job done.
I'd rather get a dog.
Just yet.
It's like he's a little too good at too much. I don't know.
But why not? Just for a little insurance.
And of course, the boomerang does get stronger every time you grab it, so it could be a very...
I remember a lot of people saying it seemed like he wasn't that good when he came out.
Sure, it was all about, planning. What's to prioritize? Am I going to keep comboing my opponent, get him out of the way, and then take the...
But I mean, whenever a character first comes out, everyone's saying all kinds of different things, and no one knows what they're talking about.
Really showing what he's got here.
Definitely.
Yeah, and Bayonetta can definitely track 100% with her combo. Might not have like the kill power, but she definitely can put on 100%.
You can almost make the argument too. There's gonna be a little more pressure put on your alternate when you're sending him into battle. But I think right now, Pillow just out the gate is kind of rising to that challenge. It's been very formidable to Wrath right now. He's not been able to pull ahead as dominant as you might expect.
Oh.
I love the way Bayonetta was just kind of floating there. Like, yeah, you try to get me. That little ending did put Pillow off the edge here and giving the advantage to Wrath. Let's see what he's got as an edge guard getting close. And that back air not going to do it.
Yeah, with Arsene here, a lot of tools to KO Bayonetta.
Ooh.
Okay.
Tools, items, anything you need to get the job done. Wrath. Yeah, that's going to be the closer goal. Just such a boost in power you get when Arsene is present on the field.
Especially as Bayonetta, not a character who's very heavy. She's pretty fit,
Oh, no, she's on that keto diet. We already know that. Weight is not her best tool available. She's got plenty of others trying to take care of it. But, man, Wrath, once he gets hot, once he gets started, it's just so hard to slow him down.
Yeah, and again, I just really like how Wrath is controlling center stage as soon as he ever gets Bayonetta off stage. And I love the way that he retreats as soon as he feels like he's at a disadvantage.
For sure, committing to that heel slide though will definitely get Pillow punished here. Back onto the edge and being that center stage. Let's see if both can get a this jab. Gonna make a lot of damage and an advantage. Let's see if Pillow can grab that final smash once again.
Do it off stage though.
They've been fortunate they haven't got hit by any fake ones yet.
Yeah,
It's been all true thus far, about 4 of them.
So Wrath trying to play smart to avoid this final smash and really sucking it out of her, but we're going to get it.
Okay, the witch time is out. Happen here.
Oh, no,
Don't whip it. Don't whip it.
Oh, barely misses, unfortunately.
Okay.
But push it off. Because of the whip, it pushed Wrath way off stage, and that allowed Bayonet to get that edge guard.
A perfect plan B.
Okay.
You never saw a side special kill like that, but we're gonna take it. Definitely Pillow putting back on the map here.
Nice. Little boost here. Wrath going high.
I want a jetpack.
Man, the jetpack actually feels like it'd be so good with Joker the way that you use the guns. You can cover so much space and just glide over Bayonetta. That's gonna be cool.
That creativity, a huge part of this item play, no doubt about it.
All right, back on Castle Siege here. We've seen Pillow struggle on this stage quite a bit, having a hard time avoiding Arsene. So let's see if this short edges is going to take out Pillow stock, but avoiding the blue shell.
This match is still going. Like, what?
Bringing the smash just as effective.
Everywhere.
All right, fading out these air dodges. Wrath so good at forcing defensive options and then taking advantage of 35% already, but Arsene now gone. Let's see if Pillow could take that as an advantage and really approach Wrath and get him off stage.
I think one thing Wrath has done so well is you don't see him relying on Arsene to be on the field to be effective, to be dominant. That's just kind of his play in general. Somebody who's just so good at switching between offense and defense. I think that's really kind of been the catalyst of why you see he's kind of most likely taking the lead.
Yeah, and you need that with Joker play, right? Because this match is 6 minutes long, you're going to have Arsene only for a decent amount of that. So if you don't have the non-Arsene plays, it's very difficult to hit this. And unfortunately, doesn't get enough on the Smash Ball, but we'll get Bayonetta's getting so many of these Smash Balls.
It really is, but is it making that big of a difference? That's kind of been the question you got to ask yourself.
We'll see right now, depending on how this one goes. Woo! There you go. And in the last 30 seconds, that's kind of creepy.
You need to unleash the beast, does just that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're all tied up in points here. I mean, it always seems never mind.
Oh, say it again. That's big. Say it again.
I just cursed it.
Oh no. That's so big.
Yeah, that was huge. Really needed to keep that lead if he wanted the death.
Oh, the taunt.
Sudden death, and that taunt is gonna seal it. Wrath telling his opponent, "Yo, Pillow."
What up?
We done. Good night. Calling it out.
And Wrath taking game 1 for North America here for USA.
I will say by a slight margin, but Wrath able to pull it together.
Yeah. That was really impressive play, man. Even though Bayonetta got so many of those balls, Wrath still takes it over there. What was the most impressive part of Wrath's play to you, Ropels?
I just loved his defense play. The way that he would kind of walk up to Pillow and be like, "What you got?" Pillow would always throw out an aggressive option. Bayonetta, someone who's always moving, throwing out an option, side special, grabs, or heel sliding. He would always just throw that out. So, you know, Wrath just did what he does best and stayed back, hold that shield, and was ready to punish when he needed it, and was able to get so much follow-ups off of it.
I gotta say, man, you know, you look at Wrath, and he's somebody who's been involved in the competitive community for so long. He'll talk. He's mostly known for his online play, so I give a lot of respect for him coming up on that stage and hanging with one of the best in the business for sure.
Yeah. And now we're gonna get our 2-on-2 match here. EE, what do you think is gonna happen here? Depending on the characters that we have left from Australia, we have Ghost, Ichigo, and Sepro. So they got everyone in here. They got Rob, they got Ike, and they got Daisy. What kind of character combination do you think we're gonna see?
Well, I'd love to see Ghost. I think Ghost and Ichigo would be my pick, right? You can kind of mix up the Daisy Joker there with Ghost, and then you go and you look at Ichigo. I mean, just a pure Ike main. That's somebody, like Ike is a character who can just knock off stocks. You're able to just kind of accumulate the damage, which we already know Peach Daisy is able to.
I remember back when Ike was bad.
Developing there, that could be what they need to just propel themselves.
And from what we've seen so far, I think Smash Ball has been like a very prominent aspect of a lot of these games.
I've seen them more than anything.
Yeah. So do you think that, Supergirl, do you think they should be playing around that kind of idea, knowing that Smash Ball is kind of a factor in a 2-on-2, being able to get the Smash Ball and do that huge area of effect kind of move with your final smash? Do you think their character selection should kind of revolve around that kind of idea?
For sure. I mean, looking at their characters, not only to plan who's a better team, but this Smash Ball who's been appearing so much definitely should be planned. Okay, which character do we have that actually does have the best, you know, chance at not only using the smash ball, but actually chasing the smash ball. Because I feel like we've seen Zero Suit Samus and we've seen Bayonetta, who has been really taking advantage of getting those smash balls because they have so much movement options. So I feel like that's definitely going to be a play that they're going to have to do.
Right. And going into this tournament, we got to keep in mind that Australia did use one of their substitutions. They can only have one more substitution for the rest of the tournament, and this is just the seeding round. So there's a lot of matches left to play, as all of them will be returning for the semifinals based on how the seeding goes. And EE, what are your thoughts going in this next game?
I mean, you kind of got to imagine, again, it just came down to confidence, right? How confident are we? Pillow Talk probably stepped up and said, look, you know, put me in, give me an opportunity. And I think he did tremendous. You know what I'm saying? He did not get blown out by any stretch of the imagination. But now it is on to the 2v2. Fountain of Drink. Love this stage.
Oh, man.
Oh, I love this.
This stage is
so much.
banned.
I'm so excited that it's back.
Look at the water. Oh, my gosh. It's just a beautiful stage.
It's home, baby. But who is home here? Seb Pro goes showing that they are here to stay. This is the Rob that I was talking about. We're going to see already putting in that edge guard, controlling the center stage. Notice how he's on the ground constantly and just really maintaining his control with the gyro. I think that's going to come into huge play here, definitely for Team Australia.
And as a Rob main, Seb Pro was mentioning that he's already like very familiar with items because he's got to use the gyro so much, right? So he's like very good at using the items to his advantage and getting the advantage. I'm curious to see how this goes.
Without a doubt. I mean, you can understand, again, you know, Kels, you highlighted how Joker is just that much more effective in a doubles environment because of what you get off the teammate as well. So I think that's going to be a tremendous advantage for them going forward.
Oh.
Okay.
Do we have to? Okay, we don't have any rule regarding that. All right.
From North America, we got Colt and Devontae. Devontae's Wario.
Just gonna let that happen, I guess.
Now, once he is in, he gets that damage done, and already showing it. Seb Pro and Ghost already at 100 so each, and almost taking the stock too. Yoshi loves to just come in and take those stocks.
Yeah, from what I've noticed with the USA team, Poltergust has he's pretty good at offensive mix-ups, and Devontae on the other hand actually was pretty passive with his aggro. So I think this is going to be a really nice team dynamic.
You'll see a lot of bait and punish from Devontae. That's kind of like the way he likes to play his Wario, and obviously, you know, you look at the stage we're on, it's been very effective thus far. Trying to really put a dent in this Australian team thus far.
Yeah, Rob, though, such a heavy character. So hard to really throw off and even get to. Look at him on the edge just chilling alone, not really worrying about what's been going on. And are we going to have a combo? No, Ghost trying to follow it up, but does chase Yoshi, and Poltergust going to land safely.
And with the items that Ghost has, he can actually keep pushing forward pretty well because his back is completely shielded there for a while. So a lot of people were just kind of avoiding Ghost. He's got a lot of damage off of him.
All right, nice up smash coming up from Seb Pro.
This man has not died.
Yeah, his stock has definitely been getting plenty of equity, no doubt about that, and just continues to be just an offensive force. Now, I was almost a little bit worried, like, how his combo game or his effectiveness in general would be in this doubles environment. He has been flourishing thus far.
And also, when someone has high percent like that,
I noticed they use A and Z for Australia and New Zealand for this, but they used AU for Splatoon. Like New Zealand doesn't really matter, let's be real.
Now responding with a fresh stock, and that's actually one of a very important.
Then someone complained.
When you have such high percent,
They're like, hey, where's New Zealand?
Back to your partner, but now being a low percent, this could be good. And Devontae here trying to get him.
I figured out how these guys get out of the ground from Rob's down throw so quickly. I'm pretty sure the thing you're supposed to do is like rotate the stick. Like that's like the fastest way to mash out of anything.
Some of these final smashes are just not quite as good as like the Palutena one we saw, where it's just like black one in the middle of the screen. Some of them you have to really home in and hit your target perfectly to make the most out of that.
Yep, some are definitely stronger than others, and in this case, I believe everybody here does have the same kind of power when it comes to smashes, and even.
I think if you're rotating the stick, you don't even have to mash. I think you literally just rotate, and that's faster than anything else.
Seeing here, item play, how to use these items that has been coming up. We got a sword, we got the gun, and we got a baseball on the field. I'm gonna see that one, launch it here, and he's gonna hit Ghost. He's gonna score the first.
That was so bold by Ghost. It's like, I know what my character can do, and I'm just gonna neutralize that super scope and make it not even a problem. Killing Edge just sitting there menacingly, though. So I need to get their hands on that.
Alright, Poltergust getting back out. Rob hangs so hard, but pops right out and continue hatching. I'm born, honey.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I like that as soon as they're split up even a little bit, both teams just are able to come back together and help out their allies, man. It's just a lot of stuff.
Definitely. Both of them working so good as a team. You really see Devontae and Poltergeist sticking really close together. I've never actually seen them being very far apart. Of course, as I'm saying that, they go really far away from each other. But resuming, I think they were just kind of waiting for Seb Pro to really lose that invincibility once spawning.
Right. I mean, I think the teamwork, just in general, for both these teams have really just impressed me. You could tell, man, from jump, you got that rule set. They were automatically in the lab because you have to come into this with a sense of urgency. Like, look, we got to perform well. We got to be practicing from the tip-off.
Yeah, we're not seeing any like very long strings from either team, and that's a testament to their team dynamic, right? As soon as one of them is getting hit, the other is just right there to break up the pressure.
Here comes the laser from Rob. What you got? Letting it go. Poltergeist, I'm sorry, but your super armor is not going to save you there.
Yeah, that guided robo beam is so powerful. He's fortunate, though. He's at a lower percent, so the damage is going to be pretty minimal as far as...
I love, Poltergeist. That pro kind of helps the blue shell go off stage for you and get to the edge so that can kill me.
You try to avoid it for dear life, man. You'll use all your recovery tools, and it doesn't even matter.
It would be like that. All right, 30-second marker approaching. A lot of high percents now. This is really where things are going to get tricky. Expecting a lot of defensive play, but at the same time, every stock so critical. And Sepro, no hesitation.
Oh man, having those huge optic spikes as we're seeing in this match, and even in the Ivysaur match, it helps out so much because as soon as someone's off stage, one person can stay on stage and just cover you, and then the other person can throw that huge downer and gets a lot of KO.
Definitely, for sure. I feel like just doubles in general, you can start at 0, but next thing you know, you're at 100% from your teammates. It really depends on how you play, but this could be the moment that makes the difference. Where is those?
That was so good by Ghost. The entire last 8 seconds just kept fading away, not putting himself in any kind of danger. We take a look at the percent he had, but it matters not as you see the victory going to the North American squad.
Oh my gosh.
Devontae with the pop-off.
Devontae was so excited.
USA.
He's about that.
North America. All right, man.
Always playing with energy, North America.
Oh.
Look at him go.
I like that. I like the pose. I like the energy.
You're on the Nintendo stage. You gotta make your mark.
I like that jersey too, man. Get up, one up here on that 2X. Thought about it. No? All right.
You gotta be back. You're not gonna be up. Sorry. Sorry. Oh man, that was an explosive game.
It really was.
What really stood out to you in that 2-on-2 that we just saw here in terms of the team dynamics from both these teams, Supergirl, Kells?
So I really liked, as I was saying before, the way that Ghost and Sepro were really sticking together. They were never really far apart. And then when they were far apart, that's when North America really did take advantage over them. We were noticing how whenever North America was actually with Australia, they really pushed them out. And they said, okay, we separated them. Let's team up on this one guy. And that's what they did. They kept getting that advantage on them so well. It was really great from North America to take advantage of the Australian team like that.
Oh man, and before we go into the next set, let's take a look at the results from that last match here. Oh man, North America going on to the next area. It's going to be North America versus Europe in the inner side, and then Japan versus Australia / New Zealand on the lower bracket here in this seeding round. Very, very interesting stuff. Like we were talking about earlier, we were all thinking that Japan was going to be like the strong players here.
At the top of the show, though, I told you, you can't sleep on anyone.
Yep.
Cannot peg a for sure winner. And again, it just comes down to strategy. Who we're going to use in that 1v1, the 2v2, our character selections. Maximizing or minimizing the effect that those items are really going to play on the field. And I think that's been an excellent job, especially Team Europe. They've really shown what they got.
Nice. And then also on the Australia end, we're going to have Ichigo playing on their end for their 1v1. So that's going to be pretty interesting. They're going to be out of substitutions, too, in this tournament. So that's an important factor.
Facts.
They're using it all in the seeding round because they know how much it's going to matter going into that semifinals and finals area there. But we have Australia / New Zealand versus Japan. It's going to be very interesting so far. What do you think is going through the minds of the Japanese players here going into this set, Supergirl Kells?
Well, ever since we've seen Japan come into this tournament, they've been so focused in terms
Oh, no.
of improving. Who are we watching for? Who's the plan against who? I've literally been seeing these guys play non-stop.
Why do these things keep
I feel like
opening
now they can
on the
kinda look
wrong
back at
monitor?
round one and be like, this is the mistake we made. Maybe we shouldn't have sent this player for this, or maybe we should use this for doubles. So now that they have this, they can take that advantage and at least get that third seed. Seeding is so important when it comes to this event. It really lines up who you're going to be playing against, how much energy you're going to be preserving to use for
And
that
that's
final
not loading. Great.
need it most. So.
Right. The
It's
semifinals
wonderful.
are going to be single elimination.
I think I need to like
A lot. And EE, what do you think is
blow the dust out of my computer or something like that. I don't know.
this after taking that loss?
Well, I mean, you know,
Just
it's
been having
definitely
issues. Although it might be that the hard drive is super full. That could also be a factor. Should probably do something about that as well.
Okay, we just got to get involved, get engaged, and handle business.
That's from both ends.
I mean,
they both got to feel that.
I'm saying, but I mean, in my opinion, the Australian team's going to feel a little bit more pressed. You know what I mean? Japan, I feel like it's always just another day at the office for these guys.
Right. And we're going to go into this game. We got Ghost versus Kumbu.
Ghost versus Kombu, man, this matchup definitely a very scary one. Peach being able to rack so much damage on a fast faller like
That's
Roy,
not Peach.
so quick, but so hard to actually get into. Roy being that character that can get into your face, space you out quick, and force you to really make the mistakes. But we got Ghost here making advantage of his aggression and just taking names.
Yeah, very evenly matched, almost exactly the same percent, 68 to 71%. I like what I'm seeing here. Oh!
Did he jump up and double edge? Okay.
He definitely did. I mean, that's it. You do what you do.
We're playing these games right now, and that's something I always appreciate. Some good creativity as well for your follow-ups. That smash ball is gonna go. Yeah, you had to imagine.
Oh!
Does he put him to sleep off stage?
He doesn't put him
no,
to sleep off stage, but
Right.
oh, wait a minute, I guess he does.
But then it teleports you back on
Does it? I actually think
Oh my
maybe
gosh,
Kombu might have maybe recovered, got back onto the stage too quick, maybe buffered a roll or some sort, and then during Peach's beautiful song, put him to sleep.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That Blossom is showing its full effects, and now this curve.
We're just gonna pretend Daisy doesn't exist. Is that what we're doing?
And you see my man Combo just trying to get a little bit of space between them.
Yeah, already building up a good amount of percent there. Man, I just gotta say that final smash.
I also did not see what just happened, so I have nothing to say regarding that.
It really shows that the final smash really is going to make the difference. We've been seeing it every single game. You can be down and out, but that smash ball can potentially bring you back and even put you in the lead, and that's what's so important about this tournament.
Yeah, and some items they just tend to ignore. Like they don't want anything to do with the punching bag. Punching bag looking real happy on the left side.
Look at him, man. Who wants that?
Stop doing this.
He just wants some friends about that. Oh, we got the dual wielding right now. 2 blades. 1 opportunity. Can he take advantage, though? 3 seconds, man. An opportunity to strike, but no.
We go back into the neutral stage. Roy's got 2 swords now, so we gotta be careful. We are changing stage here. Here we go, Pokemon Stadium. Let's see what Ghost has got using these items to play. That practice with the turn-up definitely looking to be the case here.
Yeah.
All right. Boss Gallica coming through as well. Another disruptive tool.
Yeah, these area effect items are gonna be so good. And the taunt with the sword, that was so good for Kombu.
I love
talking about.
We want to see this.
We're talking about how good he is in items, and he is showing it right now. Okay, for it real well.
All right, so here we go back to the center stage, and we got a full stock too, but charging the smash a little bit questionable, but we'll take that damage. And now we got Ghost swerving around the smash ball, guarding it like it's time.
Yeah, I think that's the player, right? You gotta protect what's yours.
All right, Roy needs this, man. This critical hit could really help him in trying to mount this comeback thus far.
Yeah.
Approaching right the halfway marker, 3 minutes on the clock.
It looks like he wants to tap on just a little bit more percent, just in case, to make sure that this final smash KOs. But Ghost is doing such a good job with the float and staying above Roy, but that also has its own danger as Roy can do those up airs.
Oh, the recovery attempt, and that's gonna free up the smash ball as well.
Well, this is deja vu.
Yeah, this happened on the right side over there.
Yeah, just on the opposite day, it's fine.
That didn't do anything, really.
Nasty display from Ghost thus far, man.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here in this game.
I do love the way Kombu is playing in terms of waiting for Ghost to actually put out a float. Whenever he's been putting out a float, that's been Kombu's play to really throw those items at him. We saw that with the sword, and now we're seeing it again where he's really baiting these floats and then taking advantage with the bears.
Yeah.
Very good point. I almost feel like some of those opportunities are kind of few and far between, just as solid as we've seen Ghost play just overall.
And overall, it feels like Ghost is kind of adapting to what you're talking about and staying a lot more grounded with turnip play and then just trying to shark Kombu with these backers and uppers.
Definitely. Throwing out that turnip there, that down special with Toad. Expecting Kombu to be quite aggressive, but this one time moves back and just kind of resets himself and says, okay, how can I actually get in and get the piece back into the game?
man, and keeping center stage during this stage transformation is also very important.
That stage move coming right in time. And dash attack, very powerful KO option from Peach, but Kambu at 152 still able to survive.
Yeah, gotta keep track of the timer here as well. We only got 1 minute, 20 seconds left. If Kambu can hold on to the stock, that could be pretty big.
For sure, I definitely think Kambu slowly but surely is adapting very well. He's really adjusting to the way that Ghost is playing. As you said before, though, Ghost has been changing his style as well. So it's really just being in each other's head, and let's see if we can get the edge guard that he needs. Kambu, if he can get that stock, it's gonna be huge.
Let's see if we can get this daybreak as well. You see Kambu, well, he had to that moment assembled 2 of the pieces, goes with the 3rd one, but that has now been removed.
Yeah, when the timer goes a little bit low, you'll see the person with the higher percents go a little bit more defensive. That side view was really great from Ghost there, but now with the float and the aerial tools that Daisy does have, it could be a little bit difficult for it to KO.
Oh, that thing is about to blow.
That bomb never really felt super useful.
Will you get the KO on Daisy?
Star Rod for Ghost.
Hey, that bomb was ready to go. He's like, look, if you're not gonna blow me up, I'll do it myself.
And you can really see the item prowess from Ghost, the way that he's dropping, and oh my god!
That range, the exact tip of that sword, cutting Kambu in half, making
Yep, just lame it out.
That was perfectly executed, and Ghost, I mean, he has just pulled so far ahead.
Yeah, with only 5 seconds left, he was at 130% during that entire stall.
That's just dirty.
Wait a minute!
Oh my god.
I mean, when you have a
That's
character like you, you just kind of float there, and then
that's not okay.
Her, her demise with the parasol. It's kind of hard to get under that stage.
That's it.
Like
It wouldn't even have mattered either. He still would have won.
Fast faller falls so fast, so deep, and then when you do get to Peach, what do? She's got that parasol like a shield. If you even go near it, it's gonna bounce you right up.
I'm telling you, man, with the last few seconds, I feel like Daisy did such a good job playing with the lead that she had, the percent that she had, knowing that Roy's going to be super hungry for that kill. Just played way off stage, doing that side B to get the KO, and then playing off stage as well. What could Roy really do in that scenario? Perfectly timed. It was like seconds away from getting that KO on the bottom there.
Yeah, and we love that we even saw the whole advantage of the float, He not only did the parasol, but he really put out the float for the whole time under the stage, being like, what you gonna do, Roy? What you gonna do?
Oh,
So,
man.
that was really great from both sides, but definitely Daisy, man.
Yeah, Daisy.
Pulling through.
Daisy's pretty good. To Australia with +3, Japan at -3 here with the scores on the screen there.
I think just in general for the Australians, that's just a huge boost in confidence. You know what I mean? Like just overall, that's exactly what you're trying to see going forward. And that's how you kind of want to kick off this match. As we said, nerves can be a factor, but I think they've kind of found a recipe for success, especially Ghost, man. He was playing out of his mind.
Yeah, everyone here seems like seasoned players. I haven't seen too much nervous play on this stage here, even though it's got the big Nintendo stage. Supergirl Kels, what really stood out to you in that last match that we just saw?
So definitely the way that just Kambu played.
Okay,
I really
that's
liked his
not-
playstyle because he was constantly trying to adapt. He really did a great job at adapting to the way Daisy can really float, to the way that Daisy can be grounded, at the projectile game, because even when we saw the turn-up come out, we then saw the sword game come out. And that is scary when you see Daisy moving with a sword. Like, can we talk about that? So it was really great that Kambu was able to adjust. It just wasn't in time.
Right. And then the Daisy final smashes also, I think, were very, very clutch in terms of
Right.
just the maneuverability that Daisy does have off stage and being able to get those final smashes. What do you think could have gone a little bit differently in that last match? Phenomenal.
Well, well, I mean, look, it really just comes down to execution and composure, and that's kind of a thing
Okay.
you don't expect to be too much of an issue for Team Japan. But again, man, the upsets are what make this game so entertaining. I'm telling you, anybody, realistically, not anybody can beat anybody, but there are certain levels to this, and I think the Australian New Zealand team is certainly showing that with that very strong showing early on.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the rest of this tournament goes because I think everything that we anticipated and everything we predicted has been turned upside down. Everything is not going the way we want. And like you said, upsets are exactly what we want to see. And we're going to go into this 2-on-2, Sepro Ichigo versus Kuro and Zachary. And Zachary, again, opting to go for the Pokemon trainer and opting to be in the team as opposed to being in the one-on-one.
This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Ichigo involved in this. I'm telling you, man, somebody who just kind of solo mains Ike, how devastating this character can be when it comes to that damage output. He can really clean up stocks in a timely manner.
Right.
Just really going to be looking for Seb to help boost that damage up and maybe keep Zachary in check.
Especially in doubles, a character like Ike can really take advantage of the center, can really come up from behind. You might be busy with the other opponent, and that there is not as easy to shield. And this one really starts everything for Ike. And let's see if it's going to come in handy here. We have a grab from the other side, but not going to take advantage. And that...
Oh, he turns around, unfortunately, before.
I feel like he wanted to be reversive.
Yeah, the great
yeah,
that would have been the play, but I mean, just an unfortunate whiff.
The fact that he tried to confirm into it, tried to combo into it, I like what I'm teaching. And I think Ike is also a really strong choice in this format because he can take up so much space with his neutraler, and he also does a really good job eating away at those smash balls.
Seb Pro with those edge guards, as I'm talking about, really is so
Yep,
good at
stream's
getting off stage and
freaking
making
out.
sure you don't come back.
And we're doing a little one-on-one.
Nope, no,
Because the
don't
stage is
full
so
screen
big,
that.
Both of them can just opt to do their one-on-ones on opposite sides of the stage.
And what they need to be careful though, you see just moments ago though, Zachary, he was really bullying Ichigo off stage. Obviously the tables have kind of turned a little bit though, but you want to keep in mind that quick draw recovery of Ice can be really susceptible to some portal shenanigans.
Yeah, Ivysaur can really do a good job off the stage there with like back air and whatnot. So that's something you got to really keep in mind and protect your ally, especially against a player like that.
So we just saw the laser from Seb Pro completely miss the center of the stage. A stage like Congo Jungle, so good at making projectiles, making certain moves miss. Oh, I feel like that's what we've seen. But we do have beat boops up in here for Seb Pro that will be taking advantage for him. He's going to take that KO, and Zachary bursting with Charizard here.
Oh, yeah. On a big stage like this, I think Charizard can work out really well, and especially and the KO potential that you can get with him.
Oh, for sure. If you got somebody, you know, bodies flying around, you want somebody to just kind of put on some big time damage and take up that space in a dominant way. And I think Charizard is definitely the answer. And for Zachary, it's not going to matter who he's really selecting. He tends to get the job done either way as Ichigo dropping that stop.
And we're seeing like the stage changes come into play here because it was a much different type of game when it was on Congo Jungle. It was a little bit bigger so they could do their one-on-one. On this particular match, you can't really do that. Like everyone is more in the fray. But Ichigo's really holding on to this final match.
He's not letting it go.
How long though? I mean, he's taking a lot of hits.
Here we go.
That great ace of shine, and there is right on the mark, and Kuro on the receiving end, and that stock, adios.
See ya.
I mean, we saw Kuro being a bit too aggressive, really trying to get that smash ball out of Ichigo. So he got a match for that. Stock to be blown away.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Seb Pro opted to try and stay on that right side though. You see Zachary though, he's not going to allow him to be comfortable at all. He's such a disruptive player. He's Kuro also holding things down, man.
Yeah, I think I've been very much enjoying watching Zachary play because I think he's just playing on. He's playing to what his ally is doing, right? Like he's just waiting for Kuro to get like a toss up, and then he's going from there and getting the KO finishers time and time again.
Definitely, for sure. This stage known to be one of an amazing Pokemon trader stage because of that edge guard. So good. That wall allows Ivysaur to really just knock you down so easily.
That right there is why I'm Team Gen 1, okay? You can call me old head all you want, okay?
You want that, man, always. Bulbasaur's always been my favorite.
Portal.
What? Oh, you're... Oh, okay. Respect all Pokemon around here. You gotta worry about that.
But yeah, man, the Ivysaur downer is so clutch in these situations, and being able to get those KO confirmed off stage while your ally is on stage is really, really important.
And even though it has such a large range, it's actually quite hard to get. So Zachary being able to time it every single time has been great.
Zachary!
Adding
a
more
monster.
flame to that fire. 5 more.
Oh. And then also getting these combos with the portal. This guy can't be stopped.
That's what I was mentioning earlier, man. You don't want to leave Ichigo to himself against Zachary.
And he's making clean work of him anytime there's a one-on-one situation. Either percent's being billed or the stock. Oh, that was a really smart laser from Sephiroth to be able to get that final smash.
All right, and this guided Robo Beam is going to be...
I wonder if they spent any time practicing like final smashes and stuff. I don't know. Maybe.
Again, I think the stage really coming into play there with this large stage Kuro being able to live.
I mean, it would make sense to do that for something like this.
One-on-one situation. How are they going to adapt? Zachary being such a menace.
Oh, Kuro, that boost kick going to throw a little damage on Seb Pro, but not enough to get him safely back to the stage.
I feel like Seb Pro is definitely being...
Why is Zachary's name spelled incorrectly up top? I just noticed.
Definitely having a hard
Why?
time.
Why is it like that?
Control here. Kuro with the edge guard being able to juggle Robbie so easily. Definitely showing up here.
Yeah, that quick draw recovery just running into the brick wall of Zach Ray. And now turning his attention over to Seth Pro, just struggling to get back safely. Zach Ray unrelenting with his pressure that he is applying.
Yeah, Zach Ray is just covering the entire edge guard situation. Whenever Throw tosses anyone to him, he's just ready with the backer, ready with the down. Zach Ray!
Assist of the year, man.
I feel like I saw that.
Zach Ray!
This man.
He cannot be stopped.
This legend.
He's a legend.
In the making.
Oh my God.
There's that evil mushroom. You don't want to take too many scores off of that. Reverse how your controls go from left to right.
He's still going.
He's experiencing right now. A little vertigo.
Why does this Ivysaur have infinite PP? What's going on? You shouldn't be able to put out this many moves. Oh my God. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Okay, for the last couple seconds, you're not going to be able to get the side B.
I don't even think it mattered.
Yeah,
I feel like that last minute, Zach Ray just turned something on and just...
Flip that switch, man.
Yeah, I don't know. He got some stone in his pocket or whatever that just pumped up his Pokemon.
That was looking more like a Venusaur.
Honestly.
Man, that's crazy. Oh my God, Zachary is super good. I think a lot of that was, like I said, I think his ally was staying on stage and just like tossing the opponents to him, and then the edge guarding from Zachary was just phenomenal the entire time. The offstage play can't be understated here.
No, not at all.
What do you think was on the opposite end there, from the Australia team? What do you think they could have done a little bit better?
It almost seemed like and as talented as he is, it almost seemed like for me, Seb was a little more nervous than I was expecting. That obviously doubles can be a very chaotic environment, but you always just kind of got to rise to the challenge. And in that one, from what I saw, it just looked like the nerves might have got the better of him.
Right. Supergirl Kells, what do you think could have been a little bit different there from Australia's end in that previous game?
I think they were being too aggressive. I really think they were forcing themselves off stage, really trying to chase this Venusaur and really trying to just get that edge guard as quick as possible. They kept going low, and then Zachary just kept popping them down. In general, they were just really pushing themselves into their face, putting themselves in positions they just couldn't get comfortable in, and lost the stock for it. So.
Right, but still got to give a hand to them. That was an incredible set that we just saw here. But up next, we got the winner's side of this seeding bracket. We got Europe versus North America.
Let's go.
Oh, man. What do you think is going to happen here? How do you think they're going to divvy up the 1v1 and the 2v2s? Both of them still do have their substitutions as well.
I mean, if I'm North America, I'm sticking with letting Raph go ahead and just go in there and just handle the 1v1. You kind of want to almost try and hopefully assure that victory. It's not obviously a guarantee because the European side, look, Light is one of the, I feel like, unheralded, players that we have in our competitive scene. He's a really talented individual. Like, he's been tearing up the European scene for a while. So if those two were to butt heads in the 1v1, then it'll really come down to the 2v2, which I think could really spice things up.
Yeah, I think the 2v2s, from what we've seen, could either go kind of even or just get fully blown apart if you're really good and the team dynamic. Yeah. So I think it's going to come down to which of these players have the better team dynamic. And in terms of character selection, what do you think is going to be happening here, Supergirl Kells?
I really think we might be seeing Wrath's Joker versus the Australian Light. We're going to be seeing Lights coming out for sure. So I think that's going to be the case here. Characters maybe Palutena or Zero Suit Samus.
Right.
One of those characters being able to put so much pressure onto Joker, I think that can definitely be a great decision to do. Really get Joker off that stage, block his edge guards, or even just being able to come back on the stage.
Yeah.
So I think that might be the best case, especially as you were saying, EE, that we have Light that has been exploding in the European competitive scene. So I feel like that's their best shot if they want to really tackle Raph.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know they're more than likely going to send out Raph. Just put in Light. That's the matchup I want to see. Straight up. That's the matchup I want to see.
Yeah, the strong players. The
best on each team.
Yeah.
That's no disrespect. Everybody on that stage is good.
Of course.
Okay? Everybody's got an A. Some people got an A+. Nothing wrong with that.
That's true.
They're there. We're here.
That's true.
Okay. I think I'm actually completely done now. Finally. I could have just done it earlier. I think last year I worked on all this stuff, like, I had started working on it, like, at least, like, a week or two in advance of E3, but for whatever reason. Oh, no.
We got a Sonic on stage. Supergirl tells what's good right now.
So let me tell you about this matchup real quick. When the game came out, all Sonic players, including myself, were saying this is Sonic's worst matchup.
Okay.
It is so hard for Sonic to get safely onto Palutena without really forcing a spin dash, which Light just dash attacks through. So it's really really about not putting the spin dash too much.
I'm too slow. I did most of it today. I think I did Microsoft like on like Thursday or something like that, and that was about it. And even then I wasn't done because there was still more stuff coming out, but basically everything else was done today. No, I did Bethesda. Was that last night that I did that?
Yeah.
I think that was last night. Either way, most of the work was done today. Just I'm glad I didn't have to do Sony also. Although to be fair, if I did, Microsoft wouldn't have taken as long. So it probably would have balanced out. Not really though. Not really. It wouldn't have. Oh god, I just remembered I still have another thing I need to do, and I can't do that on stream. Okay, well. Because that involves audio.
With that diagonal trajectory where that is, it's kind of, here we go. Here we go. Super hard and super sonic.
Here we go, man.
Gotta go fast. Oh, it gets the KO. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Let's not forget we have the recent patch update that Supersonic was a little bit improved in terms of knockback. We are gonna get the comeback here from Light. That's teleporting recovery. Gonna get back to
Yo, the offstage play from Rap has been phenomenal, man. Acing him every single time. Gets that smash goal too.
Yeah.
That can't be stopped.
This is tough, man. If Light doesn't pick this up, this is going to be a long 6 minutes. That is for sure.
Yeah, it feels like Light is definitely maybe unfamiliar with this matchup, really having a hard time knowing how to approach Sonic safely. And I believe he's maybe jumping a bit too much. When you jump against Sonic, you're really giving him that room to scoop you up.
Yeah.
A tremendous opening in Wrath. He's opened up a can, and you know what? Thus far, Light.
So frankly, I'm disappointed in this person playing Palutena. You can.
I think, yeah, Sonic is just such a unique character.
I've played against people who are really good with Palutena. It's the worst.
Yes, exactly. Sonic is one of those characters that if you just don't understand, you are not winning. And
that's being validated right now. Oh my
gosh.
I somehow ended up playing against the person who's like the best Palutena in like North America.
Really difficult for Light.
Somehow that happened.
Look at even the mix-up.
For some reason. That was a fun time.
Definitely, and this stage also really helping out Sonic. The stage where you can actually go through the middle and even under and over, and Sonic having such a linear recovery. This really helps him out in terms of where is he gonna land. You got no idea.
There we go. I'm glad to see that. You know, you don't want to waste your smash ball in that situation.
What is he under Final Smash? Black Hole and Mega Laser. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's the same. I don't think it's changed.
With this black hole.
Yeah, I think that's one of the stronger Final Smashes. You're getting a few nairs and finishes.
Yeah, it's the same.
Such a good smash ball, so hard to avoid.
But you saw what Light was doing. Like, he didn't want to do it right away because he knew he needed more damage. But I guess in that situation, he didn't want to risk getting run down and having it knocked away.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 minutes left, you gotta make something happen. You gotta get momentum is also like an important factor, right? Like, even if you may not get the KO, at least
I want to be careful with that bomb.
he's playing a lot better than he was in the first couple minutes of the game. Being able to really use those side Bs and whatnot.
All right, I love the way that Light is adapting. Looks like Sonic's out, but he's just around. Don't worry.
Tough, man. To see Light just trying to create any kind of opening.
Went for the hard read with that one. Okay, there you go.
All right, but Raph still firmly in control. We are under 2 minutes to play.
Here we go. Here we have another edge guard from Wrath. I feel like Light has been adapting. He's been doing a definitely better job. Almost a kill. If it was a nair, it would have done it. But in that case, up there, being a little weak.
They really just... I don't think there was any way that could have hit. Even if he timed it right.
Yeah, man, with just 1 minute remaining, what does he make happen? Just throws the home run bat instead. And
It's just like, no. No one gets the bat.
Not in his favor. Can we have a Sonic baseball game?
We can talk about it. Talk about it. Supersonic, though, making another appearance. My man Light just trying to go low.
Oh, man.
I mean, all things considered, minimal damage. Like,
yeah, seriously.
And honestly, it took him time, too, I think, which is very important with just 1 minute remaining. A long little testing like that is very good.
I don't think Palutena It's gonna take this one.
So clean. But here we go. Lights finally starting to get his footing. He's chasing where Sonic's going to land, but does lose it to the back air from Wrath.
We're trying to go for the hard read with the forward smash, but 20 seconds remaining. Light does get that KO. That's something.
Very much so needed that in a major way as we are down to just 15 seconds. If Light can just hold on to this fight, you just don't want to lose it. It's really what it comes down to.
We know something about Wrath. He is so good at maintaining control and just running.
They're just going to let this one run out.
Yeah, they know. Yeah. They
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
You got Wrath at 1%. I mean, look, not going anywhere.
Let's keep it real. At parts of that match, it was looking uglier than the Sonic movie, okay? I'm just keeping it real with you, okay?
It's getting reanimated. Come on, he's getting reanimated.
Yeah, but you know, the problem with that is my man Light
Really?
get a re-opportunity at that match.
You're right.
Bad.
You're right.
Bad.
Ew.
It's very, very bad.
Like that. Going into this game 2 now with the 2-on-2. Very excited to see what is going to be happening here. But I am actually going to be subbing out the man Jordan Kent. Had to give this man a break because he was doing Splatoon. He was doing Mario.
Throwing it down.
This man,
doing everything.
what
man,
a legend.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me, man.
Thank you.
We'll DLC you later.
Okay, I might. Oh God. I might actually be able to do the thing I need to do.
No doubt about it.
This at least won't take too long.
Go make the Sonic baseball game.
All right, so what do you think happened in that game?
I don't think.
What do you
I think the longest part will be just waiting for things to
was able to clutch that
finish.
so well, just holding composure the entire time?
It was the hot start. Again, you got somebody who comes and is well known from the competitive scene. He's not going to get nervous when the lights are on. And, you know, we just saw that for the most part. Light, I want to argue, though, no knock against Light still, but I think some matchup inexperience played a huge part in how that one developed, especially early on.
For sure. Yeah, what do you think against Sonic? Because you were saying that Palutena is Sonic.
Oh, I don't have nearly as much of this to do as I thought I did.
Palutena could have been doing a little bit better to
Okay.
So that was the beginning of when this game came out, definitely. Everyone was very used to how Sonic used to play. He's very different in this game. They've adjusted him a lot, so he kind of has to change his whole playstyle. So as time has gone on, Sonic has gotten a lot more comfortable with the Palutena matchup. Don't know if it's now his worst or not.
Oh God, I just remembered I am gonna need sound for this. Oops.
But definitely the jumps. We had so much jumps coming in from Light that Wrath was able to scoop in. Sonic is also
I could just show this instead of the tournament.
You're gonna get nervous. It's very hard to bring it back.
I'm just highlighting things,
Force yourself to be aggressive against him.
videos,
That's what he
streams, because I need to do that.
in your face. So,
I forgot to do this earlier.
around you. So it's really not to just fall under the pressure under what Sonic can do. Staying calm, realizing where is Wrath going to, where is he jumping to, where is he landing. So taking advantage of that is very important.
And that'll be it again for me. Thank you so much for joining me.
No problem, Vish. Thank you so much. Let's get onto it.
What up?
Robin versus and Sir John with Poltergust and Devontae. This is Europe versus North America.
And no doubt about it. I mean, look, Sir John was absolutely spectacular in the first outing we saw, and that was only in a single.
It's too bad there's no way to just make the sound not play through OBS. I don't think there's any way I can do that.
They have the good team chemistry, and we'll see if that'll be enough to just kind of halt this European team in their tracks.
For sure, yeah, you were talking about this chemistry. With this the first time we're going to be seeing the chemistry from the European side. But Robin definitely had the chance to actually team with him. He definitely has great experience, such a good job at sticking with his partner. But a slow character like Peach, don't know if he to really stick with Sir John. Taking a lot of percent right now. That fight is so good to just clean up that stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that's kind of going to be, you know, the caveat, right? We already know what Peach can do in singles, but in doubles, yeah, it is a little bit tougher of a field, you can argue. And I do think the Devontae and Bolt, they have the good mobility as well as some strong KO power behind them as well to really hold things down.
Definitely, for sure. Devontae now, we had Poltergust just healing for a little bit too. That's going to help Yoshi, a very heavy character. Will not go out that quick, and I think that percent that he heals from actually saved Poltergust, but it's time for that.
Right on cue as well. They needed that. They get a nice little charge up. Why not? Back to
Well, all right then.
Stock falling off the rack. Well done for Robin. Really keeping his team at ease.
Really love how, you know, with Sir John just kind of taking a nap real quick, you know, refreshing the hand, taking that snooze, being able to heal a little bit, so good stuff for him. And now we are resetted. Poltergust, Devontae here, a new fresh stock to see if they can take Sir John's stock, and as I'm saying that, it's going to drop. Poltergeist so good at running in and taking out the stock.
I actually love what Robin did in that situation. Did not even opt to just focus on that smash ball. Tried to go over and help Sir John. Came over a little too late, but that goes to show you, man, they're definitely playing doubles right now. Nobody in it for themselves.
For sure. I think they've all realized that that was a fake smash ball that could have caused heavy damage to not only the opponents, but to themselves. So no risk here. Definitely want to play the safe game. This is your first North America, so a lot of them, that back here so strong.
That cleanup by Bolt was sensational.
Yeah, you always feel like you can avoid that back air, but that little back kiss up to Yoshi's tail is a lot bigger than what people will look.
All right, going for the bike, not able to connect on anyone specifically there. Bolt trying to land safely, able to do that, and then immediately go back.
I just realized I don't have chat open.
On that offensive flurry, which he has shown off time and time again.
Oh god.
No fear.
We're seeing the team plays coming out from Robin and Sir John right now. Both of them kind of hitting the opponents back and forth, kind of creating like a ping pong scenario. And we are going back to bed. No, you need those 8 hours of sleep.
No doubt about it, man. Somebody
Okay, I have a way I can do this.
That's good to see you, my man. Hope you're feeling good.
Oh, EE, it is great to see you. Kels, great job as well.
Wait, they only just get him back?
It is 2-on-2 right now, but you look at the ability of certain characters like Yoshi and how well he's able to move in the air here, Kels.
He came in the middle of the match. Or was he there the whole time? I just didn't notice.
That character, as you were saying, has great momentum, has super armor. Super armor, basically, these frames within the character's movements that make him quite invincible. He might take damage, but no actual knockback, which allows Poltergeist to really get anywhere he wants to on the stage.
And obviously, Wario, with that bike, able to create so much havoc on the stage here at EE. It's a projectile for a character that usually doesn't have a lot of range, but you know that Devontae is so capable of utilizing that to mix up opponents.
Oh, absolutely. Again, we've highlighted the fact this man's whole style is just kind of bait and just kind of punish from there. And being able to use that as a recovery tool as well as get on stage and just cause a lot of chaos. You've seen it thus far. It's been an excellent pressure tool, even amongst all the chaos with these items and just his 4 characters just slugging it out. As you see, he's already got himself on that beam sword. His best Jedi impression.
Well, anything that he can do to add more range to his attacks, go against someone like Peach and Robin GG that is so good at attacking at different levels with that float tails, and it gives Wario a lot of options to apply some pressure.
Definitely, for sure. And we got this cloud of smoke, so you can't even see what Devontae's doing right now. You don't know if you're getting a neutral air or what, but we got Robin's golf club that is ready to just kind of smack you away from the competition and not even deal with that smoke.
Robin able to keep that one in the fairway, and we have a stage change, and once again, the players being able to adapt to that very, very quickly here at EE, and being able to change their strategy based upon the landscape.
A good majority of these stages that I've seen, barring a few, you're seeing these a lot in competitive play, so there's not going to be some unfamiliarity. That's going to be one thing I think is really benefiting through this stage more better, which I think is just making things even more exciting, and it really puts those players on their toes, and you're seeing right now Robin is able to excel thus far, having no problem. Back and forth the action goes, though, man. He'll take the stock and then lose it at the same time.
And you keep an eye on Sir John as Zero Suit Samus. That damage continues to go up here at this point, Kel. What do you have to do to make sure with a minute left you can maybe hang on to that precious stock, that precious point?
Zero Suit Samus, as we say that, it just loses that stock, but definitely such a great character who can actually be anywhere at any single time. So good at avoiding, being really thin, super quick, super in shape. She just knows where she can be. But we'll take that stock down, but we got Poltergeist who does lose the stock.
That was huge by Robin GG, using the banana gun to get that KO, and now we're down to 30 seconds. EE, how do you change your approach here when you know that, okay, not much time left on the clock, I can't give up any easy points?
I mean, at this point, it's just all about maximizing how long you can keep this last stock to last. There's no reason any of these guys should really lose a stock at this point. Even Robin can just kind of fade away and just kind of play that back line and let Sir John do a lot of that coverage. And I think that's what we're seeing right now, even at 72. I don't think it's going to get up to a percent where a KO is going to be viable for either of these characters.
3 seconds left. You hear the countdown. Doesn't look like anybody's going to get KO'd. You see the time. Let's see who was victorious right here.
Hey,
surprise, surprise.
Done by Team Europe. So they battle back to the 2v2 after losing the 1-on-1. And you look at the score here now, and 2 of our top teams that were very close coming in. We'll do the math here. We'll get the abacus, the calculator out here at EE, but very nicely done by the pair of the European.
Yeah, gotta get the calculator out for that very basic math.
Surprised to me. You know, I highlighted the fact that, you know, even before this competition started, it seemed like overall their teamwork seemed like to be the most on the same page. And I think in a
I don't know if I did this correctly, but I'm gonna hope I did.
Give some guidance too. that's really what's going to propel them. And I think that was really critical against a team like Devontae and Pope, who have shown to be very capable already.
And Kels, it's such a good point. The teamwork we see 2v2. What are some of the other areas these players are going to be communicating about and trying to work on when they get that opportunity to pair up with one of their buddies?
For sure, and we've been seeing that within Europe. I really love the way that they kind of created that ping pong situation. They really forced Team America to be within each other, get one out of the way, hit one after the other. You know, they really did a good job at racking that damage on that one character. And then, okay, well, let's leave him alone. Let's go to the other guy. They really stuck together the entire time. And that is the key of doubles. Talking to your partner, having communication, and not really going after somebody, but maintaining control of that stage together as a team.
And that's such a good point. We're going to keep bringing up that term stage control because especially with items here, you control the stage. You have the fastest path to the items where even though they're on low, they can make enough of a difference to turn the tide here.
That's what again, that's what I keep telling people. It's all about your neutral game, right? How solidly you can just control the pace of the matchup. And then for you, the items are all in your control because you dictate how they go. And some items you even saw at times when they're pressuring somebody, they don't even elect to go for them. Because what do you need to? You have full stage control. You're putting on the pressure. I don't need the item. But because I'm pressuring you so much, it's always an option.
It's such a good point you bring up because oftentimes you see that item and it's like myself if I see bacon in the buffet line, I'm going to drop everything I can do and go for it. But you can't lose. Yeah, I will actually. Jump on, man. But you have to be careful about how you go about those items. You can't be distracted. Let's take a look at the updated bracket.
Just like bacon, have to be careful with it. It might kill you.
Semifinals and how they are seeded. Team Europe, they will be taking on Australia, New Zealand. Meanwhile, North America taking on Japan. And things start to change here because we go to Squad Strike Tag Team Best of 3 single elimination. And Kels, I know that you've had a chance to ponder about this format here. What's going to be the key for some of these teams as we get set for Squad Strike here?
I think definitely who is going to be coming out for sure. Really, I think looking back at what has been going on this whole tournament, why
I don't remember how Squad Strike works. Is that the one where like
who is up against who struggled with who?
each person has like one life or whatever?
And why?
Or each character have one life and then you switch to a different character or something like that?
We have Europe that has just been exploding. I've been talking about how they. I think I'm putting my bets on them. So I've been saying that since the beginning. They have just been taking such good advantage of who to use, which character, which player are we putting out. So I really love their decision making, and I think the other teams need to definitely look up to them a little bit more and take that notes.
You know, it's been wonderful talking to these players all week. We had a chance to chat with Sir John, and you really admire the skill level of these players and how they got here. And Sir John was talking about the greatest feeling in this game is recognizing the weakness you might have, working on it, and then overcoming it. And it speaks to the fact that for all these players, there have been more downs than people expect. You have to really go through a lot of adversity, a lot of losses to learn to become a better player to get to this stage.
No doubt about it. And it's interesting, too, because you look at the qualifiers, and not everybody made it off the first jump, right? You have some people, Europe's a great example. For Ghost, he actually tried to qualify at a tournament. So, right, that's how you know you have some dedication. You're at a tournament trying to play an online qualifier as well. But as soon as you're able to just kind of realize what went wrong, how to change that and correct the situation, you just see players flourish. And I think that is one of the reasons, again, I highlight the fact, one of the best aspects of this game is the upsets because you see it come through the perseverance of somebody able to correct those deficiencies and improve.
Kels, it seems like character choice when you get set for Squad Strike might play a big role. How do they go about this? Is it as simple as everybody choose your main, or do you look at maybe who the other team is choosing and try to give them different play styles to deal with?
That's definitely what I would do, is look at the other team. Which characters are they going to be using, and which one of my characters would definitely be best to use against these characters, but also the stage, and now we have items, so item play. Which characters do we have would use these items to the best advantage as well, and who can...
I don't think that's something they're actually considering.
This entire tournament, how the Smash Ball has really been changing that game. So I think that's going to be a huge factor for sure.
And you're going to have natural differences in play style anyway. It's a different person controlling a different character every single time you take a stock. How important is it to play the percentage, the score and scenario game where you're looking at your percentage versus what they might have when they come in, so you make sure that you continue to always have that advantage based upon how you guys are doing?
Well, it's hard because a lot of times nerves can play a factor. You see that percent starting to build and starting to mount. You get a little more careful.
I'm curious as to what these headphones are they're using because I know those aren't actual Nintendo branded headphones.
When you put people in a 3v3 environment like this, you have to have that good camaraderie with your team.
I'm pretty sure it's like it's some kind of professional headset that
What's interesting is you oftentimes
That they've just put like Switch logos on.
their third and final stock. It seems
That's a lot of lights.
I know that great players
It's an
coming up
unnecessary amount of
at least
lights.
have somewhat of an advantage going in. I don't want to
Why does it look like there's no one in the audience?
get stuck with their best player here.
Don't show that.
How important it is to get off to a good start in Squad Strike?
Definitely a great start. It's going to build up, as you said, confidence and even just not to be too nervous.
If Nintendo had it their way, they'd be holding phones up to their ears while playing. No, they'd all be talking into one. Of course.
We were seeing Wrath versus Light before, and we were talking about how those are the top picks of Europe and North America.
Or they'd be talking into their own phones.
Say a little trampled on.
And then they'd have to use speakers.
Another
So then everyone has to hear it. You just hear a bunch of feedback and it would just be incomprehensible.
As well of who can handle this character the best.
Team Europe taking on Team Australia.
Hey, that's
New Zealand.
done.
Let's take a closer look, and here's some more from our friends from Down Under.
And we're still not starting. Okay, well.
Hey, I'm Ghost. Hello,
I'll just...
Pro 101, Ichigo. And we're the team representing Australia and New Zealand. I just love the community. It evolves over time, you know, people come in, they come out, but I think it's just the community that keeps me playing the game.
The Smash community is actually incredibly accepting. It brings people together that share differences.
People very friendly.
You hear that word that makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, community, and you both are obviously big parts of the Smash community. What can you say to some folks that are maybe just getting into the game here, Kels, that haven't necessarily played a lot of competitive and they want to know what that scene's looking like? Can you describe it for us?
Definitely, there are tournaments everywhere now. Everyone is playing this game.
I don't know, things are breaking.
Find your local scene and just, if you have that passion for this game, go to it. Go ask some questions. Just like these players here, they got here and we are in this game because of them. So let's get going. We're going to go ahead and commentate Light versus Ishigo.
Here we go. Team Europe in red, Team Australia in blue, and EE. You see the characters chosen. Any initial thoughts on what we see here at the bottom of the screen?
Well, you know, I'm not too surprised about the Sheik, the Pit decision, though. That, to me, definitely caught me off guard. But I tell you what, I like Pit's ability to really, when you get off stage, just survive. That is the name of the game. And you can almost argue, too, that lightweight of Sheik, oftentimes we see it can betray her at times. Even losing stocks as early as like 80%. That is not what you want to see going forward. And I'll tell you what, this Def Scythe is not going to make things any easier if he's able to connect a solid hit.
Have to be careful not to get above 100% with that. And Kels, you look at Light going with Sheik. Sheik, a very combo-heavy character, going to have to land a lot of hits here in order to rack up that damage.
Of course, though, we do have smashes and these stages. These stages are also very, very quite small on the edges, so because of that, it will give an advantage to Sheik's kill power, and we saw that just now, and the combo game is just going to keep racking only 68% and easy hits to go up here to bring Ike to the exact same percent quite soon.
Best of three, and as we say, very nicely done by Light and Sheik, making the most of that one-stock advantage right now. And you've got Ike character EE that's got some nice, large hitboxes and a lot of those safe neutral attacks coming in.
No doubt about it, a lot of good hitboxes, but when you're actually able to connect, the one thing that we've seen so far is Light has just been almost debilitating with this gameplay, not allowing anything to go the way of Ichigo. You saw him even for a moment, has the smash ball, getting it knocked out. For Light, it's not about the smash ball. He's doing all that himself.
Oh, how about Ichigo? Well-placed power block, able to connect and send Light to the top of the screen. Here comes Palutena jumping in right now, and we've noticed before, Palutena gonna love to try and grapple. Very mobile character as well, too. If you're Ike, is this a point where you just gotta try to hang on and get as much damage racked up as possible?
Whoops, no,
sure,
don't
heavy
do that.
Character wants to stay in the game for as long as possible and get that damage. That smash ball looking scary, but Ishigo's Ike, you're not gonna take another hit, and now we are down to the last pit here. Dark, but let's see what he's got. But Palutena showing that he owns him, and he's like, I'm showing you that I am your angel.
One of the best smash attacks in the game. Then the X-Bomb connects as well, too. So you look at Team Europe, 2-1 stock advantage and plenty of life as well, too, EE. You just have to play smart and not give Ichigo Australia anything easy here.
No doubt about it. It has been anything but easy thus far. Light has been putting on an absolute clinic. I mean, you see him just kind of dominating. He still has a whole nother character in the tank. Meanwhile, this Dark Pit looking like that stock is on borrowed time, barring some kind of miracle, and that star is not going to lend to that.
Ichigo trying to mount a comeback, got a steep hill to climb. Light, and that will do it. The KO and Light shining bright in that matchup right there. Very nicely done, giving some momentum to Team Europe as they get set for the second match here. And what we really saw was the ability of Sheik to disrupt everything that Team Australia and Ichigo was trying to do.
Definitely. I mean, any sword character, Pit, like really
Is
does a good
Pit
job at
considered a
evading
sword
the Punisher,
character?
not actually committing first, but fading back and forth. Where Sheik is a character that just gets in your face and gets that job done. So I felt it looked so hard for the sword characters to really land and find that footing. Sheik just able to put so much damage so quickly. I feel like just Australia was very overwhelmed.
And Sheik doing a great job of just protecting the edge there and really keeping a lot of the players for Ichigo off the stage, and really Ichigo never felt comfortable, it felt like. It seemed like no matter what character they're trying to throw, could never just find that rhythm in this match.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? It really comes down to momentum, especially at the start of a match like this. You have to be hot from the jump. And you look at the case of Light, I was a little worried about, again, that lightweight of Sheik sometimes can betray her, but it wasn't an issue because you're just tacking on so much percent. You mentioned it, Jordan, the combo game of Sheik is strong, and it was put on full display.
And racking up so much damage, but then once again, the smash ball. I think Palutena getting that smash ball, we know that that can turn the tide in a match, and you have to make sure you get that when it comes down to these squad strikes because it's going to change the tide when it's 3v3.
For sure, we almost saw it. He literally almost brought it back. He had that smash ball. The percent was already rise. I think Sheik was maybe at 98 when he did get the smash ball, so that would have brought it back for him, but just was not able to set it. I feel like Sheik, again, so much hits, so fast, was able to just suck that smash ball out of him and really
Just
say,
suck it.
And EE, what's interesting is you go from Sheik to Palutena, definitely a difference in playstyle there, but on Ichigo's side, you had Pit, Dark Pit, and again, really just 3 sword-wielding characters, so not much variance there. Didn't really have to force Light to adjust too much.
Well, I think the main thing, too, is the fact that, Pit and Dark Pit, I mean, that's pretty much, you're almost one and the same at that point. So if I'm Light, I'm just thinking, okay, well.
There's really like a lot of downtime between these matches.
That was enough to just propel him ahead so far that the Ike there was no real difference to be found there, unfortunately.
Well, as we said, Team Europe taking on Team Australia, New Zealand. We heard from Australia, New Zealand. Let's hear from Team Europe.
I'm Light. Cedron.
Robin GG.
Thunder. We are Team Europe and we are here to take it all.
Why Smash? Because it's a game you can get into very easily and it's so much fun to play, and these are all different scenarios you can get every time you play.
It's made like for every age. Doesn't matter how old are you, even people who are like 40 still enjoy the game, like my mom or me. I started playing with 6. And
Me? I'm 40.
Still super fun.
I appreciate the video editor showing a shot of me when he said age 40 playing Smash. So thank you. Come on. Got a couple more years till that. Unbelievable. Who do you got to give $10 to around here? But you look at Team Europe, and you've been high on this team all tournament long throughout the week, Kels, and they are certainly demonstrating why they are a force to be reckoned with.
For sure. I mean, I had a chance to play every single one of them. They're all extremely passionate players. Not to say that none of them, the other ones are, but they have just worked so hard and so underrated. I feel slept on. So because of that, they just come so prepared, and we're going to just sweep under the rug, you know?
And Kels, I'm going to toss it right back to you. You see the character choices. Robin G.
I get the feeling I could just leave the room and no one would notice. In fact, maybe I did already leave and you didn't notice. I didn't, though. I've been here the whole time, unfortunately.
Coming to handle Peach here, definitely a great choice. A character who can really space out, get into your face, and get that damage on.
I'll be here until this is over.
What are you typically seeing when we see these Pokemon changes as Pokemon trainer here, EE?
Well, I mean,
Because it'd be weird to leave now.
Such an excellent job, even at those mid percents, really just being able to find even kill confirms when you get up to the higher ones too. You obviously know Squirtle's great at low percents. Charizard can bat up, clean up for the higher percents, but Ivysaur just falls in.
Although normally I would not have been sitting here for this long. I probably should stand up, in fact. I totally could just leave. I will, at the very least, move to do something. At the very least, but not, otherwise I'm gonna just, I'll be around. I'm just waiting on this video to process. Takes a while sometimes. Used to be way worse. Like processing Twitch highlights. It used to be that they would take, or not used to be, but I mean there was like a period where Twitch highlights were like busted and would take like a full day to process or something like that, or longer. Yeah. So that was really annoying. That was happening for like at least a couple weeks or something like that. Also, we fit, I just realized. I can respect it. I can't recommend it, but I can respect it.
Though very athletic, can use that opportunities to avoid a lot of what we're going to see here from Seth Pro.
We're definitely going to have to remember that Wii Fit Trainer in this game, when he's got deep breathe, it's a danger to everybody.
Respected more than Palutena. Hey now. Hey.
88 to 64 is not much. One deep breathe to put him back. Here it comes. Let's see if he can get himself that KO.
Wii Fit Trainer putting Seth Pro through some hot yoga right now. 73 100, looking to get the KO off the side, trying to do some edge guarding. Seth Pro able to get back on, turn the tables. You see that splat bomb trying to ledge trap at this point. No luck right there, but connects that black hole bomb just out of the reach of Robin GG. And right now we see Robin GG doing exactly what you want to do when you were down coming in.
Absolutely, you know, and this is tremendous. Not only mounting the comeback, but taking the lead at that. And that's going to force out Seth Pro to the Rob. Now, keep in mind, though, Seth Pro, Rob being his best character, he has a very strong combo game, and we've seen his all-state shenanigans can be aplenty. But right now, Robin is coming in with all the momentum, and Jordan, he's not letting it go.
And Robin, as we said, with Wii Fit Trainer, continues the assault, but Rob getting the smash ball, we know he's going to hang off the stage.
Yeah, there's not really any way to avoid Rob's final smash.
Let's go ahead and move on to the next stock. We know what's happening there. And in comes Daisy, and Rob doing a fine job. It's only a 21% difference, so this is anybody's match here, Kels.
And he really needed to get rid of that Wii Fit Trainer because he was having such a hard time dealing with it. I feel like he was learning on the spot about that matchup, finally getting rid of it, and now that Daisy is out, a character that a lot of people need to know if you definitely want to play this game competitively, a very strong character. And Rob being that character that racks up so much damage so fast from a safe distance makes it hard for Peach to really get in, or Daisy as well.
Here comes the Hokatate bomb. That's going to control part of the stage here. Seth Pro going to have to be mindful of that while handling the aggression coming in from Daisy. Rob dancing off the side of the stage, knowing that rocket's going to land here pretty soon, but Daisy now trying to mix things up, switch between that neutral and that float neutral as well too, EE.
Yeah, you mentioned controlling the stage. I mean, either one of these guys really just going back and forth. You see the crate coming through.
Well,
unloading some very useful items. In the case of Seth Pro, could have the time right now to get the setup. You see Robin trying to create some separation, but Seth unrelenting on this pressure.
Can't connect with the aerial. Robin GG doing a fine job of staying alive. Both fighters getting.
not only are they playing this mode, it's still only one person on the team playing. Is it?
Can't connect. We see the fire bar and the X bomb on the stage. That could turn things around here.
I mean, I guess so.
Definitely could. And here we go. We have the X bomb up in place. It has been set up. I love the angle that Robin went in.
I assume because there's no way they can do like each person's individual controls for each character.
That aerial, an unbelievable connection and combo right there, EE. And we talked about it. Big point in this match was the ability to eliminate Wii Fit Trainer and then do what you can against Rob and really utilizing a lot of items. One thing that we missed there as well too, EE, you saw the killer eye early on in the matchup between Rob and Daisy. That took off the bottom half of the stage for Daisy. You felt like Rob could apply a lot of pressure utilizing.
Well, exactly. And, you know, you saw that was just such a huge benefit. And that's really what it comes down to, just being calm and cool under pressure. You know, you get down to these stages where you're thinking single elimination. There's really no room for error. And for Australia to just kind of respond the way they did, I mean, you just got to credit a lot to Seth. He kept his head down and got the dub.
Well, you mentioned the response, and early on, Australia was facing a little bit of a hole. We saw Wii Fit Trainer and what they were able to do with that. But now you go on to your third player, and any talks amongst your team, what are you saying to each other in this moment when you know you're at this stage and this next game means so much?
It definitely does. One, of course, you were talking about composure and not to get nervous, because sometimes when you are in that really bad mindset, it's very hard to see the light at the end of the cave of what can we do differently, for sure. But staying calm and realizing, okay, you know, this hit us a lot. We got hit by maybe too many areas, or we're jumping too much. Where there, in that case, you know, we had Australia that was a bit Europe was a bit too aggressive.
Australia, Europe, same thing, really.
Was able to clutch that out.
What's interesting
Prove to me that those are two different places. You can't.
Chosen a composition of players with similar play styles, because we saw Daisy, Peach on the same team as well. That team lost. Meanwhile, you've got a little bit of a rotation of players that's keeping you on your toes. It seems like throwing different play styles at people, EE, is sometimes the way to go.
Oh, absolutely. Look, listen, we have a game that has over 70 characters, okay? It's hard to know every single matchup at a high level. Sometimes you just got to exploit that and just kind of roll the dice on who's going to know which matchup better. Obviously, a lot of seasoned players on these squads, but I tell you what, at the end of the day, it just comes down to that you can have the confidence and the ability, but can you put it on display when it really counts?
Sir John taking on Ghost and Kells. Ghost going with both the princesses here, and then Sir John has got Palutena, Zero Suit Samus, and of course, Lucina. Lucina able to apply so much pressure with that sword, and you want to keep people out of your bubble with that sword range, as we like to say.
Definitely a great pick to lead with Lucina. A lot of great matchups in her favor. She can also adapt to almost any single play style. She's really great at moving around and just being where she wants to be. So a character like Peach or Daisy, she's really great at just launching out her sword, spacing it out, and waiting for Ghost to actually make that option.
Daisy doing a good job avoiding the banana gun early on, doesn't want to get split. Nice little attack right there to send Sir John off the stage. Sir John can't recover, and that's a big KO for Ghost right there, EE, because now you've got Daisy with the vegetable, feeling pretty good.
There's almost a big mistake too. You saw that turn. If that had actually hit him, that would have given him another opportunity at life to go for that up B, but fortunately that was not the case, and that is going to land Ghost this very impressive lead right out the gate. He's applying a lot of pressure, and thus far, no answers from Sir John. None of them are going to matter anyway.
Sir John going with Palutena. How do you combat the pressure and the aggression you're seeing from Ghost here, Kells?
Sir John, definitely what Palutena would like to do is stay a little bit back, kind of baiting and punishing what Daisy or Peach would do, and in this case,
Really?
Ghost has just been so aggressive the entire time, so it's been very hard for Palutena to even get herself comfortable into the situation, but finally finds her footing with this edge guard, but she doesn't seem to be making anything out of it, even gets grabbed.
Keep an eye on the killer eye, an opportunity for more stage control at this point, and if you're Ghost, you know Palutena has to hang up at the top. Sir John trying to avoid both the killer eye and Daisy. Daisy dancing around. Both fighters haven't connected in a couple of moments here. You see a fine job of connecting right there. Turn up coming out here, EE. And this is what Ghost is looking for, those opportunities to edge guard against.
Next one's going to be a bomb. I'm calling it.
Just really been putting Sir John on the chopping block. You could argue this back throw should be a no, not quite. Okay.
Wow. Next party ball was a bomb. I was right. Seriously, pick Daisy and Peach. Really did that.
Ghost and Sir John. Ghost with a sizable one-stock advantage, but now you've got both Smash Balls on the stage. You got to be careful about which one you strike, obviously. Zero Suit Samus, you're going to have to use all your mobility to not only apply pressure here, Kells, but to avoid getting damaged because it's 2v1 at this point.
Yeah, we were thinking Sir John was going to catch a break finally because that Daisy was up, but now you got to deal with Peach, but this Smash Ball definitely going to help him out a little bit, getting 87%, almost knocking Peach out of the ring. And if Sir John can actually get this stop, this is back.
Nope.
Huge turn of events by Sir John, but unable to capitalize right there. Ghost and Daisy staying alive.
What is this?
Ghost, unbelievable job of staying alive. Those blast zones. Wow. Still not enough.
That is insane.
This was all three. Sir John's like, all right, let me go ahead and finish this. No more messing around here at this point. All right, Joker coming in for Ghost. Joker taking on Sir John. Two fast, speedy characters. Let's see who can dominate the stage control. But a couple of cuckoos coming out cage-free as well, too, EE.
Okay.
I was kind of benefiting Ghost for the moment. You saw the Rebels guard, but right now, I mean, you just got to credit for Sir John with that zero laser off the Smash Ball that really helped build up that percent and just get him to the situation. If I'm Ghost, I would be crushed if I let an advantage like this get away, but luckily Joker is the guy to take care of business.
Ghost trying to take advantage at this moment right now. Slight advantage over Sir John at this point. Really, Sir John, you've got to make sure that you are controlling the middle of this map here, and you can't let Ghost keep you in that disadvantage state here, Kells.
Definitely, for sure. I love Sir John's adaptation the entire time, has been so behind, and has brought this back. Even with just 100%, it's looking like an advantage for Ghost. Definitely not out for the count, but Ghost having the gun here can definitely make a huge play.
That steel
He has two guns.
Projectiles coming out. You have to get your monocle in order to see that, EE. But Ghost right now has used a couple of items to really turn the tide of this match. You see a Smash Ball. You figure that could be the thing that wins it for either fighter. Zero Suit Samus able to control the stage just long enough.
Well.
Let's see if the aim is on point. It is.
Yes, it is.
Sir John going to go ahead and take this one. And Sir John, a couple of huge Smash Balls to go ahead and get this victory. How about that for Team Euro, Kells?
That is a pop-up if I've seen one ever deserved. He was so behind and
I wonder if the down B would have worked on that. Probably not, I imagine.
plays too. Again, we were saying how crucial it is to grab them, and Zirasu, we've seen it time and time again. So easy for her to just get anywhere on the stage and grab that.
Unbelievable finish, EE. When you look at what was at stake, both teams had taken a match at that point. It's best of 3, and so whoever was going to get that smash ball was going to be moving on essentially, and it's Sir John. Both those smash balls.
Although I have seen,
You have to manage that as well.
I saw a clip of like Charizard like armoring through. I think it was Samus's final smash.
That's the thing, you know, you're playing with items, so you know there's always an opportunity, whether it be a Daybreak, a Dragoon, or in that case, a very well-timed smash ball, a couple of those. In fact, those 0 lasers, man, opting to get them in that game.
Well, once again, Kels, maybe it's a theme that's developing, but we saw Ghost go with both Princesses and Joker, and this is the 3rd straight match where somebody that has stayed with the same playstyle as far as similar characters has not been victorious. So do you think these other teams are thinking, maybe I need to switch things up and throw a couple of monkey wrenches at the other team?
Definitely, for sure. Of course, if you are comfortable with Peach, Daisy, or any of those characters that are the same, that's your best characters. You're going to want to throw that out, and we saw how comfortable he was at actually using those characters. But once we saw the Joker out, that's where we saw the difference, for sure. So Sir John was able to adapt while Daisy came out, while Peach came out. So learning more and more, and even start to play more with those items that helped them out. So definitely the change of pace with those characters would definitely be probably the best bet. Unless, hey, you know, if you're really comfortable with those characters, you got to use them.
Terrific matchup that we just had between Team Europe, Team Australia, and New Zealand. We are getting set for our next semifinal matchup. It'll be Team Japan versus Team North America. And you both have really liked what you've seen from both those squads, but now as you get set for this squad strike once again, we were talking to Team Japan earlier, EE, and they said you just choose your best player when it comes to who you're selecting for squad strike. You're not too worried about matchups and everything like that. You have to play with who you're most comfortable with.
And that's honestly what it comes down to. And you can make the case, like, you know, again, we have a large roster. You can kind of try and, you know, switch things up and fool somebody. But hey, you might end up playing the fool, okay? If you're not playing that character at a high enough level. For somebody like Zachary, this is somebody who can go in with just seemingly anybody and have success. We saw in doubles often use the Pokemon trainer that we seldomly see. As long as he can keep the rest of the squad well engaged, they're going to have a good opportunity. But let me tell you something, this Team North America squad should not be underestimated.
Let's take a look at what we have here. North America, Wrath on your left, Zachary for Japan on your right, and early on, Inkling versus Joker. Your thoughts on this matchup here, Kels?
I have been waiting to see this matchup all day. Wrath versus Zachary, both of them use extremely diverse.
Why did that show Wolf and Sonic?
So
if they're the last in line.
Who's going to be versus who? Joker, a character that's very hard to actually get to different characters with, like especially a fast character like Inkling. But once in so much pressure, we're seeing that right now. So much tech chases that we're seeing. But of course, Inkling as well can rack up so much damage so quick.
Zachary doing a nice job of taking the lead here, EE, but you see Inkling can respond very quickly. Hasn't been able to successfully ink Joker and Zachary too much so far at the beginning of this one.
Yeah, that's the one thing Zachary's doing really well. So far, obviously, you accumulate that ink, you take more damage. I think Zachary, knowing that he's done a sensational job, and really just avoiding that. If I'm Wrath, though, I'm still very well encouraged. You have those very powerful aerial assault that Inkling can really put up, but against Arsene, it's just a thing of the past.
Zachary doing a fine job of punishing that whip right there, and now we have a couple of Jokers on the map here, and once again, Zachary seems to be doing a fine job of just all the follow-up that he's doing here, Kels.
Definitely, for sure. We can tell that Zachary is also just being more patient. I thought Wrath is maybe the most patient player in the world, but I'm coming into play here. Zachary really showing his potential and his skill level in this game, how he's able to just keep composed and wait for Wrath to just like that commit to a move that he will regret.
And Zachary
does that really work against Joker?
Whiffs by Wrath and able to find those brief moments of an opening to punish him, EE.
I mean, he's creating these, he's just forcing his way through right now. That has been the difference. And for Wrath, again, Kels, you pointed out, one of the most patient players we've ever seen, but Zachary just showing to be a whole nother beast, hanging on there and doing an excellent job without Arsene at that.
And Kels, this is what we talk about. Just stay alive once you have the one stock advantage. You've already racked up 80% on Wrath's second character. You know you're going to have an advantage as you get set to come in, but Wrath getting the nice KO.
Definitely very important once you are that stock. Losing that smash ball. It is so important if you are in the
Still got it anyway.
and beat your opponent and get this finish your opponent off.
Listen, it's okay to get both smash balls if you're going to stay alive right there. And Zachary clears the elevator with that one. And now it is down to the final character for Wrath, Sonic the Hedgehog. Zachary with Wario is going to have a nice stock advantage at this point, but as you've talked about before, what we saw with Sonic, you've got to go in and out real quick, and you have to avoid letting Zachary do exactly what he's doing now, combo you up.
Yeah, he is just turning him into straight up combo food. I mean, this is somebody who you're not going to see any ignorance as far as matchup knowledge goes. You see the control, the decision making from Zachary. Perfect options are just overwhelming Raph. This is the matchup I was pretty much salivating for, but right now, man, I gotta say, Raph looking like dinner for Zachary.
Zachary trying to get 1 point for his team in semifinals right now. Team America taking on Team Japan. Fighting for a spot in the finals to take on Team Europe at this point. Best of 3. Every match means so much at this point here. But Raph trying to battle back, doing a fine job staying on life, moving around this stage, trying to force Zachary to respond and catch those moments where Zachary's landing and has those moments of opening.
And that is so important while maining Sonic the Hedgehog. You really want to not overcommit first, but wait for your opponent to actually do something.
I noticed there's like 0 downtime in terms of commentary. It's honestly kind of exhausting at times to listen to.
And Zachary being patient enough and doing a great job of playing a defensive game there, Kels. You really didn't see a lot of opportunity where Raph was able to come in with Sonic and punish him right there. Zachary doing a
Also interesting that their shirts say Super Smash Bros. Special.
That's it. We were talking about stage control the entire time.
Or the Japan team.
Because that's what Zachary had. He really did a good job at just sticking.
I guess since that's the name that they know.
We saw Raph in the corner, literally just going from one end to the other, was never really having full control, and because of this, he felt like he had to always commit first.
It's been almost nonstop talking. Yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure usually with these tournaments, with the like Smash tournaments, it's not like they're not totally insistent on having something to say like 100% of the time. But I mean, I guess this isn't targeting the normal like audience.
That out the jump, somebody was just trying to get that hot start right off the gate. So you expected Raph and Zachary. I'll tell you what, if you're a fan of Team Japan, it did not disappoint. You know what I'm saying? And that's no knock against Raph. It just seemed like the pressure might have just swelled towards the beginning. Not getting that traditional hot start we're used to seeing, and then that Joker ditto, I think that really kind of just separated the field, and by that point, the deficit was too large to overcome.
And Kels, I want to get your thoughts on this. We have a substitution for Team Japan, Akasa coming in for Kombu. Your thoughts on that switch there?
That's actually a really good switch. Wolf, Cloud. We have not seen Cloud yet. Cloud, a character that is very, very different from the previous title, Smash Wii U, has been moved around in certain movements, so I feel if you're not very familiar with that matchup, it's going to be a doozy.
I know it's LA. We typically don't see clouds out here at EE, so it will be exciting to see that action right there. And this is a big-time matchup for Japan right here. You can get this point. You can move on past semifinals, North America. A lot of strategy, and you have to make sure you don't feel too much pressure as you get set because, yes, you're down 1-0. You just have to stick to what got you here. You can't try to do too much or get too caught up in what the score is right now.
Not doing too much. Perfectly said, Jordan. You know, if I'm Team Japan, I'm just thinking, look, I'm just trying to pick up where Zachary left off. You know what I'm saying? He gave us that tremendous performance in that first game. That's going to put more pressure, honestly, on North America than Japan. As far as Ox goes, I'm just getting in here just trying to play my game.
Well, you called it, Kels. Look at the loadout for Akasa versus Polt. You've got quite the difference in characters here as well, too. So you've got Polt for Team North America right now. Akasa going with Cloud, Joker, and Wolf. And your thoughts on what we see with some of these characters?
Definitely, Wii Fit Trainer has been a character lately that has been absolutely slept on. I got bodied at a recent tournament character. If you're not familiar with her changes, everything that's been going on with her, you're going to take heavy damage quick, and the Poltergust has just been taking advantage of all these changes.
Has she been slept on, or are you just not familiar with the matchup?
Right now, but a quick 3 hits brings her up to 70%.
And you just know how powerful Wolf is as well, too. Even though he's on his home turf here at EE, you've got to be very careful if you are Polt about how you approach Akasa and Wolf because one mistake is going to cost you so much percentage.
Oh, absolutely. Wolf is just one of the best combo characters in the game, just able to just, you know, put on so much damage, seemingly just out of nowhere, too. And you have to pay the character the proper amount of respect because oftentimes you think there's an opening or a gap where you can punish, and he just kind of actually reverses that fortune onto you. And that's something Polt's going to have to be very, very nervous about.
A lot of haymakers being exchanged, but that is a big-time KO by Akasa. Able to get
What were you doing there?
no luck right there. And here comes Pac-Man.
Did he think it was still Landmaster?
Really be mobile and keep Wolf off balance with the tools in his belt.
Yeah, this is not a fun matchup for Pac-Man. A character really has to stay back, make his plans, makes his trade. tricks where Wolf can really just use his blaster to get in, to get where he needs to be, and just quickly as possible make Pac-Man feel uncomfortable. And that slash almost taken out Pac-Man's fruit.
Pac-Man trying to get a
Cac-Man. Good old Cac-Man.
because Colt will find himself in a deep hole, but Acosta's doing a great job staying alive here, hanging on in the middle of this ship here. And here comes the daybreak. Can Acosta connect right here?
Really?
On the backside, but just not quite enough. But the damage has been done.
Yeah, questions answered right there. I mean, you gotta imagine Acosta was the perfect substitute right now. That Wolf is putting them so far ahead. Again, I mentioned one of the best combo characters in the game. And the thing about it is, it doesn't tend to matter what the percent is as well, as we're seeing Colt just trailing a percent right now, a considerable amount that's really gonna maybe lend Team Japan to taking this for the 2-0.
This is going to be big right here. What can Colt do so that his Yoshi isn't in too much of a deficit?
Wait, how did that...
Hops onto the map here.
Didn't he just have a melon?
A lot of his tricks, and that is a very quick KO for Acosta. And if you were Colt, you're in a very tricky situation now, Kels.
For sure. Poltergust's Yoshi's going to have to do some work to really get back, and I think that smash ball is going to be a huge advantage for him if he can just grab it and loses it. Of course, let's see what he's got. Joker, we are seeing the final smash.
The Phantoms are out, baby. Whole squad on deck.
And that is not a silhouette you want to see, but Yoshi able to hang on there. And Poltergust going to have to fight with the match of his life here to stay alive, because you've got Acosta with that Cloud waiting in the wings here. But doing a good job here of kind of balancing out, taking on stage control, but now things just got trickier here, EE.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you know, Arsene, this is not what you want to be facing on the brink of elimination on your final stock as well at that, but you just have to find a way to just somehow get through this absolute force field of an Arsene that just, you know, Acosta has just been so dominant thus far.
But Yoshi doing a fantastic job with the edge guarding, and here we go. Cloud, we know Kels, not the greatest recovery, so it's all about stage control for this point for Poltergust, but Cloud,
I think he'll be fine.
Definitely, this is not over. Yoshi having great range of his own now against Cloud. So it's really just about who is going to really outplay who here in terms of patience and punishing. But we do have an item in play which can make the difference. As you were saying, though, Cloud can...
Power block's the sort of thing I would just, like, throw off the stage.
Limit almost ready for Cloud. Got it ready to go. Yoshi trying to get back on stage. Might use that ledge to help out a little bit. Cloud, we know the special attacks are so powerful here. Oh, Yoshi missing to punish the landing.
Questionable decision, but okay.
Onto the map. What goodies will come here? Yoshi with the back shield. A little bit more defense will certainly help. Fire Flower. Let's see if Cloud will want to use it here. As we go with the stage change, a little bit more verticality in 2 levels might benefit Yoshi here, Kels.
Yes, definitely, for sure. Now the limit is off, and now we have an edge guard. Is he going to be able to recover?
How about Yoshi able to climb back into this one?
That seemed like that shouldn't have happened.
The sigh of relief. And how about the stage changing and how much that benefited Poltergust at the end, because you had a little bit less width on that stage, which made it that much more difficult for Cloud to recover.
For sure, Lilat's a very scary stage when it comes to those characters who don't necessarily snap onto the edge, and Lilat is one of those stages. So Cloud being able, having to be so precise of where.
Alright, Lilat's ledges are all weird and don't work properly.
He was just a bit too deep and couldn't make it back onto that ledge.
I almost want to say commentator's curse was a thing. Because Jordan, you highlighted the fact Cloud not known for his recovery outside of limit. You know what I'm saying? And that was his undoing. As soon as the stage switched, you saw him. He got tossed off one time, and Pope was like, "This is my moment. This is my opportunity to strike." And he did not disappoint. And those are those kind of clutch performances you need, especially when you're going for a championship like this.
Well, I feel like Poltergust's ability to really maintain his cool when facing Joker is Yoshi, because at that point, a lot of non-seasoned players might have just thrown in the towel.
What
and think, oh,
is that?
I'm down 2-1. Look at the percentage, but Poltergust just kept digging and digging and digging, and now
I'm sorry, doing what? He was doing what?
To take this semifinal matchup, we're going to our 3rd and final game here, Kels, and now you see that we're going to be moving on to Devontae, and what do you expect to see from him?
So much. I really love Devontae's Wario. We've only seen his Wario, both in doubles and in singles. Right. So we know probably it's going to be the first pick, the strong character really coming out. So good at racking up damage, so good at taking stocks. Wario's that all-around character that's so good to clean. He's also got his Mario.
Judging by this, the pacing of this, I'm guessing they're not going to be switching to, like,
So, and the Rosalina is in the pack, and yes, that is the lineup that we are
Something
seeing.
else.
I real quickly with Devontae. I was talking with him, and he
I'm guessing they're not going to be switching to like a because the other years they've done like celebrity matches and whatever. I don't think they're going to be doing anything like that this year.
Let's see if Hart is enough to carry him in this third and final match here. But right now, Rosalina, a character many players he talked about, very good with items and her ability to attract them, doing a great job for Devontae, maintaining control of this stage in the middle and a sizable lead early on.
No doubt about it. You can even argue too as far as how that gravitation.
I always forget that whenever I hit my mic, that's actually super loud. It's not loud for me because it's just sounds like I smacked plastic, but.
Kels, what are you seeing from Rosalina earlier on?
Or even just like moving my mic, I know is like really loud. Like it picks up like way louder than it actually is.
One of the biggest changes with Rosalina, she's been giving a lot more tools to really just go in and apply that pressure, and that makes it very hard for sword characters like Dark Pit to get in because of that range from Luma. But now being gone, let's see if we can get some hits coming in from Kura. I love that the ball went right over his head and almost missed his halo over there. Gonna remain an angel.
It's a bomb battlefield over to the right. Bruno able to connect with that, and what a huge turn of events because we saw Devontae take a sizable lead, but now it's Mario taking on Dark Pit.
I can't tell what that other character is after Mario.
You're just looking for one solid connection.
Absolutely, and Mario is that character.
I think that's Wario, right? Yeah. I think it's just the resolution on this this stream isn't the best, so. I couldn't see the little W.
This side of the star before here, and so Kudo, how about the way that he's been able to swing this match here, Kels, ever since using that bonbon against Rosalina, and it's really dominated.
So I thought the yellow was just hair, and I was like, I don't recognize that.
Who just can't stay on stage against Pit, and we saw that right there, and it's going to be the same thing when it comes to Wario. Any sword character.
I'm guessing he's trying to, yeah. He's trying to save the final smash.
Find himself in that situation once again.
Devontae has a chance to have an even deeper connection with Wario. They
Nope.
can pull off this comeback. This is it. But we know that Fox is a bit of a glass cannon here, EE. So here's an opportunity for Devontae. If he wants to get back into this game quickly, he's going to have to be very precise.
No doubt about it. You're just going to at this point, just kind of overwhelm Kuro. That's going to be your best bet right now. But I mean, you get a lead like this. I mean, you mentioned that emotional connection that Devontae, shares with Wario, man. I don't know, man. Might be making those funeral arrangements together at this point because this is not looking too good. Kuro is keeping his distance, keeping his space, and really just fading a lot of these attempts from Devontae.
Devontae dancing around with his Wario, done a good job of not taking up too much damage, but you see just how quickly Kuro can go in there with his Fox and wrap up those combos. But Devontae, nice grab right there, going to swallow the bike for some extra vitamin and some iron right there. Now you've got a blast box on here, Kels, and really
I don't think that's the kind of iron you want.
Because you know you're down 2-1 in the stocks.
For sure, it's not only remaining defensive, but also how am I gonna maintain this control? You gotta get on stage. You can't be on the edge like this. And as I'm saying that, he gets himself back in. But Kuro just having such a great job at really.
It seems like Wario is the only character of these three that he actually plays, maybe.
Devontae in that disadvantaged state, as you mentioned, and Devontae having a tough time sort of regaining control in the neutral here. And that might do it. It's Kuro and Team Japan
Well, all right.
get the 2-1 victory over North America. They advance to the finals to take on Team Europe, and it was really the Dark Pit that we saw early on, and the turn of this match was when the bombs fell down. Rosalina came out hot, but it was really Dark Pit's ability to stay alive that really turned this one around for Kudo.
Definitely, for sure. I think that Dark Pit's advantage against Mario, against Wario, even though he was there for about 2 seconds, but that matchup really decided the sets. I think just the character selections really made it for them. Dark Pit's so good at keeping characters.
Did you say Dark Pit against Mario?
Who need to force themselves to get
Wasn't Dark Pit fighting Mario?
that opportunity.
Let's take a look at
Weren't Dark Pit and Mario the same player?
Finals action here. We have 2 teams set for the finals.
I don't know.
Team Europe versus Team Japan. We've had a fantastic crowd all afternoon. They're ready for our grand finals here. It is
I'm ready for this to end.
Team Europe really breezed through most of this competition here for the most part. Team Japan, meanwhile, after stumbling a little bit at the beginning,
And then the winning team, they all have to fight each other in real life to the death.
Japan has has adapted so well. You know, we were talking about how in the beginning they kind of maybe slacked a little bit or just kind of maybe made the wrong decision of who to send out when. And now they're able to really pull themselves together, learn who has which character, and we're able to just kind of claim that matchup and really put out the right decisions in time.
Suddenly Smash items spawn on the stage, and there's just some guys, just a bunch of stagehands just throwing stuff on stage. Like, here you go, here's a gun. Just throw a knife on stage.
Those teams are going to be scared to test who is that player. So if you see that light Zachary match,
A baseball bat.
You're going to be excited for to see that one kind of develops. But overall, man, you switch things to best of 5. It's such a long road. You got to kind of plan where you want to piece together and put your best out. Maybe that's not necessarily going to be at the start this time.
And it's interesting because that's a very good point you bring up. If you have the feeling that they have a very strong individual player, then you might not necessarily want to put your player up against their best one. You feel like, listen, we probably can't beat Zachary, so maybe we save our 2 strong.
So is Grand Finals going to be squad strike still?
Looks like we aren't going to see a Zachary in light battle at this point.
Well, I can't say I'm too surprised about that. As I said, you know, it would have been. It's one of those things that maybe we're kind of, you know, salivating for, but it's not necessarily the best for the team. Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Best of 5. You got to plan this out accordingly. I think that's what we're going to see. We are here at the Grand Finals.
Best of 5 too.
This is it. This is what we've been waiting for.
Zach Gray taking on Sir John, our first matchup of the Grand Finals here, and Zach Gray coming in with Joker and Palatina. So you take a look at both these fighters, and this is an interesting matchup that we have here, Kels. One's a grappler that's going to be pretty mobile in Sir John's Palatinas, and Joker that we know is all about applying that constant pressure.
It really is a very strange matchup where we're seeing both characters really like to kind of maintain pressure, but at the same time not overcommitting first. So it's really about who's going to commit first and make that mistake so that the other one can take advantage over. And we're seeing Zachary
Why is that not working?
but that mini mushroom is going to change things up and give the
There we go.
advantage to Zachary.
Sir John
Except not
off
really.
the ledge right now. Zach Gray trying to make sure that he does some ledge trapping. No luck right there, but Sir John just can't quite get back into land and get comfortable here. This is what we see, EE. Zach Gray does such a good job of making you feel uncomfortable. You can never rest, never relax against them.
When you're going up against somebody who can just be so disruptive on top of having one of the best offenses in the game, it is very difficult to deal with Incompat. Not to mention right now Joker being backed up by Arson, and you already know one good, strong, meaty hit is going to be enough to seal away this stock of Sir John. But credit him for being unrelenting and not giving it up just yet.
Sir John able to stay alive through that, as you mentioned. You just have to survive through this Arson stage right now, but Zach Gray, fantastic finish right there, EE.
Where are you heading, my man? That is the question. Certainly not back to the stage, so now you're forcing out through Lucina. And for Zach Gray, this is one of the scariest things about this guy. He gets an advantage, and even at those percents where you can say are a little fragile, he still finds a way to push that advantage, rack up that percent. We already see 29% on Sir John, make it 35.
And that's the point right there, Kels. You're able to rack up so much damage at 105, so you put yourself in a better state when your next character comes on. And of course, this Smash Ball, neither one of them really going out of their way to grab it right now.
It's definitely just the idea of priority. What are you going to prioritize?
I didn't see what just happened.
Not your life, let me tell you right now.
Zach Gray able to get the off-ledge KO and connect with the Smash Ball. We are seeing a masterpiece right now, Kels.
Definitely, for sure. Zach Gray showing why he is one of the best in the business. Is this going to be a 3-stock? Because it's looking like this, especially with our set now, this could be it.
Let's go to Congo Jungle right here. The crowd is chanting 3-stock. They want to see it. Let's see if Sir John can apply a little bit more of a fight at the end of this one. Zero Suit Sam is having to deal with Arson as well, too. Zach Gray trying to get the goodies out of the crate, but Zach Gray once again dominating the middle of this stage. Sir John just trying to get back on. And EE, no luck because Zach Gray's all over. Oh, and that'll do it. 3-stock for Zach Gray. High fives left and right. And that is why he's one of the world's best.
I mean, what are you going to do about that, man? He invited the whole cookout. You had the band.
Well then.
Any item you can imagine, everybody showing up for Zach Gray, and that 3-stock well-deserved in a dominant way for Team Japan to kick off Grand Finals.
And Kels, there's a lot of emotion with that, but at the end of the day, it's one game. And it's a best of 5 here for the most part.
Yeah, let's be real. Japan is complete and utter trash at Smash. Just Zachary is an anomaly. He's the only good player in Japan.
Sure, maybe they're just trying to see what is Zachary actually able to do, you know, with Joker especially? We haven't seen so much of his Joker.
Sure.
We've seen the Pokemon trainer in doubles, and we've never seen a Pokemon trainer before that. We've seen his Wario and Wolf, and now we just saw the Joker. So I feel like definitely we're seeing some adaptation coming in of who to send. Europe really wants to be careful of who to save who for which character and for which matchup for sure.
Japan taking the first game in this grand finals here, and so now it's 1-0, best of 7, as we said here before. And you take a look at how Team Europe's going to really recalibrate here at EE. You still have Light with the matchup here pretty soon, but what we're seeing from Japan is they're getting stronger.
I'm curious as to how they're deciding the stages. I wonder if it's just random select among like a certain pool.
It's all about the start. And when Zachary just comes out and just puts on these unbelievable performances, that's what you expect from somebody who's arguably top 5 in the world of the competitive scene as well too. So you come to an environment like this, obviously a few little wrinkles in the game plan. You can argue with.
Imagine it's not like every stage, because we would have seen like 75 meters or Bow by now.
I mean, he's just telling his guys like, look, if I can do it, why can't you?
Well, it's interesting.
Although they did, if they had, Nintendo had the guts to put Bow. Bow Grand Finals. That's yep. That's where we're going.
Sir John was even saying, listen, in the previous Super Smash Bros. Iteration, you really had to prepare for about 20 or 25 characters in the competitive scene. In this one, you have to prepare for about 50 because there's such wonderful character balance.
Definitely, for sure. I was actually talking about this with my brother the other day, that any character is viable. Literally, I never even look at that tier list. I don't know who's good, who isn't. I don't know. I honestly believe any character, if you put the time and work into it, it might take a little bit longer for other characters to show up, but they're going to show up, and they're going to show up big.
A lot of strategy and discussion amongst these teams as they get set for the next match here. And if you're Team Europe, to that point you made EE about a good start. It's one thing when you're going into a match and it's 0-0, but when your team's down 0-1, it puts just a little bit extra pressure on you on this stage. And let's get set for our next squad strike here at EE and Casa versus Light. Here comes the heavy hitter for Team Europe. Your thoughts on the characters that we've seen selected?
I think Akasa has proven that he can, he's not just an ultimate. This guy can definitely come on the stage and put on a ton of pressure. Obviously, Cloud, one of those characters you don't get an opportunity to see as much. I personally think Cloud is still one of the best, just not properly utilized at all times. And as you mentioned, Jordan, as long as he can stay on the stage, he has a pretty good chance here against this Lucina.
Well, that's why stage control is so important for Cloud. And Kels, you know that Cloud's got so much space and room with his hitboxes, especially with that Buster Sword, that he's got some safe approaches and those very powerful special attacks.
Yes, definitely. Cloud with that range especially, and how fast it comes out, makes it hard for Lucina to get in and overcommit like she usually does for it to be safe. But now she actually has to wait and see what Cloud is going to do, and doing such a good job at it right now. Light playing unbelievable.
Light doing a nice job using some of those tilt attacks to keep Cloud out of that sword bubble, as we mentioned. Stay in the middle of the stage and use that range on your sword and your quickness as well too, and follow up on any whips. But Cloud has a chance for the smash ball, and as we know, this can turn things around. Light, however, trying to apply some pressure. Oh, that is a big air ball by Akasa. However, Akasa's still with the advantage, and we know that Cloud can get a KO. It doesn't take much. All you got to do is just connect here at EE.
Well, that Omni Slash would have been tremendous if he was able to connect it, but no, just able to kind of snip off the bangs a little bit, not getting the full body, which you'd like to see, but you're seeing Oxa still with the pressure applied, and that is a clean forward tilt to secure that first stop.
And interestingly enough, Akasa not charging the limit the full way until Palutena comes in. That super spicy curry is going to do a great job of disrupting any possible combos here. Cloud able to connect with a couple of hits on that limit, but not enough. But using those special attacks paired with that super spicy curry, Kels.
Definitely looking like Smash Brothers here. You don't know what's happening, but smashes are going left and right when it comes to that curry. I feel like anything can happen in that mashup. But Akasa heating up quite quickly, getting that stage control. Luckily for Light, though, is able to reflect that bomb just in time before losing another life.
And this is big if you're Light. You got to hang in here with Palutena and trying to take out Cloud, but no.
Could get another 3-stock. Let's go 9-stock. Let's do it. Triple 3-stock. Is that a 9-stock? That's a 9-stock. That counts.
The thing about this is you have the alternate for Team Japan just absolutely taking it to the best person on Team Europe. I mean, it's not even a contest right now in this Sheik. I mean, we were talking about the last time we saw a lot of combos being distributed, but right now just trying to find her footing and praying to avoid another 3-stock, which is really maybe the thing that set Team Japan so far ahead.
And Kels, a clinic being put on by Akasa and his Cloud doing a great job of controlling the stage. not having to fall off and get on
That Smash Ball just doesn't want to be broken. Doesn't matter.
another three-stop. Buy one, get one free, EE. Team Japan.
Unbelievable.
Taking a 2-0 lead in dominant fashion. Back-to-back three stocks, Kels.
Japan wants this, and you can tell that they want it more than Europe right now. Europe's going to have to turn it up if they want to show that they even have the slightest chance of even making it to the championship at the moment. If they want those trophies, they gotta turn it up.
Kudo
Because they're not playing
Robin
right now. They're watching.
GG coming up right now, and you look at the momentum in this crowd and the energy in this theater. They are hungry for a championship. Team Japan on a mission right now, EE.
I told you this venue, this historic venue here is just perfect because history is going to be made in Japan, trying to do it in a very dominant fashion. I know they say Japan landed a rising sun, but those stocks are falling, my man. It is not even close thus far.
Well, Japan is looking for the sweep of both the Splatoon 2 World Championship as well as the Super Smash Bros. Championship. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do. But if Team Europe wants to get this win, they're going to etch this into the scrolls of history because they're down 2-0, Kels. They got to come back 3-0, and it only happens one match at a time.
Well, now they have to look at it like this. Europe has to stay calm and realize, okay.
I don't
they
think.
just had two of
I don't
them
think they can do it.
that came out. Let's see what the third one's got. Are they all like this? We don't know. But you can't think, man, oh, we're going to get bamboozled. No, we need to actually stick into this and really show that, hey, we got one player left. Let's see what you can do against them. It's a brand new game. It's one game at a time, one character at a time. And that's all it takes for a slight bit of different confidence to bring this back.
But the challenge here, of course, is the fact that if we do go past this game here and we go to yet another one, you have got Zachary waiting in the realms for Team Japan. And so you know that he's going to have...
The audience finds something hilarious. I don't know what it is.
If you're Team Japan, your approach here is you're up 2-0. Obviously, this is a team that's been very focused, very locked in this last couple of matches.
You know what? It really comes down to the point. If you're able to get...
While they're doing this, I guess I can finish another thing.
You're almost ready to almost rename this team the Team GG. You know what I mean? That's about as good of a game as it's going to get. He already displayed what he can do in that opening, but I've never wanted to count anybody out. We know this European team is full of surprises, and they're also full of talent, but right now, the juice is with Japan.
It really is. Let's put this into perspective. Team Europe has yet to take a stock in grand finals. That's how dominant Team Japan has been.
I didn't
look at Akasa and Zachary, and now it's up to Kudo.
If he can get even one stock, he'd be like, yeah, we're not complete trash.
Thoughts as Robin GG, the last hope for Team Europe taking on Kudo.
I think this is a great pick using Peach and Daisy, of course, his strongest picks, and the Palutena on the side. Definitely a great character to really push out someone like Pitt. But against Peach and Daisy, we'll have a hard time to even get a footing on the stage. It's
is not messing around. Team Japan, they ain't messing around, EE. How about that? Not even 30 seconds into the match, Kudo already taking a stock.
Not 30 seconds, not 30%, not 0.3. It was an absolute massacre on that first stock. And I'll tell you what, if I'm the European...
Which really just combo into the blue shell.
For second place.
Robin GG, though, great use of the combo and the blue shell. And Robin GG, if you can take this stock, is basically even things out at this point. But you see Kudo so aggressive with Pitt, able to follow up a lot of those aerials with that Palutena bow as well, too.
I feel like Robin GG is definitely turning it up a little bit. He's definitely adapting a lot better. He's calming. He's getting the edge guard that he needs and that damage. And while not even taking as much damage, of this spacing will definitely cost him an edge guard here.
And now it's all about Robin GG trying to get back into the neutral. Does a fine job of getting back in the middle of the stage. Great job with the shield as well, too. But now the Smash Ball comes on the stage. Oh, Robin GG. That is huge because now you have the
Finally.
Smash Ball that we're going to see here. If Daisy decides to use it, you wonder how long you're going to wait here. Daisy not wasting any time whatsoever. Most likely going to go for that recovery here.
Nope.
Get a slap here with the frying pan.
Yeah, bad idea.
I mean, and that you couldn't have scripted it any better if you're Robin GG. You needed a big time play, and you can argue both these guys.
Well,
on the squad, but right there, the item's really coming into play.
Doing a nice job of balancing this match back up, but now Kudo doing a great job of keeping Robin GG off the ledge. Kuro using that aggression and the aerial mobility and everything that Zero Suit Samus can do to apply that pressure in the air here, Kels.
Even with that, though, Robin staying super calm about this, almost getting the full hit into that early KO. But I really love the way that Robin has been adapting and being super patient, avoiding himself, just being defensive, and really waiting up, almost losing that stock though. He's got to land.
Robin GG so floaty, has to try and fall, as you said, beam sword coming, so a little bit more range for Daisy right now. If Daisy can stay alive for one more smash ball, here we go, Robin GG got the one stock advantage. Now you're just trying to rack up some percentage against Dark Pit. Nice little 15 taking off the chunk of the cake right there. Oh, able to catch on the whip right here. Robin GG applying some nice air combos here. And now this turn up providing...
I wanted this to be a blowout. I'm disappointed.
I mean, you've already made it clear. This European team, we are not going quietly into the night. You just got to keep your composure and keep on the pressure. That has been the main thing that has allowed Robin to get back into it. Yes, of course, you credit the fact that Smash Ball was very timely, but what you have made out of it has been the difference to maybe send this to a game 4.
Palantina taking on Dark
Well,
Pit. There's a lot of poetic justice in that right there. But Kuro at 68%. Has to try and get a victory for Japan. Just one win away from the championship. And Robin GG wants to keep the fun going. 2 smash balls on this stage.
Does Dark Pit have the same final smash?
The smash ball. Now just needs to find some space.
I assume he does.
Robin GG applying that pressure gets that critical grapple that we like to see here, Kels.
Definitely, for sure. Robin GG showing that she is his goddess. Give me that smash ball. Let me show you what your goddess has taught you the entire year.
And it catches Kuro in the smash ball. Robin GG said, nah, fam, it ain't over yet. They staying alive here, EE.
It was certainly time to bow down when she steps in the ring, the black hole taking care of business. And that's exactly what you expect, the no-quit attitude from this team. You can say who's the favorites, who's not, but what do you have when you step up on that stage and show it? Well, I'll tell you what, Robin had no quit, and it resulted in a W.
We have yet another substitution taking place for Team Japan. Their final substitution, Konbu is coming in for Akasa, so that is their last switch that they can make. Konbu, we know, is very good with the items as well, but Kels, going back to that last match, yes, smash balls are important, but the smash attack that you have is critical, and the fact that Daisy has one that can apply damage but also provide healing was what turned things around for Robin GG.
Definitely agree. You had that option of, okay, he's asleep. Do I hit him? Do I heal? Or do I do both? And he decided to do both. He literally knocked him out upwards, was able to give enough time for Robin to really just go away, get healing, while Japan had to land. So it was a really, really good idea from him to really bring that back. And I think from that point on, it gave him the confidence that he needed to really take that game. They're definitely very clean. I'm excited to see what Konbu's going to be doing. Roy, Crom, me, Brawler. We have not seen that yet.
Would you say me brawler?
Fight is a huge one here, EE, because do you go with your heavy hitter right now to try to extend things, or do you try to save your heavy hitter for last, knowing that if this comes down to a decisive game 5, we have our cleanup batter in the lineup in the plate?
I think you assure that you get to the final game. That is honestly what it needs to come down. You assure you get to that final person. And then at the end of the day, it's just like whoever's up next, you just got to step up. The next man up mentality. You just have to perform when the lights are on. I mean, lights, camera, all these guys clearly about that action. And we're going to have the good makings of a 4th game.
And Kels, that's a very good point that we have from EE. Because of the items, there is that opportunity for a match to turn right around depending on what drops. And there is the hardware that these teams are trying to take home. Team Japan.
Is that? I don't think that's what hardware means.
Trying to extend this. I know all of us here would love to see a game 5 in these grand finals,
yes,
but
sir.
You got to go one at a time. Let's see what decision Team Europe will go with here. And as we mentioned, Konbu, the substitution for Team Japan. Why do you think they're making that switch for Akasa after Akasa was so great getting that 3 stock earlier on?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, he might need a break. Maybe just the switch. I doubt it, but, even the switch, Konbu, Roy, Crom, me, Brawler, that character definitely slept on a lot. Not a lot of people know how to fight that character very well. Crom, a force to be reckoned with, and Roy, just as much as a force, very good at being aggressive, really being in your face. We've been seeing a lot of struggle coming in when Europe has been fighting Roy. So I think this is that specific case where we want Roy on that field.
Still trying to figure out who Team Europe will be sending out there for Game 4. Obviously, it's a big-time decision. You see Konbu and Zachary highlighted for Team Japan, so you figure those are the 2 fighters for a potential Game 5 if this does go to that. But you got to get Game 4. And yes, even though you didn't take a stock in the first 2 matches here, you have to realize that anything can happen here, EE. And what's great is Robin GG gave you yet another breath of life.
I mean, and you know, good thing is too, like despite how those first two games go, you get an opportunity to kind of reflect on it and how to prevent that from being the case yet again. And honestly, it's all about, again, I harp back to this point a lot, but composure is just such a big deal, especially you're in the grand finals like this. You're gonna take your time in deciding. Again, personally for me, I send out my heavy hitter just as sure it goes to the fifth game, but maybe they know something I don't.
Sir John taking on Kolbu, and this is an interesting decision here. Seems like both teams are saving their potential heavy hitters for last year. Sir John, as we know, so good with that Palutena, but as you mentioned, that Roy can create so many issues for Team Europe. They've struggled so much with the sword character.
I feel like this is an advantage for Europe, actually. Roy versus Palutena. Palutena, a good character to be defensive and really bait out the
excuse
and Roy,
me.
a character who's always aggressive. So I
Twitch,
feel
you
like
okay?
this can be a huge advantage for Sir John. But on the disadvantage side is that if you're in Palutena's face, she doesn't like that very much.
Oh, Kolbu doing a great job of snapping onto the ledge there for the invulnerability. EE would have had to deal with a smash right in the face. Right now, both fighters pretty equal right now. Seems like Palutena and Sir John has found their footing, but Kolbu doing a great job of keeping her off the stage at this point. And now you see that Daybreak piece coming down, and keep that in mind because it's one of those items that can turn this around. Oh!
When you talk about Daybreak, that'll break your spirit. That SD just out of nowhere, and that is tremendous. And really for Combo, I'm just thinking, okay, I only have 2 stocks to take care of business. No problem. But can he do it, man? That's the question.
Sir John still flawless in this stock, doing a great job with Lucina of just keeping Roy out of range. And how about the recovery by Sir John? Kells gonna get a chance, but no. Swordsman getting the smash ball here.
What is Sword Fighters at Final Smash? Is it the one where it just throws out a bunch of swords or whatever? Or that thing?
No, Lucina able to stay alive, so nothing too devastating there at that point. Sir John gonna try and outrage Kolbu just a little bit more length on that sword for Lucina. But both fighters, as you know here, gonna look for that opportunity to counter, Kells.
Yes, for sure, and I was expecting to see the knee brawler, as I said before, but we're with the sword fighter. The sword fighter definitely really great on long stages to really push the opponent away from you. Really great at keeping spacing, keeping control of the edges rather than the center of the stage. That's something very, very unique about the sword fighter.
Sir John and Kolbu going back-to-back on the second stock. Don't forget, Kolbu with the victory. Team Japan is your grand champion. Sir John and Team Europe trying to force a game 5. Oh, how about that
Well.
be right there, EE?
Well, I mean, that right there, literally the winds of change, and then off of that, able to find the Daybreak as well, so some hefty amounts of percent on Jordan follows. Sir John getting knighted in the worst way.
Connects with the Daybreak, and that might do it for Kolbu. Sir John with 0 suits.
Oh, did he pick Sword Fighter to just go for the confirm?
Precise game here because you're now down 2-1 in the stocks. And what do we continue to see from Kolbu in this sword fighter, Kells?
Definitely this control, this constant pressure.
Well then.
Sword fighter for Japan wins it, and Team Japan, your grand champions of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019.
This was all quite silly. Imagine losing 2 stocks of the grand finals to me, Sword Fighter. Yeah, imagine that.
But Team Japan came in with all the confidence, all the hype, and they certainly delivered on the big stage.
Lots of credit, though, to Team Europe and their way to battle back. Obviously, just a few plays here and there, but that smash ball always turning the tide of a match. And then that Daybreak, Kells, that Japan was able to snag there at the end, that really seemed to seal the deal.
Definitely, for sure. Again, we were talking about how the Miis, not too many people are very familiar with them. And the minute that sword fighter spawned, it was just unfamiliar territory.
Oh, that's not what I want.
I feel like he really came out, was able to clean that stage with that tornado and guarantee a beautiful trophy for Team Japan. Look at these guys, how happy they are, man.
Team Japan making some wise substitutions.
And then Sakurai comes out. I feel like I would have heard that Sakurai was in LA. Usually they'll just mention something like that.
They got so much better as this tournament went on.
Look, first couple matches caught some L's, and then they bounced back. All right, the big
And that's none of them are, maybe none of them left yet. Maybe they will be there later. Because they made no mention of anyone specifically being at E3.
Away from using their substitutions as well, just kind of sharing the sugar and and everybody well deserving of those trophies on stage.
Well, Kels and EE, we've had a fantastic crowd this entire day of exciting Nintendo competitive action, but out here to present a special award for our champions, Team Japan. Everybody, please make some noise. The president of Nintendo of America, Doug.
Oh, well, he's there. How many Bowser jokes can you make in the frozen time? Oh no, I don't think you were supposed to turn his mic on yet.
Congratulations. Congratulations. How's everybody doing? Congratulations to the winners of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate 2019 World Championships. Congratulations, Japan. I'd also like to take a minute to congratulate all 4 teams that were up here on stage with us. The winners of the North American Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Open, the European Smash Ball Team Cup, the Australian
Crowd chanting Bowser, we know what we want.
Japan Championships. And
Half the people in the crowd are probably chanting Powsette.
And I'd like to extend a thank you to the thousands and thousands of people that participated around the world. For us at Nintendo, seeing the response from the players and from the fans has just been truly thrilling. Thank you so much. Now, we have one final congratulations from someone that I don't think this community needs an introduction to. Let's take a look.
Where is he?
空の桜井正宏です。お久しぶりです。日本優勝おめでとうございます。この会場は
This is pre-recorded. Did he just record one for all of them?
決勝戦の場で行われています。スマッシュボールが出てますね。綺麗ですね。大変多くの激闘がありました。その中で
Inside of the Smash Ball is the next character.
世界の敗者たちの上に立っているわけで、それはとてもすごいことかと思っています。自分としては作った自分としてはちょっと申し訳なさを感じるところもあるんですけどね、すごく多くの時間を費やし、たくさん人が戦っていくという。だけど人が競う様というのは本当に面白いなと。また
Sorry for making all of you fight your friends, but also I love watching it.
私は未だにダウンロードコンテンツの新ファイターを作っているのですが、その新ファイターの情報については E3 のダイレクトで改めて
I have more things to
ぜひこちらもご期待ください。あ、スマッシュボムになっちゃいましたね。それでは皆さんごきげんよう。
I think many of you are going to want to tune in next week to see what or who he may be talking about. I've got one more thing. For so many of you in North America, you've been enjoying the competition and the participation and the viewing. For you, the competition will continue. I'm happy to announce the Super Smash Bros. Open, or Online Open, starting in June 2019. The 4 winners will receive travel, accommodations, and registrations
for Evo?
Evo
Oh,
2019 in Las
yeah.
Vegas, where you'll be playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
And you will drown in pools.
Now look for details on Twitter at @NintendoVS and at events.nintendo.com. And registration will be open later on today. So on behalf of Nintendo, thank you so very much for being here with us today. And please be sure to tune in to the Nintendo Direct E3 2019 this Tuesday at 9 a.m. Pacific Time, and then throughout E3 to Treehouse Live, where we'll have more news, developer presentations, and some first-time gameplay looks. Thank you very much, everybody. Congratulations.
Great. Oh, I gotta open my notes again. Why would you do this to me? All I have to do is move something. But still.
Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. The Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019, Team Japan winning that one. Then, of course, the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019 3v3, where Team Japan completed the sweep for today. Big thank you to all of our wonderful casters, Kells, EE, Vish, Alana, Ashley, Nine, and of course, big thank you to our wonderful crew for all of their hard work behind the scenes to help put on an absolutely first-class broadcast. But last but not least, you, the fans. Thank you, all of you, for tuning in. Your love, your support, you make this what it is. So we appreciate all of you being here and watching. And until next time, from all of us here, enjoy the games, enjoy the competition, and most importantly, enjoy the fun.
Well, that was something. That was something that I was mostly not paying attention to, but alright, don't worry about it. There's nothing else, right? We're done, I assume. Gonna move on, probably. We'll see. Esports happened, but it was Nintendo esports. Did esports happen? Did they? Did they really? Yeah. Still wish that Mario Maker segment was longer. I thought there'd be more than that, but yeah. I mean, they mentioned that there's going to be like a character reveal or whatever, but of course, like we knew that was going to happen pretty much. The most interesting thing was the Splatoon announcement, honestly. Although the Splatoon 2 section I didn't really care about. There's a reason they put that in the middle. Because most people, I think, don't really care how much. Mario Maker 2 is like, hey, that's a new game. It's a new game people want to see, so put that at the front and Smash at the end, because a bunch of people will wait for that. I'm gonna go ahead and swap over. Okay. I'll leave that music on, why not? Anyway. Yeah. That's a thing. Oh jeez. That's not, don't do that like that. Okay. Okay. Wait, that's zoomed in. I don't want that zoomed in. Yeah. Oh right, also there was that EA thing earlier today. I didn't watch that, but they showed some Star Wars stuff. I saw like a little bit of it. Looks good. I mean, it's Respawn, so of course it does, but, you know. Oh, the Sims 4 expansion? Sure, I guess. Yeah, I don't think there's... No, I don't think there's really anything else that happened. I don't think, anyway. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, and there's a big sale on PSN. I mean, I have nothing to say about it other than that. It's just a sale on PSN. A bunch of stuff's on sale. I think Spider-Man's like $20. And some other stuff. I don't remember everything that was on sale. DMC 5's on sale. Go buy DMC 5. Go do that. I keep forgetting it's Saturday. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird streaming on Saturday. Hi. Well, wait, did that just... Okay, well, the stream just ended, I guess, so... Okay. How about I go to this? For no particular reason, let's just... Oh, is this just an... Oh, I don't think they're actually doing anything. Oh well. I think they're actually done. Never mind, never mind. Never mind, don't worry about it. There was nothing. I don't think there's anything of particular importance there anyway. No DLC announcement? Of course not, that's because that's going to be at the Direct. You crazy person. What was, what else was I saying? Not much, I don't know. I don't know. Twitch chat was hoping so bad. Twitch chat hopes for a lot of things. Twitch chat's crazy. Don't listen to Twitch chat. Including this Twitch chat. Don't listen to yourself. If you're in Twitch chat, you are a crazy person. Automatically. Yeah. So, right. I put a thing out on Twitter, but I haven't mentioned it here. Yeah, so schedules changing, and I think I updated the thing. You know the thing. You know the one. You know it. It's there. The countdown thing under the stream. That thing. So Microsoft is going to be starting, I think I said it was going to be at like 2:30 was when I was going to start, 30 minutes before the press conference. Instead, I'll be starting at 2, so. And then, was it the Bethesda? Did I move Bethesda too? I think I did. I'll need to look. I might end up just moving all of them. I don't know. Because they were all supposed to be 30 minutes before, but they might be... Some of them might be fine. Microsoft's going to be... I'm probably not even going to get through everything from Microsoft, even in an hour. Yeah, Bethesda's... No, actually, no, Bethesda, I think, will still be 30 minutes before. Yeah, that's at 7:30, right? Yeah, no. I didn't move that. Bethesda's going to be at the same time. What is after that? I think Ubisoft on Monday. Ubisoft is, for one, when is that? I did actually put it on my calendar. Oh no. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to open. Windows, please. Windows. Okay, thank you. Ubisoft is at 3. 3 p.m. on Monday. That is, yeah. Actually, wait, no, there's a lot for Ubisoft. I just remembered that one might be like 45 minutes before or something. I'll have the details on that when we get to it, but yeah. Square Enix, I don't remember if there was a ton. Yes, there is. There's a lot everywhere. Okay, so all of them are probably going to be more than 35. Well, more than 35. More than 30 minutes early. And then Nintendo's definitely gonna be like an hour before because there's a lot. Yeah, everything's leaking this year, so yeah. So what else is going on today? Nothing as far as I know. Just press conferences starting tomorrow. So, yeah. Microsoft. When is Microsoft? 3? 3 tomorrow, right? So I'll be starting at 2. Yeah. Yeah. I've also managed to finish basically everything. I just need to finish highlighting Twitch VODs, which I don't technically need to do. I just want to do that so I don't have to do it later. Because I prefer to have my VODs highlighted in order. So, and I'm gonna have to like highlight everything and then throw it on YouTube. All the E3 stuff. But, yeah. So I'll do that. But that won't take too long. That's the only thing I have left to do. I've finished thumbnails, notes, everything. Everything's done. A lot of silence during today's stream. 6 hours of silence. Yeah. I could have shown it. I could have shown it all. I could still do it. Oh god, how am I gonna get that? Hold on. Is that the one I want? That is the one I want. Yes. Where is it? Whoops. So yeah. So I'll just go ahead and actually, yeah, just do that. So this is what I'm working with. This is what I have to deal with. So all of this nonsense, just, okay, that didn't actually go into the right thing. Yeah, just so much. Microsoft is so much, and I have to keep adding things constantly because so much comes out. Nintendo took forever. I don't... Square Enix, there was a bunch of stuff. Ubisoft, everything leaked. Everything, just... And then the rest don't matter. The schedule, it doesn't matter. It'll also take forever to load. But, yeah. Anyway. Look forward to that. I do this for you. I don't do this for myself. That's a lie. I do this to torture myself. So I guess I do it for... I don't do it for myself. I do it against myself. I don't know what that means exactly, but I do it. Anyway, I've got nothing else, I don't think. I'm gonna go do something that's not this. And Nightbot is being weird. Might have to skip out of Nightbot. We'll see. I don't know. No, Nightbot's working. It's working. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine. Don't worry about it. Sure. How about that? Why not? So yeah, tomorrow. Microsoft tomorrow. And then, yeah. E3. E3's happening. It's real. It's here. It's not going away, no matter how hard we try. How hard are we trying? I don't know. Are people trying to get rid of E3? Maybe. Anyway, yeah. I will see you tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow at 2. That's when I'll be starting. I need to remind myself also. At 2. 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. There we go. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.